and we're going to start a brand new game. We are going to do boldly. So I should say we're doing the last Starship. This is not my first time playing. We did like a full survival run, which it goes on forever. We basically went till the engine started breaking down because there were like 5,000 people on my ship. And I'm going to start a new game of Boldly Go, which is their story mode or whatever. Basically, the only difference between these two modes is there's a Stargate. And that you have like some story elements that take you to building the Stargate. That's actually not true. I believe we could sit there and free roam. We can make our own ship from the start, but I'll do that myself anyways. Once I'm able. But we're gonna start with Boldly Go, which is like effectively their story mode. For everyone listening to the music, this is RimWorld music, not the in-game music. Because this game has basically no music. In the 23rd century, humanity has colonized the stars. Millions now thrive on distant worlds, living hundreds of light years from Earth. As space becomes the new frontier, an era of unprecedented exploration expansion unfolds. Powerful corporations dominate entire regions, but beyond their reach lies uncharted territory, filled with untold mysteries and boundless opportunities. The CEO of Interstellar Mining Corporation has issued a daring challenge. Build a Stargate powerful enough to reach the nearest galaxy. With trillions in funding up for grabs, the stage is set for fearless adventurers to forge their own path of the cosmos. Will you rise the challenge? Chart your own course among the stars? And I almost forgot, we are still being sponsored by Opera GX. So on the Twitter, I keep saying Twitter, on the Twitch side, at the very top, we do have a link. Basically, Opera GX is a relatively new browser. It allows you to do stuff like max out how much RAM it's allowed to use, CPU allowed to use, VPN is built in, ad blocker is built in. If you want it, there's Twitch integration and Discord integration, all this good stuff. It is an absolutely excellent browser. I've been using it for a little bit over a year as I got frustrated with Chrome eating up all my RAM. And it's been a good time. But they are sponsoring, and anyone who downloads it, you know, that does directly support the channel. Alright, welcome to your new home. This vessel is fresh out of the shipyard production line. It's just an empty hull right now without power or breathable atmosphere. Our first job is to fix that. Click next to continue. Use the WASD keys to move. Let's just skip the tutorial. Alright. So with that, we have our tutorial. I don't care. We have played this before. So right now, I've got engines, I've got a docking port, and I've got resources. We've got a bunch of buildings here. So for the moment, we're going to need an air duct. We'll need the oxygen loader. And I'm going to put a small tank here. And then we can pipe those all together. And that is my atmosphere thing. So oxygen loader lets our people put oxygen canisters in here, which fills this big canister for storage. And then the oxygen, the duct actually fills up the cabin of the ship with the oxygen. So that's a self-enclosed system. It'll just need power, which brings us on to power. So we can go down here. And this is our reactor. I'm going to put a medium tank on here. And a fuel loader. And then we connect the fuel line between these. And it's the same thing. They'll take the fuel canister, they'll put it here. That fills up the tank, which then goes in the reactor. The reactor burns the fuel to give me power. And then I can just connect that, which makes the power available to that engine. And this engine. And then I need to take a line up this way, which makes it available to the duct for air. And then the last thing I got to do here is you'll notice these rocket engines require fuel of their own. So I'll just bring that over and plug in our engines. So with all that, out of the stuff they gave us at the beginning, we have installed it all. And now I just unpause and let them go about their tasks. So as you can see, they put the canisters in here. It is slowly filling this up. That's getting filled up. Reactors come online, which is slowly filling up the power on our engines, as well as our air duct. And everything's online, so we now have a functional ship. Now, with that said, we still have a lot of problems. This ship is not yet capable of doing half the stuff we need it to do. So the next thing I'm going to need is I will need an FTL drive. There's the FTL drive. And I'm also going to need FTL charges. So I got it set to auto order FTL charges if I get below 5. Auto order fuel if I get below 5. Auto order oxygen if I get below 5. Basically we're just setting it to auto order all of the things I need to not die if they drop below 5. Because you can produce those all on your ship, or you can just buy your way to victory. And this does leave me with about 100,000 extra dollars. So what we can do here is I'm going to grab a battery. They're just very useful to help mitigate power stuff. Eventually I'll need a carbon scrubber. I'm not going to worry about that just now. Getting a mining laser could potentially be good. The drone port I do need. Okay, so I cannot afford that many drones. Alright. And so with that, we have spent all of our money. So all I'm doing with the battery here is the battery is basically just a buffer for power, where if I have my reactor shut down or gets overwhelmed or whatever, I get just a little bit more time before things properly shut down. The drone port allows me to send drones out to collect stuff for me. So that ends up being really big. So I have that. And then last we have the FTL drive. And the FTL drive is what lets us actually go places. So I'll put the FTL fuel right there. We'll go up here. And this will be the place for the drones. This will be the place for the mission cargo. And I'm going to go ahead and put some more stuff here. I'm just setting different places so I can keep a close eye on stuff. So we can put, like, the food here. Water there. The oxygen we'll want up here, because that's where we fill it up. We'll get rid of that and move the fuel over here. Then we have generic cargo there, which is not going to be nearly enough adequate space. Alright, so we've got the basics of a ship going here. This is fully functional. It doesn't have many systems in it, but we are early game. So we're going to go ahead and start by, we've got a bunch of these contracts. I will accept all of them. We'll also do the urgent passenger one. I'm not going to focus on the main story. You know what? I know there's an achievement for doing the gate without without doing the mission there. So you have 22 people you want to go to a System 11, and you've got 20 people you want to go to NG3. So we're going to grab the 11 people here, and we're going to have them come aboard, and we're going to start this. Pretty early on, I want to get ourselves set up where we can start getting our own resources. I do also want to dramatically change this ship and not keep with the same style. Like, honestly, I would love to get one of these other ships over here and just switch up, because I like making my own ship to start with and not just using the existing ship. The existing ship is fine. So we're going to transport our people over to the shipyard over here. But pretty early on, we want to go ahead and start approaching making the gate. And we can make it where we could do that while working on our projects. Alright, so first contract's nice and easy. We got a handful of people. We moved them one system over and told them to get the hell out of the side of the ship. Captain, I'm chief security for the sector and I need your help. Across the sector, there are people in trouble who need our assistance. I'm spread too thin, I can't be everywhere. You're the more than capable, and I'll be there to offer advice when I can. If you choose to help, I've marked the location. Yeah, my plan is for those story quests, I'll probably just ignore them for now. Until we get to new stuff. And, like, the exception being, like, if I go and there's, like, there's no good contracts here. In that case, we'll hop over there. As gold highlights. Thank you, Captain. Yep, don't worry. We're not going to worry about that. Alright, so we got ourselves about 35,000 in money, which opens up our ability to get more stuff. The big thing I would like to get is pretty early on I want to get that science station. Once I get the science station, we can start researching. So it'll be 110 because I need 100,000 for the science station plus 10,000 for the scientist. So we're just going to get some quick money here. You're willing to pay me the most to go to NG14. Welcome aboard. And the other one's going someplace else, so that's fine. We're just going to go ahead and let these people on board. So, other things I'm going to need to add relatively soon is I will need a CO2 scrubber and an atmospheric processor. And then we're going to need the sewage and all that processing stuff as well. But I'd like to get that kind of starting to sort out relatively early. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next system here. It also could be a thing if I could just make myself like 100,000 real fast. Potentially use that 100,000, buy the new ship hull, and very quickly just make a mini manufacturing ship. There is also apparently an achievement in the game for building the Stargate in under 6 hours. Which does seem pretty ambitious. Alright, so we got paid here. There's 58,000. Let's go for the research center first. So we've got a couple of courier missions. That one wants me to go to NG5. That's the best paying thing we got right now, so let's take that. And that wants to go to NG11. And eventually we'll be able to start stacking these missions. You also saw that achievement. It's going to be kind of difficult. I'm thinking what you have to do with that one is you probably beeline over immediately to get the ship that the guy gives you for doing the manufacturing. Just because if you beeline over there, just the money you can get from that, you could easily start bootstrapping up real fast. I honestly think, because if it's 6 real life hours, if you can stabilize your ship real fast, you could have the game running on extreme fast forward and get way more done. You would just need to make sure like you can handle the number of people there and just slap out the factory as fast as you can. Just park it right out of the area. It also depends on the universe generation. So there's procedural generation here on the universe. You would want to get a tile where you have the shipyard, the gas, and the asteroids on the same tile. Because if you can get that to happen, you can just park your ship there right by the asteroids and just keep building up your factory as aggressively as possible. It definitely seems doable. Okay, so this gives us the 100,000. Your game has asteroids at shipyard. Yeah, no, I had a save I was experimenting, which I was going to call the one system save. I learned later on I can't actually do that for a couple of different reasons, but I did have it where I had the asteroid belt, nebula, and the shipyard. It took a couple of reloads to get that to generate where I could just, in the system I start, have everything. Alright, so this will give us, the money. And so with that, we're going to go in here and we're going to go to Science, Scientist, Science Station, Confirm. Because having that Science Station will unlock a bunch of different stuff. All of which is really good things. But for purposes of what we're looking at doing, starting to get the station and all that sorted, we can get that going right there. Meanwhile, we'll keep doing contracts because we need the money. So my next biggest contract I can accept. Yeah, so we get a mining laser to let me start doing some of these other ones. We'll grab the 26,000 one there, and they're going to the same place. So when we get 40,000, I'll get a mining laser added to my ship. Because that'll be a requirement for trying to get the stuff going here. Because the plan here is that I want to get the Andromeda project thing. I do want to get into automation on this one. So instead of having everything be manual, I want to have, like, the drone port. You have the little arm that pulls it off of the drone port. Does that whole bit. Okay, so you got the people who want to go back here. Now, when we first played this, I thought for the story mode we were trapped in just this one sector. That does change over time. And apparently as we get to later sectors, they get more dangerous and all that stuff. So right now we're basically being a passenger shuttle while we're working on other things. Alright, so the next things I need to be working on is I'm going to need to get the air reprocessor and a CO2 scrubber. And an air tank. That way you'll see like this will slowly start going down to being less and less oxygen. And that's because as our people are breathing out, they're building up CO2 in the ship. I don't have a means of processing it. So eventually that will become dangerous. Alright, so if we look at the habitation, so that's 10,000 for the scrubber, and 40 for that. So I'm going to do one more contract before we grab those. And meanwhile, as we do these, we'll get ranks in trade and humanitarian and all these other things. That's fine. So you got that one for 22,000, or for 28,000, we could take these to NG10. I should check to see if those are the same place. They were. So I could have accepted the R2 and gotten more money in one trip. It's fine, I already accepted it. It's whatever. Meanwhile, if you are just going to be here, CO2, air reprocessor. So we are physically broke. Okay, and we got all that. So time to go to our next destination. And we will end up getting weapons on our ship and all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to completely, like, avoid combat or anything like that. Right now, I don't have what I need for any of that stuff. It's just going to take a minute. I am going to try and use the solar panels as well as other power sources on this one. Just because the solar panels mean I don't have to burn just obnoxious amount of fuels. They aren't as efficient. Because I want to say the reactor gets 100 megawatts and the solar panels get 10. So the solar panels are a lot less space efficient. But, you know, that's fine. Yeah, so for any of these other ones, I will need a mining laser to take my next mission. But I think a mining laser is like 40,000. So I can't afford it. So let's get a small container. Once our pay comes in. I apparently accidentally bought 2. That is what it is. So with this, we pull the CO2 in as it's available. It goes in this container. It gets processed into oxygen, which then goes into that container. Then it goes to the atmosphere. So that will be ahead of the CO2 problem. And we check on our habitat. I've got sewage in there. I am going to need to process the sewage. So that'll be another thing added to the list. But that's going to take some work. Oh, good. There is another contract here. I was worried there wasn't going to be one. So go ahead and accept that for right now. And then for the sewage, I need a sewage pipe, a wastewater treatment, then a water purifier. Right now, I'm just going to grab the sewage pipe. Because what we can do as a temporary solution. We're going to add the sewage pipe here. Put a small tank there. So we can just not solve our problem with sewage, but we could just store it and be done with it for now. Alright, so take that on to its destination. So right now we're just going to be zipping around. And you can see how like each jump, like every jump or two, I am getting, you know, one more thing on the ship, one more thing on the ship, that kind of deal. We're just trying to stabilize the ship. I do plan on just doing a massive rework of the entire organization of the ship, though. Okay. Turn to that contract. Because yeah, we'll want to be able to like manufacture things, all that sort of stuff. So at 40,000 I can make a mining laser. I will not be able to run the mining laser consistently though. I won't have the power for it. But that'd be good. Pretty much as soon as we can get to the point that I'm able to start producing the Andromeda project, I'll start work on that. And we'll still travel around doing stuff while we're at it. Just occasionally have to stop and top things off. Alright. So the next move I think we're going to do is let's just get it so we can stably keep ourselves alive. So we'll need the wastewater plant there. And I will need a small container. There's sewage. Another small tank. So now sewage goes into the wastewater plant. And it comes out as wastewater. It'll also come out as compost. Meanwhile, we've got... So you are going to NG5, NG15, NG15, NG3. So it's basically pretty much the same payout as the other mission, but I'll get 2 different types of mission. No, it's actually higher. It's a couple thousand higher. Oh, you're not powered. And I still have to get a water purifier. And then once I have a water purifier, then we've just got water. And then with this, I can put a hydroponics in there as well. And that would mean the food would be handled as well. Because I'm just trying to get ourselves to be self-sufficient as much as possible. Because the less fuel and all that I have to buy as we travel around will just save me money. Okay, turn in those 2 contracts. Because basically every time we go and arrive at a system, I end up shelling out a couple $1,000 for like an FTL charge, some fuel, all that, water, food. It's not that big a deal, but it just, you know, I can make it all in-house. Why not? Yeah, so we got money, and then immediately took a chunk of the money back because I had to buy supplies. Alright, so going back to habitation, I need a water purifier. And then after the water purifier, another small tank. So we install the water purifier here. In our tank. So there's the water in, there's the wastewater in. Hook up the power. So now the process is, our people upstairs, they poop. It goes into this tank, it gets processed into wastewater and to compost. That wastewater then gets processed in the water purifier into drinkable water, and then we just have drinkable water here. Most likely I'll end up needing to just get the canisters for that spot. And that spends our money for now. So the next thing I'll end up getting is the, I'll end up getting the hydroponics table. And then with that, we'll have basically a circuit that gives us water and food for our people. So at that stage, I'll have water and food being produced locally and our air being handled. Eventually, I'm going to need a thing for making air. That setup stinks. A little bit. But if I get to the point where, like, I don't have a hydroponics table there, I'll go and grab a mining laser. We'll just work on expanding our capabilities, getting ourselves to be able to do a non-zero amount of everything. And then once we can do that, we can start building things out, expanding and adjusting the ship. Turn in the contract. Okay, when we finish the first level research for the, like the Stargate contract thing, I'll go ahead and start researching the efficiency thing. So we're going to want to get the Stargate, frames blueprint, and then the Andromeda project thing going on as well. Because we do need to deliver a bunch of the Stargate frames for a contract. Now, I don't have enough money to do anything worth mentioning on this system. There's only one contract here, so we're going to take that. The next thing on the agenda is, again, like the mining laser and the hydroponics. Just get everything set up to have the basics. Alright. Another thing we'll probably want to do. This is like RimWorld-like, but faster-like. It's actually not as RimWorld-like, in all honesty. Like, if we look at our crew members here, you can't select them. They don't have skills. They don't have personality of their own. They're just kind of a resource. It's kind of a more of a combination of something like X3 and FTL. This part here is not FTL. The reason it gets the comparison with FTL is there's a different mode called survival mode, and that is very, very FTL. But this one's more like you run around the galaxy, you can trade, explore, do whatever, that kind of thing, except you can build it tile for tile. But I'd actually say the comparison with RimWorld is fairly light. Just in the fact that they just need food, water, air, And otherwise, like I said, they don't have like personalities, don't have like mood breaks, they don't have like factions, relationships, anything like that. They're just kind of they're effectively drones that run around and just have basic needs. It's good though. I definitely very much enjoyed it. All right, so we got 40,000. So here we can check first, do they have the hydroponics? They do. And I thought it was 40,000, it's only 20,000. So let's grab a couple of seeds. Okay. So we'll get that, and now that means I'm making food, water. So basically we're making our food, we're making our water. We have our air recycling. I'm not creating net new air yet. We would use water for that. How much does that cost? Because we have that, we can have all of the basic humanitarian needs just handled. It's 30,000. Okay. Alright, so we actually have a lot of options here. So 10, 5, 10, 15, 5, 15. I've got like 2 for each of them. I'm going to be lazy and not do the math and just say, you're the highest paying one, done. You're going to the same place, sure. Get on board. Yeah, so they should start growing the hydroponic stuff. Because you should have water. Yeah, you've got water. You're just waiting for seeds and all that. Oh no, you're not waiting for seeds, you're waiting for the compost. That's right. So that's not going to run until we get enough sewage for a round of compost, which will just take its time. Alright, so with that, we have the passengers wanting to go there. There is combat in the game as well. Oh. I have a system in between me and my destination that's blocking me from jumping straight to it. You got an incoming trade, that'll be something like oxygen or food or something like that. Which is why we are trying to get things set up to be self-sustaining. Sorry. And for right now, I'll go storage. Seeds will go here. Where's compost? Compost will go there. And we have no other missions going to the same location, so there's nothing for me here right now. Beyond maybe waiting for a shipment of fuel or something. Alright. That should give me some decent money. And then with that, we can get the oxygen maker. Now, one thing I kind of wish we had an easier way to do would be a means of, like, to have a means in the game of being, like, prioritize this line over that line for, like, our piping and all that. Because the concern is, if I have my oxygen maker making tons of oxygen, and I'm not actually short, it can clog up the CO2 machine, which then can cause its own problems. Alright, so we've got the 80,000. I don't think I'm going to buy the oxygen maker yet. So instead what we're going to do is we're going to start working on the industry. So first thing for the industry I need is the mining laser. Now, realistically, I'm not going to be able to power it. So I am also going to start investing in solar panels. So I'm going to do here. Am I at a shipyard, by the way? I didn't look. No. So we're not going to do anything to install solar panels yet. I grabbed them. Time being, I'll put the mining laser on the front. And then we'll need a smelter and all those kind of things to get that going. Alright, so contracts now. So I now have my most valuable contract here is 70,000. We're grabbing some telium ore from NG0. It's way better money than the other contracts. So NG0 is... That's fine. That'll also work out because that is a system with a Stargate right there. So I can put the rails on to attach some solar panels to mitigate this. I still expect this to completely overwhelm our power grid. We can worry about that when we get there. Alright, never mind, we got incoming fuel. Well, I don't know if it's fuel. Incoming... It was fuel. Because fuel is one of our bigger expenses. We'll want to get that automated as well, where we can produce our own fuel and not have to buy it at 6,000 a pop every time we hit a system. Okay. So with this... we're looking for the telium ore. I've got a little bit on that one. That's copper and precious metal. Yeah, it's copper and precious metal there. Yes, it's going to be this one. So get into position there. In the meantime, what I'm going to try and quickly do is go to you. Start with this. Give ourselves a little bump in power. Why can I never line those up on the first go? Why am I perpetually cursed to always be off by one tile whenever I put in solar panels for the first time? Okay. So we're going to have some power problems. But I'm low-key kind of hoping when we install those solar panels, we'll be able to make it. Could you stop already? Alright. So we're like right on the fence of being able to run this. I do expect it to power off once or twice. But that does imply if I chuck on these solar panels real fast, that'll probably be enough to stabilize the power. Now for this, did I not accept the contract? Ooh. Alright, well that sucks. I apparently didn't accept the contract. Well, in the meantime, while that's mining, we'll just go ahead and grab more people. At least now I know I can run the mining laser to bring in ore and whatnot. Which puts us a step closer to being able to manufacture the parts for the Stargate. Alright. The drone should just come back now. Okay, so we finished our research, which gave us more science. Now we can add a bunch of efficiency on a bunch of these things. So I could add this, which basically means I'll get double these stuff out of our mining lasers. So let's go ahead and we'll just... Oh, 1 second, I just noticed that required an extra facility. I don't have the computer mainframe yet. Same here. Same there. This sucks. I understand. Really? Well, so it looks like I need to get a mainframe. Alright, so we basically got it where our stuff became slightly more efficient. We will unlock a lot of stuff through research, but it is going to be a thing that we're going to need to get the mainframe. I also want to get a smelter, so that as we're collecting ore, I can do something with it. And then we'll need to get the extra buildings to then turn those materials into other things. You get the idea. So for the mainframe, that's 150,000. That sucks. We'll let that just keep running until we have the 150. That shouldn't take us too long. Each time we're doing one of these contracts, by the way, we gain ranks, which give us higher paying contracts as options in the future. But it is one of the things that we just work on. Okay, so we're like 1 XP shy of ranking up. It's fine. Alright, so we got NG3, NG10, NG15, so none that are duplicate locations. I'm going to go ahead and accept that urgent contract. We finally have some crops planted in our hydroponic farm. But yeah, I'll do a lot of less just randomly jumping around once we start getting our manufacturing online, because then I'll be able to make good money actually producing goods. But early game, we just don't have all the systems we need, so we're just chucking stuff in here as fast as we can. But getting the stuff to do research early on is good. It'll make it so your existing systems go farther, and you will unlock new stuff. So I want to make sure I get that all squared away. Okay. And I do plan to, like I said, kind of adjust the whole thing. I'm kind of thinking that we end up having like a pocket of solar panels like here and over there. And then maybe I end up putting, you know, moving this like... Well, actually, I could extend this area out, move the solar panel chunk over there to whatever I need. Have all this like manufacturing stuff there. Alright, so that's some pretty good money. So this time, This time, I can remember to hit the button for accepting those mining missions. That goes to the same system, which is perfect. So now I can jump back to the middle system there. And this time we're going to get a payout of like 50,000 or whatever it is. Ideally, I'd like to get more mining lasers involved, because they'll just make it go faster. But we're not talking big numbers yet, because these are our very first mining ones. Yeah, no, I decided with the story I wanted to do a new run. And a big part of that is I want to take the time to set up automation this time. Because we did learn from the survival thing that a lot of stuff starts to kind of break down once you get too many people on board without automation. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. I am looking for this view. So we get that going, turn in that contract. Okay, so what we'll do is I'll go industry, second mining laser. We'll go to energy. And grab the solar panels I can. Okay, so just getting all this online. And now we can get the other mining laser going here real quick. We turn in that contract, you got enough of the Tilium grabbed. Are you not mining? I see. They're not smart enough to switch targets. Okay. So you are juggling the power a little bit, but it does seem to be holding. We're kind of on the fence of what we can handle. We've got all those. We'll go energy. Grab the other two solar panels. Oh, I see a problem here. Okay, and solar panels for the other side. All right. So it gives us a little bit of mining ability. Okay, turn in that contract. And then the next one will be the passenger request here. So accept that while they work their way over. I'll just let them keep mining for a minute. but we'll want to get the smelter relatively soon. We'll also end up needing to get ourselves some combat capabilities at some point. Okay, that's 70,000. Into here really fast is industry, so we'd want a smelter. I would want... Where are you at? Fabricator and assembly table. I can't afford the assembly table. That's fine. And for the time being, I'm just going to huck both of these in here. And I want to get that going and doing other things. We're almost at the point we can start setting up to start producing the gate materials. Yes, that shows our power stuff. And you can actually go in here if you want and cut back the power in some areas to other to stabilize. I didn't do much of that when I was playing because it's easy enough to just be like, okay, let's just throw more power at it. But still. Well, it does seem to be researching the mining precision despite the lack of the computer, which is curious. So we'll still want the assembling table, because with the assembling table I can start manufacturing goods. And then we also want the research stuff. Then, like I said, eventually we'll start trying to, like, rearrange the ship to get more going on here. Alright. So we have NG3, NG0, NG3. So let's go ahead and grab the 2 going to NG3. I'm not super worried about money quite yet. Alright, and with that I can get the industry, the assembly table. We can go cables. At the moment, we could try and be a little practical. So this will be ingots of that type, ingots of this type, ingots of this type, ingots of this type. We could scroll down here. There's the frames. There's the motor. There's the conductive coils. Here's the lenses. Here's the processors. The Stargates, I won't bother giving them their own space, because we're going to just export them. So basically you got the raw materials and the stage 1 production. We did already grab our people. Let's go ahead and jump them over there. And then we're going to try and get back to the core system and start making the Stargate frames. And as we start making money, trying to make adjustments to go and have this thing have like a rail with, you know, the drones go over here, they get pulled onto the rail, and then, you know, that brings them around and feeds them into the ports automatically. And then, you know, from the ports we'll have it where they grab the stuff off the ports. And whatnot. And then we can have it where, like, I'll have one smelter for each type of ore. Because, yeah, it was 150,000 for the other research building I need. So for contracts, We can grab these mining contracts because we'll sit there and do that anyways. Any of these going to NG0 by chance? No. The answer is no. That's fine. Alright, so we can turn in this contract. Because apparently already have enough to just turn it in now. And that can help with our industry rank and all that. Yes, I think we'll end up doing is expanding the ship out this way, maybe. Have our drone ports where we fill stuff in. They just have like a dedicated drone port space here. And then the stuff will just get carried over to the manufacturing area as needed. Alright, so we got that one knocked out. Probably didn't get another contract yet, but that's okay. We can hop back over to the asteroid belt. And I'll have to step away in just a minute because I really need to use the restroom. I could work on that. And what I'll probably do is where I go to step away to use the restroom, I'll just make that my like quick like 5-minute break or whatever to throw dinner in the oven, all that, just because timing. Versus taking a break, stopping it immediately, taking a break again because of timing. Alright. So I can grab the navigation here. I could start by going there. I'll set it farther back. Because if we go there, I can set one mining laser to be on the ore for the mission, and the other one we can start having work on the metallic minerals. And you need these frames, which are just that. Okay. So what I can potentially do is if we shop real fast, I can go to logistics. Two short robot arms. That'll work for now. So they'll be handling the ore manually. Meanwhile, let's go here. You fire on that one. You fire on this one. Alright. So, what's going to end up happening here, chat, is I got to step away and quickly use the restroom and all that stuff. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Just going to quickly throw my dinner in the oven, and we'll get back to it. Today, coworker was making hostile work environment for you. And the other coworkers, he barely gave her 10 or 20 words tops. Okay. I mean, it sucks. It always sucks when you get a coworker who's being a problem and everything. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning back in. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Sorry, I gotta use the restroom. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry about that. Just getting stuff like the dinner thing, all that sorted out. Is there weirdly no music going on? What's going on here? Hey. Music player. Do the music playing thing. Okay. So we were starting to mine this because I've got a contract here for the Tilium. And then we do have the basics set up to start making the Stargate frames. Now, the Stargate frames are one that the moment I manufacture it, we just want to sell it. And that will go, and for this here, I believe, well actually, I believe I need to sell it. Yeah, sell them at a trade post in the sector. Yeah, that's fine. Because we want to get through all 10 of the phases, because that opens up more systems to go to, that kind of thing. Alright, so any contracts you can take while we're here? Okay. Sorry. Let's see. You didn't see, but how did you get the solar panels to get on? Oh, when you buy anything that goes on the exterior of the ship, which, so that reminds me I can get a couple more of those. So I can tell them to install it, like so. And what will end up happening is our people on our ship will fly outside the spaceship, go attach them. Okay, so that takes care of the Tilium. So I'm going to go ahead and do here now. To take the mining laser that's shooting there. You put both of those on the minerals now. At this point, I don't care about the minerals so much as I want to keep this all going here. Alright, so now we can go to our contracts, sell. We get the Stargate frame, and sell anything we get. Any Stargate frames, immediately sell it. Do they need scaffolding? Yes, they do need scaffolding. Now, another added thing that we can do is I can manufacture my own frames as well. Or sorry, my own solar panels as well. So it is a thing that you can get. You can't get quite full self-sustaining. I did notice there are some buildings you just cannot manufacture. Like I didn't see the ability to make the hyperspace thing and all that. I do feel like that's a miss. That the idea of being able to send your ship out into the universe with nothing else and building up from nothing, there's a lot of allure to that. But yeah. So I want to get the main frame for the research, which is 150,000. And then once we have that, we should be good to get the next thing going there. I'm actually not seeing much in the way of spare ore going, and we're just processing it pretty quickly, which is good. Yeah, so it's starting to get our industry, and if we check the Stargate thing, you'll notice I've sold for, I think that light green means I got 2 more pending. But they're paying me about 5,000 per frame. It's nowhere near as good of money of running around and doing the missions, but it is a thing that will unlock a lot more systems to go to. Alright. And I'm just waiting to get more. Yeah, so you're making spare frames. I do kind of wish we had controls here that says, like, Is it the black hole one? Uh, I'm not playing the black hole the black hole mode right now. I did like the black hole mode, but we got to the point where I was able to have almost 5,000 people on the ship that the game engine started kind of breaking down. And so, unfortunately, it was those things that I consider that as having won, because we did pass all the initial systems, and it looks like it goes on forever. And we got to the point where the game engine started having problems. So, as a result of that, it's like, hey, when the game engine can't handle what we're doing, I consider that the player has won, because the game is the one who ultimately yielded. Alright, so we just need to get rid of one more frame, and that'll be the first phase of the Stargate done. At which point, then we'll have to make a bunch of those. And then the idea is you want to scale up, which will work in that. The true final boss of automation games and city builders, TPS/FPS. Well, it wasn't even an FPS one either. So, like, that's what happens in games like Factorio and some of those other ones. They'll start, like, slowing down game time, or the game will start stuttering, like in Hydroneer. In this one, what was happening is we'd have, like, the shuttle dock up, and be like, okay, I need to offload 52 things onto your ship. And then, like, one would appear, and we'd wait, like, 15, 20 real-life seconds, and then one more would appear. When you'll notice right now they pop it, it just kind of goes tick, 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 and it just spills out until it hits, like, this whole area, and then you gotta clean it out, and they'll let more out. And so I was starting to die in my run because, like, the people were just standing around that the AI, like, it seemed like what would happen is if it didn't have enough computation available, it would just not assign instructions. It would just wait until it had the availability. And so what ultimately that worked to is the colony was, or the city was going to be, or the ship was going to be dying because simple work wasn't getting done because everyone was standing around because it was overwhelmed. Which is a pretty big bummer that that's ultimately what happened. Because, like, it'd be one thing, like, oh, the game's not meant for you to get to these scales, but literally the stated objective of that mode was to kind of, you know, build up as much as possible. Alright, so we finished the first objective, which was just to make 10 of those frames. Now I have the one for making 200. Obviously, we're going to need to scale this operation up for that. But in the meantime, we can make some money while doing this. And so a big part of that's going to be probably going and, again, trying to expand the automation side of things. We are overwhelming our power a bit, so let's try and get that sorted. We can start here by just going... Confirm that. I don't have the money for more solar panels yet, but we'll get there. So right now it's riding the battery just on the edge, but not to a point that they're stopping work. So I might actually get lucky here. And once I get one more of these sold, I could buy another solar panel. We're starting to actually have machines turn on and off, which is when things start to become a problem. Alright, so let's go ahead and buy that solar panel. Let's see if that makes a difference. Because they're, like, right on that fence. Oh, you know, I just realized? They fixed it. So one of my big complaints they had before is the symmetry would default up here. So you try and build your ship and you get, like, a clone of your ship up there. And, like, this is dumb because, like, one, that's not an acceptable place in the game for you to do that. And then two, it's like, why would you always have it starting kind of off-centered? Alright, so what we could do to temporarily alleviate this problem, since we are ahead on the mining, is I'm going to go and take one of those mining lasers, and I'm just going to target to something it can't reach. Thus turning it off. Because the mining lasers are my big power draw right now. What is going on with the music? Alright, since the music's being dumb here, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're just going to go and get some music going on in my other music player. What genre do we want to listen to for this? We definitely want to be listening to smooth jazz. No, I'm teasing. Let's see. What would be a good playlist for this one? Because, I mean, there's always, like, the lo-fi kind of stuff as well. Drinking songs. I didn't realize there was a drinking songs thing. We'll just do lo-fi. It's fine. Sorry, it logged me out, which means my volume settings got reset. It's really annoying that it does that. It didn't used to do that, because I don't have to, like, add in my login credentials. Literally, I just push login. It's like, oh, okay. But instead of being like a cookie or something, your audio settings are based on your login. I do not own Battle... Well, actually, do I own Battle Brothers? I don't think I do. I do not own Battle Brothers. We've been listening to a bunch of pretty good soundtracks over, like, the last week or so. They're like Hard Space Shipbreaker, all that kind of stuff. Let me adjust that down a little bit. Okay. Yeah, we done like Rimworld's playlist, Hard Space Shipbreaker. We did Stellaris for a while. Yeah, no, South America. The problem with a lot of those soundtracks is they're really good, but they're like 1 hour long, which when you stream for 9 hours means a hell of a lot of repetition. I need to go through and like actually make a playlist to mitigate a lot of that stuff. I feel like you'd be really good at Battle Bros. Fits some of the stuff you play. Yeah, no, I know it's a good game. Like, to be clear, I know Battle Brothers is an excellent game. It was just one of those games that I kind of missed. And then circling back for it now, you know, it's still good. Like, I don't think it'd do badly or anything on the channel, but kind of neither here nor there. Alright. So, we need to improve the capacity of our ship. We should be able to turn on this other mining laser again. Yeah, so they automatically went to the right place. Because that should be enough capacity there. So, the next thing I could do to expand what we've got going on here is we'd need to expand the ship. That's one thing. But to improve our throughput for trying to get these contracts going and all that, I've already got this thing going. Obviously, where I'm just shoving this like along the line, that's not going to work long term. So what I probably want to do is I think I want to expand the ship out this way, so I can move both the drone port out here and the docking port kind of out in the distance. And then we'll have a room there that'll basically just be, okay, take the stuff, whatever comes in, whatever, or just take it off, chuck it on a belt. That we would then, move over here, it'd probably circle down this way, and, grab it like, oh, is it iron? Okay, grab it off into the iron smelter. Okay, is it copper? Grab it off into this copper smelter. You get the idea. Start setting up manufacturing. That way we can get the smelters and all that scaled up. Right now, we're only dealing with iron specifically, so it'd be a matter of that, and it looks like the assembly table itself is our bottleneck. So it could be we get our 60,000, we get a second assembly table to put right there, and just deal with that for right now to scale it up. Knowing full well I will have to expand a lot of stuff here. But the more I can scale that up, the more money we make. We'll definitely want to go and change out a lot of stuff. Should probably also peek at the contracts from time to time. Yeah, so that'd be a contract for making that, and a contract for making oxygen. Which we could, in theory, do. I could get an oxygen maker here and have it ship on over. It's also a thing if I get enough spare iron that we can finish this contract for the iron and continue the manufacturing side of things. And another thing we could also scale up is if I get more power happening, I could shove more mining lasers and drones on here to start building up more surplus faster. But right now, it looks like the bottleneck is the actual assembly bench, because I got all the frames backed up here. You know, then once we get that, I'll probably have to get another fabricator for the frames, and then once we get that, we'll probably need another smelter to provide the ingots. You get the idea. Typical automation things. All right. And how are we doing on those, by the way? We've already got a bit over 10% of them done with no escalation yet at all. I am slowly getting ahead on the metal ingots. We only have like 5 workers on the ship, but with what we got going on here, that's kind of all we need to operate the ship. Throwing more workers at it wouldn't really help much. Yes, that represents another 20,000. And at 60,000, we get the assembly table. Or I'm wrong. It's fine. Let's keep working on it. Yes, we're halfway to getting our next assembly table. It does actually look like the frames are just about keeping pace. So it does imply we'll have a scaling issue that once we get the second assembly table, we'll outrun the frames, which, I mean, I'm expecting that. I'll probably also need more solar panels along the way. The other thing I could do with a second assembly table... It's cool, you didn't know you could automate all that? Oh yeah, no, you can do conveyors and all that kind of stuff. There's still certain steps, like you see the guy has to stand here and actually work the assembly table. There's still some of it you can't fully automate, but you can automate a lot of stuff where you kind of just pull up, the mining stuff all happens, you just have your people just kind of picking up the occasional box, like move it into storage, or for like the 1 or 2 benches they have to actually stand at, you can do that kind of thing. The other thing we can do is we can research all of the different stuff here to make that all work. Oh yeah, I forgot. We're going to upgrade our mining laser. That'll increase our yield by itself. That's the research we're doing right now. We'll go ahead and speed up time since things seem to be stabilized. And we'll just let that run. Sooner or later, our oxygen is going to get out of whack. Well, actually, probably not, because we're ordering oxygen to replenish. Same with the fuel. That periodically we're ordering more fuel. Yeah, you're running at almost maximum load on the reactor. We're going to have to tone that down. Okay. We got more money. There is fuel for sale in system, and we do have it set to buy when it's below a certain amount. Oh, right, it's not buying it because it's got the 5,000 fuel in the container. So we will probably acquire... Yeah, we just bought the 1 container of fuel, just then. Alright. Okay, we're about 20% done, and that's without the escalation here. And I don't want to set up the automation here yet until I move it out here, just because we'll have to set up the automation, immediately peel it back down and redo it. But it's going to be tricky because it's going to require me to like uninstall the docking port, expand this out, reinstall the docking port, all that stuff. Okay, so we got ourselves the new assembly table coming in. Let's do that now. Okay, and you are also making... Yeah, because you need copper ingots to do that, and precious metals. For right now, we'll get the second Stargate frames going. And then, like I said, most likely, I'm going to need a second fabricator and a second smelter. That's my guess. I'm also going to end up needing more solar panels, which will probably be my next purchase. Because it looks like we're running it where it's holding up, but we are definitely dipping where we're overwhelming the power grid just a little. And that is going to make us less efficient on our fuel. Let's go see what they've got for solar panels right now. We bought them all. Never mind, I'm not going to buy any solar panels. Alright, so with that, we're going to go to industry. And I'm going to go to the fabricator. So fabricator is going to be 40,000. We'll get a second one of those going. I'm kind of hoping before that happens, I get enough to turn that contract in. Meanwhile, we got our contracts here. They're still just transport people. If I get to the point I'm far enough ahead on the ore, we'll just jump into a contract while all this is going on. Okay, so a quick 20,000. All right. And we also had a solar panel show up that I'd like to purchase. Let me just do it now, actually. Because every solar panel will tone down our use on the rate or on the reactor a little bit. which will stabilize our power and reduce our fuel consumption. I think I'll aim for the solar panels to go 4 wide. It's like 4 wide this way, and then we can just move it forward. I expect it's going to be a pretty big bank of solar panels over time. We get the fabricator on the list again, because the next sale of the parts should do it. Alright, so we're going to give the... the smelter just a chance to catch up to get this contract out of the way, because that'll be a little bump in money. So once I turn that thing on, we're definitely going to outrun the iron smelting. And once we do that, I think the next move would be to expand the ship to make it so they're not just wedged in a back corner where people have to run back and forth with it all. As far as the mining goes, right now the mining lasers are winning. Sorry, the drones are keeping up. I do suspect once we get this research done where the mining, it does 2 pieces of ore per mining thing, I do suspect at that point he'll need to acquire some more drones. Well, actually, not even acquire the drones, he'll just need to put the drones out there. Here are 14 stacks of ingots. How much does our smelter cost? 20,000. Well, worst case, we get the second smelter built while we wait for all that. And that should help the ingots catch up even more. I also think in this case, I'm going to turn off symmetry. We're not going to go for a fully symmetrical ship. I'll expand as I need. Alright, so with that, we can get our second smelter. Because once we get this order in, I'm going to need copper. And that's when we're going to be on multiple materials. And that'll be a whole thing. Okay, so we've got that going. So that should help our metal ingots get ahead. I also wonder, you can get, with the logistics, you can get, there's, where is it? The storage crates? And so that looks like it's a high capacity thing. And just like that, sanity gave way to chaos. Symmetry was gone. Yeah, but I'm known for a lot of my games deliberately making my things asymmetrical. I do like to make asymmetrical bases and all that in a lot of games I play. Yeah, no, the storage crates definitely seem like the answer to go over and, like, have the rails go over. They would feed into, like, this one filters, okay, grab the iron ore, put it on this one, storage crate, put it in the smelter, you know, go down copper. That way you can just let it buffer for a long time. Alright. I'm gonna turn that in. Okay, now I can turn that on to making frames as well. That did not actually pay that much. It was like 2,000 bucks. But it was one where I could just sit there and manufacture and not have to put myself in any danger, but it's fine. It gets me rank, which gets me access to more stuff. Energy, do you got more solar panels yet? You do not. So that'll be one of the next investments. Is all that. So that should really speed up our rate of making these frames. Yeah, because we're almost at half now. And then after that, we'll have to get the copper and all that. The research is about to finish, which would massively increase the rate we're getting the ore. Which we did also massively increase the rate we're using the ore. That hopefully keeps up. So if we expand this... So for the expansion... Probably plan for it to be something like that to begin with. So about 130,000. Because then I could put a bunch of drone ports up there and I got enough room for like conveyor belts and all that. Oops, sorry about that. Alright, chat, bear with me. I had tossed some food in the oven and all that stuff. I'm just going to run downstairs, grab it out of the oven and all that stuff. I'll be back in a couple minutes. And thank you again so much for that. I do apologize for like the double break thing. You know, only half hour in between. It's just the timing of these things. So I'll be right back, and then we won't need to have a long break for a while. And thank you again for tuning in, and we'll be back in a minute. Okay, sorry about that. Now, I've already got my food up here and all that, so I shouldn't need to take another break for a while, so... My apologies, just weird timing things. The time that Tim gets home and I have to figure out dinner and all that does make things a little awkward right around this time. But anyways, thank you for the welcome back. Alright, so we got some more money coming in. We did figure out the next major expansion is going to be pretty pricey. Let's check out the set, playing some Dragon Quest 9. So if you're looking for Dragon Quest 9, you can find that over there. Let's see here. So next research. So we could potentially... Let's go with that, because by going with the ore thing first, that's a very easy way of scaling that doesn't cost me anything extra. And having it not cost me anything extra means I can already have my mining lasers maxed out, so I don't have to build a bunch of extra of those that I don't end up needing. Which can be good, because it is just a thing that those mining lasers are very, very power hungry. So I don't want to use more of them than I really need until we're scaled up a lot. We should be getting relatively close to finishing Phase 2 of the gate, and like I said, that's where things are going to get more complicated. Because that's when I'm going to need to, have both iron and copper. Maybe even precision metal going. That's also the point I could deliberately manufacture the solar panel. I'm going to mute my mic so you don't have to listen to this, like, pop for trying to put this on. I just noticed it's a particularly unpleasant sound when over a mic. Okay. So how are we doing? I'm a liar. It's at 114. But those things are going nice and smoothly, nice and quick. We're getting good money here. Won't be too much longer till we'll be ready to, It won't be too much longer till we'll be ready to do the first part of the expansion and to start moving everything up. You lost your golden sun save in your last tablet? No, that's no fun. I'm sorry to hear that. That's never fun when you, like, lose a save you put some effort into. I also feel like, as putting a gap on that, I don't think I want a gap on it. Let's hug it up against those solar panels. So I changed the price to 152,000. That's fine. Yes, it's surprising we're still keeping up with the upgraded. It did go from only running like 2 or 3 drones to running like 6, which makes sense. It's also a thing that we're watching this get filled up really quickly now. So I'm going to add another surplus storage over there. Oh, so let's see here. I have another thing to add on to the list for sales. Let's go look at sell. Let's find seeds. And so let's say sell if it is above 5. I'm a liar. Sell if above 4. So basically, anytime the seeds exceed my storage here, get it out of here. I don't want that choking up our storage in here. I'm also going to have a dedicated storage here for our mission objective, just so it can't clog up that way. So that'll be the Stargate pieces will go there. Because as you can see, we are now mining much faster than I can process the ore. We're also losing our fight on the power. This thing's just staying maxed out the whole time. Which is a good thing because it means, like, it means I've increased my production to such a point that we are pushing it. But we'll get there. Okay, so it's struggling, not as much, but it is struggling. And hey, Cliche, how's it going? We're working on expanding this thing to get our gate being produced. Yeah, so we're about not quite 75% done with this phase. Alright, so the next time we sell the Stargate frames, that should get us enough to pay for the expansion. At which point then we'll have to rearrange some things. But then the idea will be I'll have the drones leaving from up here. We'll put like conveyor belts to feed the drones in automatically so my people don't need to feed the drones in. And we'll have a whole thing where like the drones are gonna take off the line. We'll have this whole like loop area that if it's a drone, it gets put onto the conveyor belt to feed back into the drones. If it's ore, we'll take it off the side, put into a box that then gets put into a smelter, that kind of thing. Hey, Nick, how's it going? So we're gonna be scaling all that up. That'll be a whole thing. We'll actually have that where we'll give like our first little window of solar panels, and then all this will ultimately get moved around. Okay, so it is expansion time. So let's go here and go to editor, confirm, floors, hollow it out, confirm, and now we're going to want to go to dismantle that. Please dismantle it. Okay, now reinstall it up here. Now go storage. Logic drones are going to go one space away. That's the drone storage now. We're going to get rid of this storage. And then you just all became generic storage here in the middle for the time being. As we start rerouting stuff. Okay, so now we're going to start working little by little to get automation turned on. So the first step of that is I am going to want to go to logistics. Grab a short robot arm. I wonder if I could feed the robots into this. And so instead of having to go around the track of the conveyor belt, I could just pull them in and out of this thing. I wonder if we can do that. Let's try. Well, no, we could use a track. So what we'll do is we'll go short robot arm. Put that here. Track. It'll take a little while to set this up. Alright, we have more, so logistics. Short robot arm. And more track. Install a short robot arm here. But you get the idea here is we're going to try and get it so that this will feed the robots in. This will pull the other stuff off. Now, right now, it's not set up quite right. You wait 3 months for a doctor's appointment, and all you got was a referral to another doctor, where you now have to wait 4 months? Yep. That's not fun. You're like, can I just take care of my health, please? I'm trying to do the right thing. Can we just, like, give me the capacity to do the right thing for myself, please? And the referral is valid for 1 month to get it for free. Now, obviously, we need to get our manufacturing up here so they don't have to run around too much as well. That's going to take time. So for the time being, what I might even do here is energy. Buy if below 1. Logistics. Buy if below 5. Buy if below 1. Actually, don't do it that way. It's fine. They probably just bought one, but I know I'll need it, so I'm not super worried about it. But the hope here is that we'll periodically have them be like, up, solar panel. More power. Are you going to make a conveyor belt loop for the drones? Well, it shouldn't need to loop. It'll just go like this. And then the plan is we'll have this side loop with the intent of having a filter arm that grabs any drones off this side that get brought in and chuck them to the other side. But this one should just be able to go like that. And that'll be the entire thing, and this will be the whole buffer. However many drones I have here. But first I need to make it so this can loop. And then have, again, like, filter arm there. Maybe my next purchase is getting the actual smart arm. Which is 10,000. Because it could even be what I do in the temporary, is I could get the smart arm to pull the drones off here, and then just smart arms to go and, like, in the large containers, just be like copper, iron, precious. You get the idea. I want to get those around and past the solar panels, though, ideally. So when I set that up, I could just have it feed them directly into, like, maybe a pair of smelters each or whatever. Or actually, probably not even that. I could have the box there and, like, a little conveyor belt with a smelter right above it. Or below it or whatever. And we're getting pretty good progress. We're selling the frames. And we're getting plenty of extra iron. Just make the drone loop a crate doesn't make sense. Yeah, well, that was the thing, is I was debating doing the crate, where I could put it into the crate and take it back out. I do think it should be a large crate. The small crate would be fine as well. I probably can do that. I mentioned experimenting with it. But I do want to make it the big crate, though. Because of the big crate, then I could put, you know, what would it be? 4 times 9, like 36 in there? Versus the other one was only like 12. Or no, it was 16. Which is probably enough. But probably also one of those things that's like, okay, I should get a little bit more. Yeah, we could do that, because then what I could do is I could dismantle these and put them on this side. And then that could become a crate. And they'll probably just put like 1 or 2 storage things. Small is 36, big is 70. Weird. Because, like, the drones take 1 per tile. And according to the crate in here, the crate can store... storage crate stores a single type of resource, but at 4 times the usual amount per square. So that would imply 4 is square. I would get 1 normally. On this one, I'd get 4. So that's 4 squares times 4 should be 16. And then this would be 9 squares times 4 should be 36. Now, it could just be that their descriptor is straight up wrong. That wouldn't be the first. But that would seem like a weirdly large amount. So storage crate. Oh, I already got one. You had drones in the middle of your ship making a little hole in the ship. You put drone center thingies facing inwards on the walls. Yeah, no, they actually don't necessarily need to be on the outside. We can put the storage crate here. And then meanwhile... we'll start moving that over. I'll be curious how that works with the drones right in there. Just shove them aside. I think those drones just stopped existing. No, it says 70. Weird. That descriptor they have is very, very misleading. And I am pretty sure it basically made those drones stop existing. So just replace the 3 drones I accidentally destroyed. Meanwhile, let's look at the track. Oh, we exhausted the ore on that one. Okay, well, let's take a quick look here. If we were going to move around, because the telium ore is still there. See, we can't find metal and copper. Or precious metal and copper. That'll work. Because I already know I'm going to need that for the next part. Got a nice surplus of ingots and all that already. How do you edit the shit? That's key. You're missing down here on the bottom. It says editor. You push that, and then you can edit it. The big thing you have to worry about is you have to be on a system that says shipyard. If it doesn't say shipyard, you can't actually change your ship there. But yeah, so you just have the editor next down to where you have construction, and then you can start like building hull and, you know, hollowing it out and adding scaffolding or whatever it is you're trying to do. Alright, so let's go and purchase a smart arm. Like I said, we're going to set that to grab drones. Okay, meanwhile, let's look at our mining lasers. Let's get one of them on the copper, the other on the precious. And you're going to grab logistic drones. You know those aren't actually hitting the crate? Oh! I greatly dislike the precision of a lot of these things. So you're going to dump out the drones. Yeah, no, it's a tile off from where I want it. I need them to move the drones away for a minute. We'll move the crate up, and that should solve the problem. Yeah, that's the thing. It's supposed to be 4 times the stack. I think it's like whatever the normal stack is. I honestly think it's probably a set number. It's probably better off that they just, instead of describing it, you know, based on stack size, it just said, it holds 30, it holds 40, or like whatever. It seems like one of those things that probably got configured at one point, and then no one circled back after they like made a change in strategy on it. And so now it's just wrong. It feels like one of those kind of situations. Oh, I see what's happening here. So storage, logic drones, put them over here. Do not put them there for right now. I want to get those moved, because the last time it seemed like they disappeared. Might have just shoved them up and I couldn't see them because they were behind the crate. Let's see, it's 36 for a small crate and 70 for a large. Yeah, no, it's the way they describe it is it says storage crate stores a single type of resource at but 4 times the usual amount per tile. Size 4 times 3. Ah, that's what I also missed, is that's 4 times 3 versus 3 times 3. So 4 times 3 would be 12. And then you would still have 1 drone per tile normally. So if it's 12 times 4 would be 48 for the first. It doesn't make sense regardless of how you do it. And like I said, I think they were considering stuff like the ore down here and that kind of thing, and the drones just have like a weird situation. You walked a long way wrong. Would you move that one drone, please? I'm just going to assume they'll get it right, and if we lose the drone, that's whatever. Yeah, because the small crate looked like it was 2x2, so I just assumed the larger crate was 3x3, and that's on me. Yeah, Toon was just saying she was running late. Alright, so with that, we get rid of the storage zone. It's gone. Load this up, and that should start putting that into good shape. And we're getting copper and all that good stuff. But I definitely need more conveyor stuff going on here. We're definitely also going to need to make it so where I can manufacture track. That's a realistic way we get this automation set up well. Okay, so all the drones are in there, so hopefully this shouldn't be an issue. So unless the stack size is 1, a storage crate is preferable? Or does it give 70 use for XOR? I think the storage crate is designed to just be better all around. It's more when you're trying to guess how much it stores. It seems like its descriptor is not accurate for all items. It's still better. It's just... it's more better than necessarily would be implied. Like, the better you're expecting versus the better you got. Alright, so we're loading up a bunch of copper and precious. Where would we find more metallic? Actually, not a whole lot of metallic here. Yeah, some metallic down there. Now, how are we doing on our objective? 14 more, and then that objective will be done. We're already grabbing the additional stuff there. So I mentioned before, I kind of want to make this go around this way. To have, like, we would bring the conveyor belt over here, drop it off, there'd be crates here to load it in. I'm intending the ship to be pretty gargantuan. You know, and then the track would loop back to just loop through. That way, if it misses it, it just keeps looping until we clean off the stuff. The thing we'll plan to have one more row of solar panels here, potentially. Or maybe we just stick with the 9. I stick with the 9 here. This will all get, like, moved around later. So then we can put, like, another row of 9 here. Yeah, so for the next expansion, I'd probably come around this way. Let's say we'll go out that far. And then we'll go here. So that'd be another 150,000 for the time being. Which I don't, or 15, or 150,000, yeah, that's right. It'll be 150,000. Did we get any new missions yet? No. They want me to manufacture oxygen. That's all they're interested in. $11 more. You're going to bump up the copper more. And pretty soon I'll have to switch back over to metallic ore. We're getting pretty close to our research getting us even more ore faster. Okay, we got some more track. Now I gotta actually make my decision on the solar panel, how I want to actually deal with it. I think I'll plan for this be like another grid of 9 here. So with that, plan to have that there. So here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Will be 3 in. So 1, 2, 3, the 4th tile in, we go like this. Then you come across like that. We'll fill that in just because. It doesn't really matter. Alright, well, that's going to be 52,000. You feel like this could be benefit from 3D isometric view, with perhaps multiple floors. Still cool, though. I find a lot of these games, the moment you add floors, it's detrimental to the game, because your awareness of what's going on is horrifically impacted, and it can just be a rough thing to deal with. I'm not saying it's necessarily bad, I've not seen very many games where you have, like, the widespread flat situation where multiple floors work. It's different when you're talking, like, Satisfactory or something where you're down in it. That could be a lot more, because you're already going to be dealing with things obscuring your vision anyways. And you can navigate it and follow things around easier. But yeah. But, one exception I have seen, and I'm blanking on the name of it, there are a couple of, like, survival colony builders that you have like an above and a below ground kind of mechanic. And those ones do pretty well, because usually what a lot of them will do is they'll have like, this is the elevator spot, so you can't just punch up and down anywhere. So you have to like, you have your whole sprawling thing above ground, you go to a spot here, and then you have your stuff go down, and then it sprawls there, which makes it a little bit easier. But if it was something like this where it's just like a whole big ship, and then you have like the giant separate, like a second floor of the same thing, and they can poke up and down everywhere, it's not that it can't work, but it's it can get pretty nasty to navigate after a while. Alright, so we are officially getting too low on iron for my taste. So let's go ahead and pop over here. Or metal. I keep calling it iron. It's literally just called metal. Metallic. Or whatever. And you only need 2 more frames. And once you have the 2 more frames, that objective's done. And that's when we're going to get the more complicated one where we have copper and iron to deal with. Which shouldn't be too hard. I'll just have to flip one of these from making iron ingots to copper ingots, and then change the assembler what their output is. Okay, they did switch over. Yep, and so I have enough of them made now. So we're going to go ahead and tell you to stop producing these. We're going to flip one of you over to copper. We're going to unset the other one. Because I've already got the frames made, they just got to wait for the pickup. And then we'll have our next objective for the Stargate going on. And our power is very stable right now, but it is a thing I will need to expand. And I do have them basically buying up any solar panels that are made available in the system as they're made available, because we're just going to need that. Stargate process phase 2 completed. Alright. I just realized I have to research phase 3. So we're going to finish the research we're working on. And what we could do for the moment is we can let this all tone down. Go ahead and shut down you as well. We'll let these sit there and continue processing their ingots. But let's go get ourselves some quick cash. So I can deliver the passengers for 72,000. And then we'll go and get those moved over. Do that while we wait on our research, because I missed the fact that I need to have the research going. But I figure we're already like 70-80% done with it. Let's just get it done. Alright, no other contracts to deal with. So we'll go ahead and sector system. Transport the people up here. Just waiting for the drones to get on board. Yeah, so we got to get all that sorted. Another thing that this will help is as we're jumping between systems and they're buying the track and all that. I think I had the trade for the solar panels to just... Yeah, it only grabs 1 extra. Whereas the track, it will grab 5 extra each time. Okay. Alright, let's get out of here. With our perfectly aerodynamic ship. Okay, we can deliver that contract, get our money. We'll probably have the transport pod show up. Oh, it's also going to require me to have more cabins to do more of the better contracts. There's also an achievement for getting rank 10 in all of the different types of missions and all that, or the types of ratings, which the combat's the most dangerous one for pretty straightforward reasons.
Thank you, Elizabeth Regina, for subscribing for 16 months.
And thank you, Elizabeth, for the tier 1 sub. That's 16 months been sub to channel. I really do appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. And thank you so much for continuing that support. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and hoping you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Man, I'm like stammering on my words. All right, so grab that group. That'll be another 72,000. Because if we can get, you know, the next expansion here going, then it'll be the same thing where I can go and start putting the crates on here for like the different ore types. We'll get the smelters moved over, be able to use the smart arms and all that. The big struggle here is going to be the tracks. Okay. So I've got you. We'll transport them down here. Get ourselves more money. Yeah, so at this point we're at Industry 5, Humanitarian 2, and Trade 3. Combat, we're going to be at nothing. We literally don't have a weapon on our ship yet. We will have to do that, and I do intend to do that. But right now I'm just trying to get the Stargate up and running. And then we can expand combat capabilities when we're ready. Okay, we can have you mine for ore. Mine for ore. And I'll take us back to that first system. And I say that as I apparently already have enough ore to turn that in. I probably have enough for both of them. Okay, and we'll go here and say tracks. That's just going to take time. Alright, so we got you going to NG14, NG11, NG10, NG0, NG15. They're all going to different places. We're trying to do a quick cash in. And then we can hit the home station, just get that all opened up, get a bunch of the equipment online, get more of the automation set up. Because the thing is like, okay, we can start the next part. I'm like, no, I can't. I'm waiting on research. Because I did not do the research first. We're just going to get money as fast as we can. That way, when it's time for the next stage, we're just already good. Now, downside is I'm about to run out of iron so far as that. That's fine. What I'll probably do is we'll switch it over precision after that to just keep processing all our ore into ingots. I'm going to need those ingots, so it's neither here nor there. Okay, turn in that contract. Getting more of those done. So you want to take those people to NG0. And those people to NG0. Alright, so I'll take us back to the first system, and we can then use that to do the ship upgrades, because I'm about to fill up that. Yeah, you can see you can make some really fast cash if you're aiming for cash. Once you start getting some ranks, like, money in this game is not a challenge. It is one of my complaints about the game is I do feel like it could really benefit from some difficulty settings, so that you could turn around and be like, hey, make the economy a little bit harder. Like, maybe we have to fight a little bit. Because it very much is just like one of those things like, oh, I need money. Yeah, I'll just go over there and go get some money. Don't mind me. It does feel like it would benefit from having a little bit more strain put on the player. Yeah, because we go to the next area, I'm going to have more track than I can fit there. I want to make sure we're working on that as we're able. Okay.
Hi, husband.
Hi, wifey. How was your day?
It was good. How was your day? Are you?
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
I love you too.
Thank you for making dinner.
No problem. That is no mine, it's Tomb. Yep. Alright. So on to the next system. Get rid of all this stuff. Okay. So we can turn in those contracts. And then things I want to do is we need to find metallic ore again. And then we can work on the ship while it's mining metallic ore. There, that'll do. You can move there. And then while that's moving around, I will start with this. So that adds more space on here. We'll add the floors in here. I'll be waiting on the track. So what happens is the track will come around here. It'll loop down here. And so what I'm going to want here is for logistics. I'm going to want at least 3 of the smart robot arms. As I say, at least of the 3 of the storage containers, which I do not have yet. And needless to say, this is getting a little bit messy. But that's because we're kind of in process of switching our ship over. Also need a smelter for the precious metal, which is fine. And actually, now I think about it. Let's see. I don't have the research for the logistics stuff. I was going to say we could just start making our own track and all that, but we're not quite there yet. We can also go here to the solar panel. Okay, so this will come over here. We'll leave 1 tile here. And then from there, we can add the smart arm. So if we put it there, that should line up. We can actually go up here for the first one. So there'll be the first arm up there. We'll then want the storage crate. I can plunk it right here. I'll put 1 gap in between there. Smart arm there. It'd be a 1 gap there. So smart arm there. And then this side would be a short robot arm. At which point we'd probably have, you know, a track or the smelters or whatever over on this side. And go logistics here. Pick up 2 more short arms. Oh, that's right. Short arms. And we're good with all that. So then I can go here and say, alright, you're going to be, for the iron, you're going to be, oh, Nebuda? Or? I don't remember seeing that. Copper. But the game is early access. No, it's not. It's not an early access. I'm lying. The game went 1.0 recently. That was the big deal. Is that it actually did go to its 1.0 version. Okay, so we've got all that up there. I could expand the hull down here as well. Move the port down there. And start working on that. I definitely feel like this area I want to reconfigure, rearrange, whatever you want to go with. Get all our life support and all that kind of tucked into one area. Alright, one problem I am noticing that's going to be an immediate issue is, right now I have this set up so I can only really reach one port. We would want to be able to put a couple of these on here, so I'll have to adjust my setup there. Which that honestly could just be, well, no. I was going to say I could just have both the in and out on there, but I think they'll just jam. Yeah, so what probably needs to happen is this needs to be down here just a little bit. We just have a conveyor belt that feeds along here with the drones on it to pull the drones on. And we have the separate belt to dump those off. I can worry about that when we get there. Right now... be just dealing with this stuff. Okay. Yeah, so we're mining plenty because we got our next upgrade. Oh, I didn't start the next research. Okay, get the research going. Hopefully this is relatively fast. It was only, Yeah, this will unlock phase 3. And then that unlocks phases 4 and 5. Which is interesting because there's 10 phases. That research is only implying we're going up to 5. We'll see what happens from there. In the meantime, we are just kind of keeping an eye on logistics. Logistics. There we go. And hoping for the bigger containers. Alright, how do I want to rearrange the drone ports to make more sense? Because I definitely need to offload the stuff easy. So one thing it could be is I could, instead of where this is going to loop back on itself here, I could have them come over here and then this would be a loop here for all the ore and whatnot. And this would just go over here and then dump them on that belt. Meanwhile, I'd have the drone belt as just a return belt. Because then I can have the drone belt pull from there and the air belt just put it here. Let's go ahead and let's buy a second drone port. Just to start planning this out, because that is going to be a bottleneck. And then this would be the short robot arm. Now, downside is that's going to make my storage crate not viable. Because I can only pull from it for one. Because like I said, I think what I'm going to do, dismantle you. The thing I'm going to do is have, like, the drones go down this way and then loop back on itself. And then this goes over here, and that would be a separate loop. And now I'd free up this crate for being used down there. That's interesting. It's letting me scale that up. Yeah, and then I could have the loop here and would have a drone thing to pull it back off onto this track. Yeah, so what it could do here then, dismantle you. And then go over to this spot, put the smart arm there, because this is where the track loop will be. Oh, that's not where I actually want it. I need it to be up one more. Yeah, so that's that track. This will be this one. Okay, so we need lots of track. Okay, that's already emptied. That's good news. So dismantle you. And dismantle the short arm there. And then I will end up needing two of the regular arms. Oh, I wonder if that'll work. We'll see. It'll be good this... I think that'll be fine. I think they'll drop it on the port. If not, that'll be embarrassing, I guess. Yeah, so now we're just missing lots of track, which we've got queued up to purchase track as fast as it becomes available. But that'll just be a thing that happens. Meanwhile, we can go over here and have the short robot arm. There. Because in the cable, this track will just go over here. It'll do the loop. This will be the robot arm to go back out here. It'll hook everything up. In the meantime, while we're waiting for all that to go, here is the logistics drone area. Alright. We are researching that. For as much as they're bringing in, I'm not actually seeing that much iron ore get there. I guess they're just processing it fast enough. You're processing the copper, but the copper's all done, so we'll switch you over to the precious ore. Just to keep all that smelting going. Oh no, we're getting it. It's just all going in the box. Okay, so I think that'll be the next move here. Let's go ahead and dismantle these two. And we're going to purchase another smelter. And ultimately we'll end up having more storage on this area. And thank you, Blood Vixen for the 3 stream streak, and thank you, Flix, for the 25 stream streak. I do really appreciate that. Yeah, all that's fine. There's like no missions here for me. That's fine. We can go over here, smelter. So there's 1. There's 2. Do we actually buy the art smelter yet? Yeah, they just haven't unloaded the first one. Because I'll have it automatically load these up. And odds are later on I'll want to expand this to where I can have, like, one on the top half, one on the bottom half. These are 5 wide, so it should be enough with the space to get a little bit of room around there. And there's almost certainly going to be a time when I have too much going on and have to scale up and stuff has to get moved around and whatnot. Okay, and you will be Precious 4. And go cables. Alright, you do metallic. And then we'll probably go and... Man, there's like literally nothing there. We'll probably jump around to some other systems to get ourselves another influx of cash as we're continuing to expand this. We'll certainly want to get these moved over there as well. Get this cleaned up so we're not dropping all of our materials way down there. Right now it's fine, so this will be precious or being processed. That'll be probably one of the things to do is once we get that, we'll probably go for both of those next. I expect we'll need the gas collection stuff probably right away. Let's go ahead and grab that while we're sitting here. So gas collector refinery. And the chemical lab. I can't afford that. And let's grab 2 small storages. I'm not going to install those yet. I'm pretty confident we're going to end up needing those. So we can go ahead and grab them, have them all ready to rock and roll. Okay, and you're going to be for the copper. So those are now automatically feeding these as able. Why aren't you feeding? Oh, you're probably blocked because you have ingots in there. Because everyone's overwhelmed by the sheer capacity that these things are going right now. Alright, well there's no more contracts for me here. Let's go ahead and we're going to go and jump down to the Starship down here. The shipyard down there. One of the other things we'll probably want to install soon is some thrusters. Because until I have thrusters, I can't do rescue missions and stuff like that. And then they'll just be convenient for a lot of purposes. Okay. We're just waiting on all of our people to run back and forth, get all the drones collected. And all these are running. Ah, that's something we'll have to watch out for. We can fix that. I can have the belt come along here and have some filters to grab or back off. Just in case these well, I mean, they shouldn't get overwhelmed with what we're doing. It's fine. We'll get there. Needless to say, I'm doing perfectly good on the various ingots we're making. But we'll get automated to where they'll also produce that. Can robots only move things 180 degrees, or can they do 90? I've only seen them able to do it 180 from like one side to another. It didn't seem like there was a like the idea of, you know, being able to like go to the side. But that's not unusual. The vast majority of factory automation games, almost all of them take from one side of the thing to the other side. It's very rare you see another option that isn't, not counting conveyor belts. I'm talking like inserters, robot arms, that kind of nonsense. All right, next system. Okay, so contracts. We have a mining contract. We can grab that easy enough. And you want to go to N10, N10, and you want me to manufacture ingots, and you want me to manufacture ingots. All right, so we'll grab the manufacturing ones because those will probably happen regardless. And you both want to go to N10. All right, we can do that. So turn in the copper, turn in the ore, turn in the iron. We'll likely get some conveyor belts while we're here. Oh, right. The reason we haven't done that yet is we don't have the cash. That should resolve itself in a moment. All right, Basset, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in and all that good stuff. Actually, I don't need an arm there. I can literally just port it in. Let's go ahead and dismantle that arm. I forgot, the conveyor belts, I can just have it go in there, do the loop, and it'll feed directly in there. We don't have to worry about the bottleneck that is an arm. Small tank, solar panels, refinery, we'll worry about that later. Yep, looks right. Yep, we've done that a lot, where we've just grabbed extra ore and just had it on standby for whenever we need it. Like on the survival one, I was carrying around several thousand telium at all times just to like mash out the quest and just get the fast payout. Okay, well, meanwhile, while we're waiting for that, I will buy all of the track you've got. Continue to build that out. Okay, we provided some ingots. Your ship has 2,000 or 3,000 worth of ore. Forgot how to spell it. Yeah, the telium ore, or however it's spelled. Yep. Okay, and pretty soon we're going to have the research done for the next phase of the Stargate production. And this time we're going to go jump immediately to the third one, so it's all queued up and ready for when we need it. Do tribbles count as extra ore? Yes. Because they can be refined into crystals. Through fire. Of warping really far. Alright, so we're getting all this stuff sorted. Self-replicating ore. Yep. That's actually one of the things, like, part of me is like, okay, but how much is the triple crystals worth? Because if they were worth anything, you could abuse that so badly. So if they do have a value, I'm sure it's negligible. Or that there'd be some heavy limitation on it. Alright, so we've got you. You want me to deliver the passengers up there? That's fine. We're turning in our quests, and we're also using this as a means of buying track. Sadly, they only carry like 4 or 5 track at a time. This is going to take a couple of jumps to get ourselves the track to get this online. And meanwhile, everyone else is running around doing their work. Yeah, we already grabbed Oh, you want me to manufacture this as well? That's fine. I don't have any of the telium crystals. We want to get that. Before we actually jump out, do you have... So you've got the storage container, the smart arm, the short arm, and the smelter. Because then we'll install the stuff for the telium up here as well. I think that's, well, it's very abusable. Oh yeah, zero question about that. You would absolutely be able to abuse it. Cable, straight on through. And not that one, I don't have the goods yet. You want me to manufacture more. And get you ore. And I've got the ore here. You're making more copper ingots so I can turn you in. Okay, so you're going to be processing the telium. You'll be holding the telium. Yeah, the one catch is once you start processing the telium, you end up getting the telium ore quest and you have to like turn off the smelter or whatever. Or just burns it all up. There's some more track. And you're all good with all that. Okay. So in quest-wise, we completed all those. So you want to go to N15, N11, and N3. So grab the largest group. Queue up that while we're waiting on this research. We're probably two jumps away from the research being completed. Then we get back to production. In the meantime, we are continuing to just expand. The next expansion, so far as money-wise, is I'll probably expand this way. Just for the purposes of getting another line of crates for these to put the ingots into. And then with that, we'll probably just have on the other side of that some basic assembly, since it's going to move around a lot. So it probably will be one of those things that, like, we'll get one thing queued and go, okay, well, let's put down the thing to get, the coils and the ingots to the assembly table to automate that. We'll worry about that on that chart when we get there. So those will have to adjust per phase based on whatever materials I need. And I do partly want the track to be this long as a buffer. So it doesn't, have, like, the tiniest bit extra ore in there and then the whole thing just jams up. Alright. So passengers get off for a minute. I need you to all have more everything. Gonna grab those for when we expand. Alright. Accept you. And you. That works out because my Ship is just about ready for this research to get done. So get back to the belt system. Turn that in. Oh, I still need to get the thrusters. That's what figures. I can't put the thrusters in there because it's too close. So for right now, we're going to do that, but that's not going to be a long-term solution. That gives me a little bit of thrusters to do a little bit of maneuvering. We'll definitely want to change that. Alright, so one more stack of telium. And I'll take care of that. Alright. Okay, so we could turn in the passenger quest. We're going to go to the editor. Okay. Let's go into logistics. Let's see if we can get more of the large containers. And we'll want more short arms. And little by little, you can see our manufacturing floor is just getting bigger. Okay, so you are for the metal ingots. And you are for the copper ingots. There you go. And you are for the precious ingots. You get the idea here. In the meantime, I have 70, 0, 14, 19. All right, with that in mind, let's go find the copper. And we'll get that mining to start topping off the copper. We just finished that. We'll start the next Andromeda research. Okay, so with that, I would need the Stargate actuator, which is a Stargate frame and a Stargate motor. Or a frame and a motor. And then the motor is metal ingots and all that. So we got the motor. We got the frame. And then we can put Stargate actuators on these two. And that'll get us to start producing the next stage. We should definitely move that stuff up there. I should also dismantle you because you're not doing anything. Dismantle you because there's not really a point in having that down there. Let's go to their storage down here. Those don't need to exist anymore. You probably don't need to exist anymore. You can just be common storage for the time being. And actually, for that matter, let's just disassemble all this. Let's get it moved up here so it's convenient to all this stuff. And then once we finish the phase 3 research, I'm going to work on the automation and logistics research. Just start making it where I could just manufacture the track myself. Because then I could set aside a couple machines just for the express purpose of dealing with anything around that. Okay. So we're juggling our power harder than I'd like. Yeah, so you'd go here for the next one of those. Scaffolding over here. It's a little bit more power. But I really have got to get this stuff getting sorted out quicker. Okay. Yeah, so all that stuff's moving up. Okay, so we can go over here, install. I'll put the fabricators right now. Got the pair of them up there. And then the assembly benches. Actually, we can be really smart about this for at least the time being. Let's go install fabricator 1 and 2. One and 2. Then go assembly table 1 and 2. And go short arm here and here. Short arm there. And we'll want to get a second short arm. Or a fourth short arm, whichever. Because while I won't be able to like wire everything together, I don't have the track. Oh, you don't have another short arm. It's fine. Well, I don't have the track to get it all wired up. I can have it so the 2 fabricators, as we load them in, they automatically load into the tables. And that should help some. So you need to make Stargate actuators. I'm going to run you through. Okay. And the goal will be to like try and top these off as they get low. Alright, so one of these needs to be frames. We will add storage right next to this. So here's the frame storage. Here's the motor storage. And then we'll put the Stargate actuator storage down there. Now, I could definitely benefit from having more crew members moving stuff around just in general to speed things up. But I also am not super spent on that. Because like I said, the idea with all this is ultimately all this will be automated away. And we won't have to worry about too much. You are clearly spaced... Oh, this is 1 row lower than it should be. That's fine. I'll end up fixing that when I have to realign everything anyways. Once we get like the track over here, I'll bump it up the 1 tile it needs to be. Actually, I could probably fix some of that. So we could fix you, and you easy enough. And then you, I can just wait till there's nothing. Actually, we'll just queue it up. It's fine. Not be lazy, it's gonna get done. Yeah, I do think we expand our crew. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which means increasing our food needs, our water needs, and our air needs and all that. But right now, just running the things off to be loaded and unload from the ship is going to be a bottleneck. And I do not believe I can automate that part. So I can get all that sorted. Okay, so again, Stargate actuator. And we're just waiting for that to get installed, and once that's installed, we can get it all sorted out. And you are going to be motors? Yeah. We got motors, frames, the actuators, and then we just need the capacity to actually work on that. They are working on moving all the ingots and all that crap around. So I do feel like this storage... Let's change you to being the buildings. Because that'll put them all in the same place. So it's mission, stuff. Why am I blanking on that? I could have sworn there was a thing that's like base module or something like that. Yeah, because there's mission storage. I'll just make this like surplus mission storage then. That's fine. Okay. Alright, so with this, we can also go over here. So short robot arm. Get you hooked up. Now you can put the smelter there. And I don't have another storage. So there's your short robot arm. There's your short robot arm. There's the smart arm. You don't have a storage container yet. That's fine. Okay, and with these, you'd be configured to be metallic minerals. You'd be configured to be copper minerals. You're going to be precious ore. You're going to be helium ore. And then you would be for the drones. Okay. I would configure you for the telium. Alright, so we got all that hooked up. And our frames are in good shape. We're just waiting on more metal there, and I need people actually working these benches. And as far as I'm aware, there's no, like, priority system in the game. Like, it can't be like, hey, these tables are priority, focus on those. You can turn that contract in. So with that... you just leave that alone. So contracts here. And grab the one for producing goods. Since we're sitting here, I have plenty of iron ingots, so you can go ahead and process that. Trying to get our motors made. Oh, you need Stargate frames. I can reading comprehension. Okay. So we'll have you start making the Stargate frames. I'll have two things we need to do with this. So first, add a... yeah, so you need the Stargate frames. So we can actually make this all in line. So let's go ahead and dismantle you. dismantle you, get rid of you. We're going to rotate that all around. Dismantle you. And if I had track, I'd wire this all up to be fully automated. But what I can do then is put this assembly bench here, have it feed the Stargate frames into that, and then this would feed the frames into the Stargate frames thing. And how many of these do I need? 250. I also need Stargate resonant Stargate or stable isotopes. So that's going to be gas production. So we are going to need to get that going. And we check on our system map. So it looks like NG13 and NG15 are probably... These three are probably my nebula systems. And very genuinely, it might be just NGO and maybe NG9 are my only asteroid systems. Alright, so install. You are going to be an assembly table. And you are going to be a fabricator. I'm going to put a short arm from here to there. And then we get that. That'll be the Stargate frame, and that'll be like just your regular frame. Okay, so you make frames, and you make Stargate frames. Alright, so that'll start production of what we've got there. Obviously, we want to have a higher level of production than I'm currently using there. Without the track, I won't be there quite yet. We are also stressing out the ability for this to do its work. So I do think it's time we start expanding onto our parts of the ship to get stuff done. Because right now, this room is just storage. So this room can be moved anywhere. What I think I want to do is let's move all of our oxygen production back here. As I'm noticing, we are losing the fight on the carbon dioxide side, which I do not like. It's just all getting there. Okay, so let's start this by uninstalling you. I will need another... Because what my thought is, I'm going to clear this out, knock this whole area out, and make this into just a big solar panel strip there. Maybe I'll leave the little hallway. We'll see how things line up. If possible, I'll leave the little hallway just for moving around the ship, but basically make two giant solar panel banks. Okay, so it looks like you've already knocked out all the ore immediately around here. So once they're done collecting, we can worry about the next thing. Alright, so install the CO2 scrubber. Did I already grab another atmospheric thing? No. We'll go over here. Because I need another thing for processing the air. Okay, and then we can go ahead and let's move up the size of those containers. They've been working well so far, but we're going to want to expand that. So you go here and connect. You'll go here, and I'll figure out where the oxygen thing is going. There's that cable. Get rid of these spare cables. Alright. So we gotta wait for that to process. We can go ahead and get rid of the loader-unloader. But I'm just gonna let this sit here and do its magic. And then meanwhile, all the future CO2 is gonna be pulled into this and cleaned down here. And then, like, once that's done, we'll move that over. Well, actually, I don't want to wait for it. Okay, so new plan. Let's go get a loader. This is going to be utterly cursed. Because I'm going to go ahead and put a loader. I'm going to put it here. And go down here. I'm going to put a loader down here. Actually, I've already changed my mind now. We're going to put the loader here. Because we can put an oxygen loader up there. And that'll work. So once this has, like, more than no oxygen in it, the idea will be is I'll start pumping all the oxygen out of this container and moving it over into this one. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say load pipes. You load CO2. We're going to say unload pipes. So I'm now unloading the CO2 from there. And go over here, yank you out. I could go ahead and install you down here. That's not the right direction. That'll let us process the CO2 faster. Yeah, so what should happen is it should drain that tank till that container's full. They grab the container, they run it over here, they fill that one up. That's at least what I'm expecting on paper. And then once we start getting a little bit of oxygen in here, we'll move the air duct over here. We'll tell that to unload all the oxygen from there. And then we'll start loading it up over here. That should help. You have already collected everything you can from there. So the next one would be grabbing the precious metal while we're waiting. So we might as well do that while we're waiting here. Because like I said, I wanna yank this whole area out. Start putting the solar panels here. Because we're starting to hit the edge of what we can handle power-wise. In the meanwhile, we are getting the Stargate actuators. That also reminds me, I need to go down here to our auto trade. Do not get rid of Stargate frames. However, if you feel like it, by that I mean do it anyways, the Stargate actuators we want to be selling. Stargate frame, Stargate actuators, where are you hiding? Because that'll start progressing that objective. But as you can see, the battery's getting proper dicey. Okay, so what we can also do in the meantime is I want to get this stuff out of here. This is as easy as just moving stuff. So go ahead and say storage, oxygen. Actually, the oxygen. We'll tell the oxygen to be stored down there. Don't store it here anymore. Food. There you go. Water. There you go. Get this out of here. Right. Food will give it more storage. But then water, it's the same deal. Okay, so you can put that back there. This is going to break a bunch of things. We are going to dismantle this. Because then I'm going to move it back here. And while we're at it, let's go ahead and get a couple extra batteries. Let's see. I can't remember. Were you not? Do you not know how to make angled hulls? I do. It's just a bunch of effort that I'm not worried about right now. But yeah, I know how to make angled hulls. You just hit R when you when you go to build. You just go here, and where it sets the square right now. If I hit R, it'll start changing it. But right now, I'm just making it squared off because I'm just looking for space. Not really worried about the cosmetic side of things right now. Alright, so that'll give us more battery capacity. That's also yoinking everything from here. We can also go up here to the storage. Get rid of that storage there. And we're going to go ahead and get some spacesuit storage. For the time being, I'm going to put along this wall. And I'll get out of there. And then what we can do is we will yoink that mining laser. Actually, we can yoink both mining lasers. And for right now, I could probably just move them off to the side of the ship here. So that's, you know, the drone ports, the thrusters, the mining lasers all on one side. And then we can adjust all that. And all this is trying to get this stuff out of the way. So I can rearrange the hull to make more room for solar panels. Okay, so I feel pretty decent that we can yank that. And you're now set to unload the oxygen. Hey, Bob, how's it going? On your 30 stream streak, I really do appreciate that. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Alright, and I am back. Okay, let's get back to it. So we're moving our stuff around and all that, which will be good. So let's go ahead and we now have the things air duct. That's the one. The air duct, we can plunk that there. I'll just need to wire that into power. And that'll mean my entire air production on this side is set up. We have our mining lasers. I'm gonna... This probably won't be able to reach anything quite yet, but that's okay. I'm gonna deliberately not wire that up for a minute. That's not true. I'm gonna wire it up immediately. Okay, so we got those going in. We have the small tanks. We'll probably stop using a lot of those small tanks. I did get a couple more units of track. So slowly but surely our track is getting to the point where this will start getting properly automated. So we've got our solar panels. We've got the loader, which I got rid of. Yeah, so you're still emptying the CO2. That's unloading the oxygen. Yeah, so I just gotta... Actually, are you wired up? Is that what's going on here? That's what's going on. So get rid of that. Get rid of this. All the cables won't matter here in a moment. Because you want to move that oxygen over here to put in the large container. Right, I don't have a big storage case for that. Did they get a new one in stock by chance? Probably not. Nope. That's fine. Okay, so we've got all that set up. We're making our Stargate actuators, so we're making good progress on all that stuff. These are all getting full, which is certainly its own issue. We've got all that. So I should be able to go in here and do some stuff. Kind of, well, we'll start down here. So my expectation... Oh, I wish I could see where the actual hallway is. Okay, so there's the hallway. So what I'll probably want to do is set you to erase. We want to get rid of all of this hall for right now. I want to add hall here. And that should open a bunch of space. But I also want to add scaffolding there. We'll worry about that. So that's 9,000. And that's complaining about the door, that the door isn't valid anymore. I'm a little scared of what might happen here. So let's plug these two spots up for 2 seconds. Grab the scaffolding. Slam that all the way up here. And then confirm that for a moment. And then we can go here. Cables. Bring that up. Move that down. Bring that up for a moment. And move it across. And then go open this up. Okay, so let's go ahead and dismantle you. Get all that sorted. In the meantime, we can go ahead and start grabbing solar panels. Just work on all that. Okay, we can go ahead and again remove those segments of wall. So needless to say, this isn't going to line up perfectly, but the plan is I'm going to keep building the solar panels this way. Alright. So of our ores, helium is the ore we're the lowest on now. So let's go ahead and grab the navigation here. So there's that over there. So I can go like right here. And that should have it lined up where we can get the helium producing again. I need to check to see what contracts we have. Yeah, I get a bunch of stuff I can't actually produce right now. Alright, so we got all that going. So big thing I'm trying to watch is just our various materials here. That we do have the ore stored in boxes and all that kind of stuff. Going to go here. Kill the throttle, maneuvering jets. Rotate it just to keep aligned. Alright, and here's another solar panel. To try and mitigate stuff. Are you emptied yet? Yeah, so you're emptied now, so you can go up here, dismantle you. And then we'll repeat this process here. Yeah, so I think I'm going to have like an extra tile or two, and all I'm going to do is just widen that hallway just a smidge more. And it'll just be a way to get to this part of the ship. Alright. Because then we can go and start having our gas production down here. Alright, so once they get that out of there, we'll yoink all this. Grab those doors. We'll yoink all this. And again, make this just one big solar area here to try and supplement our power. Just because if I start building lots and lots and lots of reactors, I gotta do lots and lots and lots of fuel production. We'll probably end up doing that anyways, but at least in the interim, this is fine. Alright. So for right now, you turn off the telium smelter. So we stop turning that into crystals, just in case we get more mining contracts and all that. Alright, so that's mostly out of there. I am waiting for them to... Yeah, so that's all out of there. So you can go here, editor, erase hull. So we go like this, confirm, scaffolding, draw that in. Now you can go power cables. Alright, so we've got room for growing this. While we're here, I'm going to go ahead and just... expand that. To basically give me the room to work, make that hallway functional. We do actually have another door. We have a couple doors. We'll go ahead and put the other door there. I do think I'm going to want to start segmenting off areas later. But we can worry about that when we get there. For right now, do I have anything else exciting here? I do have another solar panel. Yeah, and that'll be how much we can get away with. So let's go here again. Not the right spot. So your power is here. So like run tile above the sun. Which of course immediately vanished. That's fine, it's here. Oh, no, don't do that. Okay. Alright. And so with that, I could go 1 tile wider on both sides here. So let's get that done real quick. Oh, 2 tiles, actually. Okay. With all that said, that gives me some room to do something in this little hallway. It could be like storage, it could be a bunch of different stuff, but that should be about right to get the solar panels up to there. Oh, you need the oxygen loader over here. Not there. Oxygen loader, that's fine, honestly. Pipe it in. We can load up the oxygen to get that all primed. Okay. So from here, we can go ahead and start doing this stuff. So we have the gas loader up there. We'll go ahead and put the small tank after the gas loader. We can then go over here to the refinery. A small tank after that, and then we would want a chemical lab. And then the other thing we can do, so let's get the chemical lab. That'd be one whole set of processes. And then we can put down in our small tank on the far side. Okay, so you would do the gas. So it'd be over here. Oh, it's not going to show me all that stuff till it's powered up. Alright. So once it's all powered up, we'll figure out what's what. And then with that, we'll be able to get all this configured. So with that set, that's the Stargate resin. So that's one of the things I need to be making. So you... Okay, and Stargate resin appears to be a physical good in this case. So we'll go storage down here. Stargate resin. And put a big spot there for it. And then that would leave the last thing I need being like the hyperspace whatever stuff. Now, unfortunately, this system is not one I'm going to get any of those materials. We're doing really good on the rest of this. So we don't have... So we can actually rescue someone now. We have a courier mission. Okay, so you are in 7, which is not a nebula system. You need to go to 14 and 10. Neither of which are nebula systems. We have a production contract for fuel, which I won't worry about. In that case, I'm just going to take whichever one pays the best. And I'm looking for a mission to take me to a nebula system. So we're getting all our oxygen primed. All right. Yeah, so we're getting everything moved around, but we do need to limit some stuff. So you're full, so let's turn this off for a minute. You're full, so we're going to turn that off for a minute. Okay. Because those running when those boxes are full isn't great. I do wish, maybe you can configure it. Can I? No. I was gonna say, maybe I'd be able to configure this to be like, hey, you're not allowed to go into this to take stuff out of it. I imagine there'd be a way to work around that where you could be like, hey, you know, restrict an area that people can't get into at all, and have all the manufacturing there, and then just have it drop off on the other end. That seems like a chore. Yeah, so we want to hit a nebula system so we can start making this material, because those are working on the stuff there. So the next thing we'd want to work on is industry, hyperspace scoop, grab one of those. And it'll want a small tank behind it. And a refinery and all that kind of junk. Oh, we're so close to beginning that process. And we can go here. Okay, so it's on the bottom part there. Yeah, so it's not going to function yet. There's the hyperspace scoop. You pipe it into this. Then go over here, and I will need a refinery. Cool. And after this, I will need another... We'll just keep using the small tanks right now. Obviously, all that stuff I'm going to want to change eventually. But that's fine. And then after that will be a chem lab, and I think that's 50,000. So I can't afford it right now. That's fine. Okay, the important thing is we got all that set up. Contracts. So we got contracts for getting the ore. That'll take us back to the system we've been mining in. Another contract for ore, contract for turning in metals. So we got a ton of contracts to do here. We turn in the first one here. Yeah, I definitely have enough for both of these. And we could turn you in, and you in, and you in. So we'll drop all that stuff off. You are going to make hyperspace isotopes. No, wait. Yeah, hyperspace isotopes become stable isotopes. That's right. Because that'll be the third material I need. And that's one that we have to actually jump around to get that material. So let's adjust our storage in here. So storage, a Stargate resin. You now go here, not there. And then we also need the stable isotopes. You go there. And I think about the stable isotopes, I'm pretty sure it comes out as a liquid or whatever. So we're going to want to install the loader here. And connect that. And it's heavily implied that the Stargate resin, while it's showing a container like that, I'm not seeing... I'm not seeing an output port on it. So you will unload stable isotopes. And with that, we have another chemical lab we can build. So when this is all said and done, you'll be able to get another small tank. And those aren't going to do anything yet, but later on we can have that make FTL fuel and all that kind of garbage. Alright. That should be all of those things wired up. We're about to finish researching the last of the manufacturer stuff. So with that, we can go ahead and deliver to the Stargate area. And once you're done installing that solar panel, you'll get back on board and we'll be good to go. Oh, you know what we also should have done? Logistics. Storage box. Okay. And that'll at least get all that stuff sorted. We're honestly doing pretty good and all that. And that's a container being installed, so let's get moving. We are owed 20,000 in trade. So you are going to be the processed telium crystals, whatever they're called. All right, let's get out of here. But needless to say, our ship is not an attractive thing yet. But yeah, so with this, we're getting hyperspace isotopes, which will get processed into the stable isotopes, which are what we're turning into stuff here. We don't really have a big need to mine right now, so I'm just going to kind of not do it. Okay, and we can also go here real quick and say, confirm the scaffolding. Oh, I just realized that's in a bad position. Symmetry and aerodynamics are just hype marketing for ships. Well, yeah, no, that's the thing. We're very much planning on this ship being able to manufacture all the things it needs on board. We are working on automating a lot of it. Like I said, after we finish this research, I think my next move is going to be going over here to the automation side of it and making it so I can manufacture my own track and everything. So even if it just has to be like another machine just sitting off to the side making track, we can start like making our track, making our solar panels, start doing all that stuff ourselves in-house while we're moving around. And all that. Yeah, so we're able to blast through what this thing was able to draw in pretty fast. So I think realistically, I'm going to need another one of the hyperspace things. And then we can go here, cables, pipes. So we'll expand that as able. There's a single unit of track. And right here is where we turn down. And then they'll start auto-sorting, and then we turn it around up here. And then we have the track come back. And once that's done, that should all be wired up where they don't have to manually unload and reload unless something gets blocked up. Which I'm sure will happen. Because it always happens. Alright, so we have a courier mission to 10 and 3. So 15 would be the only one that's a maybe there. And then 13 or 6 would be a good one. So rescue here. So that's 9. There are hostile forces, so we don't want to do that one because I am not yet armed. So plan to go up here. Basically, we're going to be jumping around. All right, so we got research done for the Andromeda Project Part 3, which gives me a bunch of stuff for phases 4 and 5. So now we're going to start researching automation, because that'll give us track and robot arms available. And like I said, just being able to manufacture our own track will save a lot of headache. Because then we can just sit there and keep installing the track until we're done, and we can turn off the machine and produce whatever else I need to automate more. Alright, and we got that. Let's prepare to jump. And meanwhile, to that end, we're 1/5 of the way done with the actuators. And we just started with the stable isotopes. And the Stargate resin, we don't have any. Let's see, you guys got here, you have no idea what any of that is doing. Yeah, so I mean, pretty much the idea of what we got here. So these are drone ports, and these are mining lasers, these yellow things. So when I have an asteroid over here, these mine. The little robots go outside, they grab the stuff, and they bring it back in. Then these arms will grab it off, put it on this track, and this track eventually is going to go in, go around here, and then come back around. And these arms are smart enough to grab whatever material. So like I've got metal, or I got metallic, copper, whatever. They'll grab whatever the relevant is thing, put it in its box. Otherwise, they'll just keep going in circles. This one will grab the drones that grab my materials, chuck it onto a conveyor belt that'll go over here to refeed these things in there. So that's going to be all that. Meanwhile, I got these two that are building stuff. Yeah, so I'm doing a little space factorial thing. You don't have to do that. That's the thing. This game has a lot of different systems into it. And you can choose to engage with as many or as few of them as you like. But one of those systems is the whole factory automation thing. There's solar panel. Meanwhile, we've got more quests. So you want me to produce that, mine ore, and then these two are going back to the system we just came from to get paid a whole bunch. So we have plenty of copper for that. We can turn in that quest. And get ourselves paid a bit more. Alright. You can even sit there and produce, like, I could be manufacturing the solar panels and then selling solar panels if I have a surplus. And that'd be nice to escalate that as well, but... You know, we've already processed all of this. A big part of this is going to be jumping around and just doing stuff. But I need to get to a system where I can start gas collecting. Did you just say Stargate resin? Yes. You know, you put a tap on a Stargate, and you pull resin out of it. It's like, you know, just process sap. Yeah, there's combat stuff. Like you can see there's hostiles in these two systems right now. I can get combat missions and all that. I generally have not been doing combat on this save yet. We are going more on the manufacturing side of it. The last time I played, we did a bit of combat. The combat in the game is totally fine. It's nothing to be like, oh my god, the combat's amazing or anything like that. It's fine. It's not bad. It's not amazing. It's fine. Alright, so we got that turned in. We're about to turn that in. We're about to turn this in. This is one of those games that money is pretty irrelevant. Like, early game, you have to, like, do a little bit of saving, but after early game, money just comes so easy. Are they alive? Well, of course. That goes without saying, right? Everyone knows the Stargate's just a beast of burden. To carry you and your wares across infinite distance. They just have an unconventional means of doing so. Yeah, so I'll need more of these if I'm gonna fill that up enough to get my stable isotopes faster. I also need more power, like storage. Okay, so deliver these 2 contracts. And while we're waiting on that, I am going to go ahead and buy more batteries to help us keep the power on while we're jumping. Oh yeah, we're getting the stable isotopes. I also just realized I'm not actually selling them. So let's go to sell, do this, and then just sell any stable isotopes we get. And then the other one we were looking for is we haven't gotten any of the resin because I haven't gone to a system that is a nebula system to pull in the gas to make the resin. But I missed how fast we were getting that material. We can also check here. We don't have new things to install quite yet. That's fine. They're doing fine. I'm just keeping an eye on these containers. So go ahead and turn back on the copper processing. Let that start smelting that again. We turn back on the metallic processing. Okay. So you want to go to 5, 3, and that's a hostile system. Alright, so I think I'm going to go out of my way to jump into NG-15. Wait, you're saying you're going to a nebula system to get gas to make resin? No. That's a separate thing. Oh, no, I take that back. No, you're correct. I am going to the gas one to do that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, my apologies. I misspoke. That is actually correct. We are going to a nebula to pull in gas to make resin. We're just going to not accept in our mission. We're going to go over to this next system here. And we're going to go ahead and try and get that all squared away. And how are we doing on our objectives here? So, for the stable isotopes... Wait, why have we not sold that yet? So, sell, stable isotopes. Oh, I didn't confirm it. That is important. That is a key aspect of that process. Yeah, so they should sell all those stable isotopes. And I only need 100. Will actually come relatively easy. And then we can go and change this over. And it'll probably make that into FTL charges. So that way I'm no longer having to buy FTL fuel as much. And we're selling all these things. But you can see how fast we're making money that I'm not really going out of my way for like cash claiming or anything like that. And we're already getting like almost $500,000 that my holdup is actually having the ability to buy stuff because they don't have it on the market for me to buy. Okay, so we sold all that. Alright, so we're in a nebula system, and we are gathering a lot of gas really fast. So that's good news. Meanwhile, when this gets over here, there's our next solar panel. Alright. So probably want to move all this water processing someplace else. That'll be a whole another journey to deal with. How are we doing in here? So we got 16, we got almost 20% of the isotopes handled. We're a bit over a fifth of the way with our Stargate actuators. The Stargate resin, that's why we're here. So one thing I might do to help out with this, let's grab 2 of the huge tanks. And for right now, I'm just going to plunk a huge tank here. I'm going to want to move that. We can plunk one there and one there. And the plan here is to give this as much of a capacity as possible so we can just kind of chill here, load this up. All right, so you want 4. I can take care of that. And then those 2 are going to want to go to that system. We're going to wait, though, because I'm trying to let this start filling up these tanks. And we're running our full processes out here. And we got more solar panel, or more track. And we're about to be able to manufacture our own track. Which would be good, because once I can do that, a lot of this is going to get easier. I'm assuming for the track... Okay, so the track is available. So robot arm speed, advanced track, track speed, deflector. Let's just start researching that stuff. Alright. So my assumption... Yeah, so track is there. Make sure I didn't cancel anything. Cool. Alright, so... Let's go on here and get another assembling table. With the intent on getting it to start producing track. And then once we can start producing track, I'll take off the list of things we're buying and just start manufacturing our own track. We'll go ahead and add a storage place up here for the track. Oh, no, wait, never mind. Track is a building thing. It's fine. They can just work on it. Okay, so we're going to have our next thing here, which is the resin. So we'll start selling that. And the question is, if I'm not in that correct system, will I still get the resin? Okay, so for the track, I just need frames. And we're already making frames. Okay, so let's go here to where we're buying track. And we're no longer buying track. Because I can make it myself now. And apparently we can actually make it pretty quick. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Pretty much as fast as they can move the stuff around is how fast they can make it. Have you tried Space Haven or Cosmeteer? How would you like to compare these to the others? They all seem specialized in different things. I would agree that they are specialized in different things. It's been a while since I played either of the other two you mentioned, but there's definitely one that was way more Space Rim World. The other one is a lot more. I think his Cosmeteer is a lot more about combat specifically. This one has kind of got the more broad breadth of just different things and not really focusing on any one thing for better or worse. But yeah, they definitely all have their own approach to all of it. Seeing that finally work is very satisfying. Alright, so we still just want to wait a minute to let this continue to build up supplies. Because whether I'm making the resin or whatever, shouldn't matter. Okay, so it does count the resin no matter where I sell it. So we're going to let that just process. And we'll do that up until one of these starts to get kind of low. And in the meantime, we can kind of just keep all the track building, get our automation moving farther. Alright, now I just got to bring the track up here, and then this part will automatically sift the ore. Then I got to bring the track back over here. And that should fully automate this whole segment. And then the actual production part of it, I still have to, work on manually, but that's fine. But yeah, between them, if people are like, which one's the best? I don't have a good answer for that. Like, this one has a lot of compelling stuff to it, but it's definitely got some shortcomings. When you accept a lot of quests, for example, it just takes over your screen, so the UI, it's like Prison Architect. Prison Architect has some really good stuff, and its UI is a hot mess at the best of times. But, like, it's still very fun, despite the fact that the UI is so rough. And I remember I did Space Haven, and Space Haven was enjoyable, but it also had its shortcomings. Not so much the UI aspect of it. I remember the last time I played it, they had a tutorial, but the tutorial was not super useful. And I want to say Cosmeteer, I want to say that one is mostly combat, which is fine. But, like, there is actually a lot of games out there that are just space combat games. Granted, Cosmeteer is kind of a unique experience, but it's definitely, if we're comparing the three, I would say Space Haven and The Last Starship are a little bit more of a unique experience than Cosmeteer is kind of taking an existing thing and being like, but what if you design the ship more granularly? Which there's actually a lot of games that do that too. Cosmeteer is definitely one of the better ones, but you get the idea. It doesn't lend itself to standing out that much. Or I shouldn't say, it doesn't lend itself to differentiating itself as much. So we're going to expand the habitat. What I'm also going to do is I'm just going to go like this, and I'm not going to be able to do that. I was like, I'm just going to blanket slam some armor onto it. Mostly just to delete money. I will say another one is, with this game, it is not a hard game. Like, very, very genuinely, I do think they need difficulty settings, just so I can, like, make the economy settings a bit rougher, that kind of stuff. The combat's fine. I don't think the combat needs to be adjusted difficulty much one way or the other. Because that's more like layout matters, not... Like, you could make the stats do things just to make it a little rougher. I don't think that'd be a fun or interesting experience, just like nerf your damage, increase theirs kind of thing. There's people who would enjoy it, so I don't think it'd be bad if they added it. But, like, the economy settings, making incredible amounts of money in this game is very easy. And very low effort. I do kind of wish there were settings to be like, alright, but let me just make the economy a little harder. And how are you doing? That's fine. Yeah, and we're just speeding up time, getting that track done. Basically, if this container fills up, we leave. If any of these run out, we leave. Once I fully get the automation around here, maybe we leave at that point. Because we're kind of just chilling here, because I need the materials for building the Stargate. And we got all 3 materials going. I will have to jump to get more of the isotopes, but that's kind of the easy one to just get passively just wandering around. Versus the other ones kind of take a little bit more to do. So we're just kind of focusing on that for the moment. But if I can get this automation set up real quick, this will be one thing that'll make my life way easier. Okay. Yeah, so I do see the fabricator making the frames is falling behind. That's okay. Because it is a thing that I imagine what I'll probably do is that other assembly table I've got there, that'll be the one that I just have it sitting there, and I'll just shift what it's working on as I need more stuff. Let's also go to auto trade. We're no longer just buying solar panels, because I can make those as well. That'll take a little bit more work to set up, but that's fine. Alright, so with that, I'll just keep cycling those around. As it's able to grab them off the belt. I'm going to tell it to dismantle those for just a second. And the reason I'm doing that is so that they pick up that ore. Alright. And I'm kind of tempted to put, like, a little storage box along the way here as, like, a buffer chest kind of thing. I don't think I want to do that yet, but it'd certainly be worth something considering. I could also see putting, like, a drone spot right here, so any loose drone that gets there, they just, you know, shovel it over. Okay, so you're still climbing on that. Actually, do you have another gas? Give me a second one of those. Speed this process up. Okay, so that should improve that throughput a lot. Okay. Yeah, so 2 of those going. Yeah, that's filling up way fast, because once that's full, I have no reason to stay. Because we just go around while it churns through all that material. Oh, I still have the Stargate frames going over here. Hang on. Don't put those there anymore. We can go here. Put them there if you need them. So that way they're not running all the way across the ship just to do it. Basically keeping as much of the stuff up here in the manufacturing area as possible. Save trips. Alright, so it won't be too much longer before I'm going to have to do a run for iron, or metallic ore. Because we are just churning away through that material. Our ore op box is empty and our ingots box is half empty, but that's okay. Because my hope is if I get this all wired up real quick, that's a much easier thing to deal with. We have a short robot arm. There you go, storage. Logic drone. Cables. And that should just feed the drones along. Yeah, it's a robot arm that just tells it to put stuff up there. It doesn't have any configuration to it. Okay. Yeah, so they're loading all the robots onto the conveyor system. And I figure I do want those looping around here. That way they don't all just pile up and then just this one runs and the other one doesn't have a chance. Then I'll turn this back around. I'll just probably have it go over this way. And how goes that gas tank? Oh, not quite 2/3 full. You know, go to this side. That's all fine. And we're getting tons of money from selling the Stargate stuff. Yes, we're not quite halfway done with the Stargate actuators. We're at about a little over 10% of the Stargate resin. We're about a fifth of the way for the stable isotopes. And yeah, with these just running, it is just going to be a thing that as we run around working on our stuff, it'll just get done. Yes, that's filling up real quick. Because we get this all set up, then I can just do a trip, top off my ore for like the iron real fast, do a bunch of missions, work on expanding the ship, giving ourselves some combat capabilities and all that as well. I'll end up needing to rearrange this area back here. So we're converting the ship I started with over to being able to do all this. Alright, robot arm speed. We will say track speed. We're just going to keep on researching all that stuff. And it could be a thing that ultimately we move these thrusters, add more drone ports. That's part of the reason I'm making all this area here. And honestly, no matter how much I mine, once you get to like 4 drone ports, I don't see a reason why I'd want more than that necessarily. At a certain point, it'd stop being practical for different reasons. I don't think it's like Factorio where you can infinitely stamp out more and more and it just works. You'd definitely run into problems where things wouldn't work right after a while. Alright, so pretty soon I gotta get out of here because we're running out of the metal ore. Sorry, metallic ingots. We got just that last couple of conveyor belts there. And I'll probably let him make, like... Well, actually, we probably won't even worry about making that much of a surplus. Yeah, just sitting here manufacturing, I'm about to break 1 million. That's just doing the objectives. Because each one... Every single unit of resin I'm doing is 10,000. So each one of those is 10,000 bucks. It definitely feels like there's got to be some money sinks added to the game. Now, I don't want to be something like your modules have durability and you got to rebuy them or any garbage like that. That'd certainly just anger me. But it would definitely be something worthwhile for them to have it where it's like, okay, you know, you go to do certain things that'll be some type of maintenance cost of some kind. Or some other way to draw money back out. As also giving us a way to, like, reduce the income a little bit. Like, you know, give the player a benefit for it. Or, like, you could get, like, commanding officers or something on your ship. And they would be expensive and have an upkeep, but give you, effectively, a permanent buff while they're available. Stuff like that. Something like that to draw money, but to give the player something in return for it. Okay, so I think I got one more piece of track to put here, I believe. And then once we have that, the automation for all this is set up. Or one more after that. And you are full, which means it's back to normal time. Okay, let's go check so we can grab these 2 contracts. Those are just going to be manufacturing. We've already got that, so you're in NG5, NG5, NG0, NG5. Alright, so let's grab you. I do not have enough cabins for all that. Quickly go here. Meanwhile, we'll go ahead and finish armoring the rest of our ship. Grab you, and we're going to NG5. Now I'm going to do here is we could get rid of the storage there and put it over here so that the drones do just move around. We'll see how that works, if it loops around the way I'm hoping it will. Let's see, all you can do is simulating particles requiring you to hire janitors. Just make it so you have to have people clean your ship, so every extra tile you add to the ship, you have to have that many more people. It's just so much labor you have to hire. That's just not a thing that's manageable elegantly. So they're working their best to move stuff around. Then once they get those all done, we'll be good. Yeah, so just basically going and dropping off all the different stacks of stuff. We can definitely turn this back on. Because that's getting low, and there's still plenty of ore there. Alright, now we got our little drone area over there. Then keep all the drones going. Alright. We should start seeing those all finish. We definitely need to get back out of here for the iron. Meanwhile, we're going to turn this bench off for the time being. There isn't something else I want you producing right now. Okay, so I'm going to have some pretty significant things to do later. Alright, so that one's done. Oh. Well, I'm going to just fail that one. Okay, so the contract is complete. We got the passengers on board. Jump here immediately. I'm gonna miss this entirely. I missed that it was a timed mission, so while we were spending the whole time just working on getting all the stuff sold, we're just gonna blow the whole mission by just not arriving in time at all. So turn that in, turn that in, turn that in. So we didn't get paid for one of the mission because I wasn't fast enough. And we need to get contracts going for NG0. I will grab that contract and that contract. You turn those contracts, so we got plenty of ore. Alright. So it's a bunch more industry and all that. Oh yeah, the hammerhead. This is one where you just buy the fuel for it, and it just goes up and it just railguns super hard. Okay. They're getting the last of that. We're selling a bunch of the materials we've got on board. Getting more of the Stargate stuff done. We're just waiting for them to finish that. Yeah, so our industry rank is like way outrunning the others for pretty straightforward reasons. We've got like all that automation set up. So we got all that done. They're still selling stuff. We are going to want to jump back to that middle system there. And I don't have anything targeting it. It's fine. We're just getting low on metallic ore, so I want to get that moving. Okay. Because with that, then we'll be processing our hyperspace isotope into stable isotopes. We'll be making the fuel. I'll pretty much be doing all of the objectives at the same time. So what I want is metallic ore. Okay. So I think our best bet for right now is I'll stop right around there. Okay, and we also have a bunch of money that I'll probably work on expanding the ship while we're here. Because this will be definitely the good time, because I got lots of stuff we're already working on. We can expand all this junk to get it moved around. We've got $1 million to deal with it. We don't have any contracts I'm worried about right this second here. So bear with me, chat. I have really got to use the restroom again. I've been drinking too much soda or something. Yeah, I just want to watch this work first, though. So we'll grab ore, and it gets fed onto the belt automatically. And it goes from the belt. It'll come around, and it should get pulled off down here. All this green ore. We're going for the gray ore. I just haven't gotten to it yet, so we're grabbing stuff on the flyby. Yep, so it'll just keep on passing through. Occasionally it'll miss one. When it does, it'll just go back around. That's the idea. We keep going until these get pretty close to full. Then I'll shut this thing off. Oh, right. We moved the mining laser, because it had been on the front. We can plunk it down here. We can tell you to target that. It'll turn it back on auto. That way when that's fully depleted, it'll pop back in here. Alright, so I'm going to leave this running here for a minute while I quickly pop over and use the restroom. Then I'll be right back, but thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. And I do apologize about all the restroom breaks. I guess I just drank a lot of soda or something today. Alright, I'll be back. Yeah, no, the game is definitely good. The game is definitely really good. Alright, so we've got all that processing here. There was no... Actually, there is a contract we'll take. So I will take this contract, because it'll just give us extra money for what we're already doing. I already have all the materials I need. Yeah, so you can see it's slowly burning through our materials that we stashed. The hyperspace isotopes is the one that I can't really keep in stock, because we have to just keep jumping around. But the Stargate actuators are getting done. We've got all this. Those are just chunking away at the iron. So now comes the big pain. I'm going to work on rearranging our ship. How wide did I make this? Oh, there's no scale or whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So you can go over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we'll start with that, which is 400,000. And then we got all of this. Giving us a lot more space to work with. Now, before I forget, I am going to go ahead and just slap armor on it. Do I need the armor? Probably not. Am I going to put it on there anyways? Yep, because I got more money to know what to do with, and so I'm going to do something with it. Alright, so now the plan is going to be basically moving a bunch of this life support and all that kind of junk over here for now. I really should segment the ship off into different areas. But I'm not going to. Yeah, so the arms are trying as fast as they can to grab the ore off the belt. Is a little bit of a bummer it doesn't stack it well, but that's okay. So keep going with all that. Oh, the oxygen's down because of all this. Yes, the oxygen's just showing us down on that. And that's because it just massively expanded the hull. Alright. So we can start with this whole, like, water hydroponics, whatever you want to call setup. I'm trying to make this a little bit future-proofed. And I'm just deciding where I want to put things. Because if we go... Well, actually, what I could do... I mean, it's fine. Because if I do give my spells a bunch of space, it means I can expand this later. Let's also go in here and go shopping. Buy the huge containers. So other than holding water, none of that has anything else going on. So we're going to start by decommissioning the sewage pipe. Which we're not getting any backup in sewage, so that's good. We're going to install the sewage pipe over here. I'm going to put a huge tank. And then we'll have the wastewater thing here. And then a huge tank. You get the idea. So that tank has nothing in it. So you can go ahead and get rid of those two. We can go down here. I have to wait for it to actually build it. I'll definitely need to get ourselves some armaments and all that. But I'll worry about that when we're ready for it. Okay, cool. So we got that. So install. We're going to go ahead and do the wastewater here. And I'll put a huge tank on the other side. So this is where we're going to have to bring the power down. Plug it in there. So sewage goes into the big tank. And then goes into the water treatment. Which then gives me wastewater on the other side. And so with that, we do not have wastewater there to be processed. We can go ahead and uninstall those. We can get our water treatment place down here, or water purifier, whatever it is. And then for the time being, because I don't have another large tank, I'm just going to put a bunch of small tanks together and pretend it's the same. So we can get the water purifier now. And plunk it down here. We'll have the wastewater pipe goes this way. Like I said, for the time being, because I don't have any of the large tanks available. We've got our water tank there. Run power here. And so that'll process all that. Then we're not quite done yet, because over here, I'll put like an extra tile over there. We'll put the hydroponics. Now, that's a curiosity on how I want to address this. So I could... Well, I don't want to leave it here. We're just gonna... Alright, we can install the... Oh, I thought I had an extra loader. So this loader's not needed here anymore, so get rid of that loader. And you can put it up here. We'll pull the water out. And I should have another loader around here somewhere. Okay, so you are full. So turn that off. Okay, unload all the water. They'll start getting all that going. Science test, you think the sewage pipe needs to be under the habitat? Not positive. I don't believe it does. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I mean, if it does, it does. Because I messed with that previously, and it seemed to still be working. But now you're right in that. I'm not seeing any water throughout the whole system. Yeah, so I think you're right. I think it does actually to be underneath there. Which is a thing we can fix pretty easily, because we can just go to the ship assembly, and instead of having it back here, start something like that. We'll erase this habitat. Alright, so where's the spot that pipe is? The pipe's right here. Alright, well, I was going for a cool pattern. Okay, let's, the front of this looks cursed. Yeah, so this is the one that matters. So let's go here and erase this part of the habitat. Erase this part of the habitat. Oh, draw habitat. That's not what I wanted to do. It is what I did. Okay. Yeah, so 4 tiles wide. Wait, did it get rid of the sewage that was already there? Oh, I have to move the ladder. That makes sense. Let's go here. Dismantle the ladder. And then to reinstall the ladder over here by the sewage pipe. Actually. So right here. I think that'll be good. Alright, so sewage is starting to show up there. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this all sorted. So interestingly enough, yeah, it's only got room for 40. That's fine. Keep making it one too small. Alright, so we'll start with that, and then we'll just, as I need to expand, we'll expand. So, we have this whole ship, and it's doing all its thing. And then if we just look at the exterior of the ship, it has this, like, weird little, like, mini hotel kind of thing on there. It's only got a capacity of 54, but we can expand it as we need. I do have the 2 air intakes for processing the gas and all that. Our ship from the exterior, not an attractive ship. But I'm not going to worry about that yet. Okay, so we did finish with all these things. I'm also going to eliminate the storage in that room and get this all going here. So now we're going to get the... Oh, they haven't uninstalled it yet. Get the hydroponics set up. Oh, there's another small tank. Yeah, I'll go ahead and just wire that up here. Filters, I'll sell it, which I'll do eventually. Now, it is a thing that's a curiosity that I could certainly see having the hydroponics here and then having... I don't think the conveyor belts could take the food off of it. It would be worth considering, though. If I can run a conveyor belt to grab the stuff from the hydroponics, then potentially what I could do... Actually, let's not put it there. I'll just extend this forward more. That way I've got room for a huge tank later, and still have room for people to walk between it. And then the cable. Yeah, because I'm curious if you could set up a conveyor belt to automatically install the seeds and remove the food. Meanwhile, that means storage. We are going to want to go up here and say seeds. For the time being, no more than 5 tiles. We're going to want the compost. No more than 5 tiles. And then for the food... Currently have that just being chucked over there. Yeah, food is currently being chucked. I don't remember where the food's being chucked. Doesn't matter. For right now, the food's being chucked over here. And there's the water. And then the oxygen production. We moved it from there to where? Oh, no, the oxygen production's down there. We'll be moving it away from there. For the time being, we'll put a spare oxygen over here. Alright, because this is all going to be decommissioned and moved around. I'm kind of leaning towards putting, like, 2 large, like, engine areas on the back or something like that. Having, like, a little stick-off engine compartment that'll just go and it'll be, like, sets of engines again and again. So, like, have, like, a little area here, and then just have, like, a set of engines, and a set of engines, and a set of engines as needed. Alright, so the challenge of this one is would be moving it all over again, which we did just do. But that's just kind of how a lot of this works. The other thing that's going to need to happen is this docking port is going to need to move. So let's go ahead and... I can buy a second docking space. For the time being, I'll just put it along here. And then when we remove that one, I'll put that one up there. So I have a docking port on either side. Okay, got some doors, some short arms, and a bunch of random things. Yeah, so this is working excellent. Basically, as they need more drones. Are those robot arms working? I don't think they are. Oh, no, they're not. They're missing it. So there's a problem, though. The problem we have here, then, is I would need the robot arms to be at this line. Which is fine for this one. But for these ones, ends up being a problem. Well, in the meantime, let's go ahead and we can get this one fixed easy. I just move it down one, and that resolves that arm immediately. Okay, so it should start loading those up. Yeah, so just keep loading those up as needed. I don't have a good solution for this one, though. That said, it will just keep loading these up, which is fine. What I could ultimately do is I could put these... Well, no, because... Well, I mean, it probably doesn't matter the port spot. So I could put the short arms on the outside and the long arms on the inside and do one of these things where, like, we fish one up and the other one goes out and around or whatever. Yeah, it's just chucking all the drones out there as fast as we can get them. That'll be fine. You're still doing fine with the ore we've already got here. So we're probably going to want to switch those over to be mining something else. So let's grab you. And switch you over to the Telium ore. And the reason I wanted to do that is I've already got a huge buffer of the iron, and this box is getting relatively full. Plus there's a bunch more still already just floating out here. We'll let that just kind of process through. How are we doing on all this? We're not quite 4/5 of the way to getting the Stargate actuators. The Stargate resin is about 1/3 of the way, and the stable isotopes is about 1/3 of the way. Alright, we've got this. Alright, so the good news here is there's no CO2 in the system, so I can yoink all of that. And all of that's just already ready to move. And then we'll go ahead and just for right now make an oxygen area over here. It'll end up getting moved again, but then that'll let me start working on this back area. Meanwhile, we can also go ahead and dismantle that, because that port will get moved up here. And we'll go ahead and choose storage. I'm going to go down here and say mission goods. So mission goods go right next to the door here. Okay, so docking port. Ah, there's not enough room. There's not enough room between it and the conveyor belts. That's fine. For right now, I can just go there. Okay, so let's go here and expand the hall out this way. Now we can go open up the floors here. Let's go ahead and put some walls in this area, by the way. Separate some of this out, so if we have, like, atmosphere punctures or whatever. I don't think it actually goes into much depth in the simulation on that stuff. I don't know. It does feel like it makes sense to add some doors. Give this thing some characteristics that way. Alright. Granted, right now, it's a big box. It has the aesthetics of a big old box. A whole lot of nothing else going on inside. Alright, so meanwhile, let's go over here and go install CO2 scrubber. Just chuck that right there. There's a huge tank. Here's the air reprocessors. So I can go ahead and cable that on over, bring it down. We'll need to get pipes. And I'll get all that wired up. And then the big other one we're going to be doing is we're going to be removing the engines and moving that someplace else. And that's kind of going to be the thing where I got to make decisions of how I'm arranging this. I'm intending on putting solar panels in these gaps as well. To just keep up with that design. I'll want to shrink this, but we'll end up moving a lot of stuff around. I could also see in some of these hallways, I think there's just enough room. I could put batteries along the walls here, and it could be just a channel of batteries. Yeah, because we'd end up going like this. Going over here. Yes, it's 5 white on the inside. Something like that should be about the same size. There. We would open it all up. I gotta watch as I'm opening this up more and more and more. We're gonna take more and more and more to pressurize this whole area. And right now it is just a cube. We're gonna give it better aesthetics than that. but that's going to take time. I will go ahead and I already know I'm going to be removing all of these doors. Hey, Suey! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Was playing some Project Zomboid earlier, so if you like Project Zomboid, you can find it over there. But Suey's a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. Does really fantastic content, so highly recommend checking them out. Been playing some Project Zomboid recently, but yeah, no, how was your stream and all good stuff? If you got a raid and run, like, don't let me keep you and all that, but also, you know you're always welcome. But, definitely someone I recommend checking out and all that good stuff. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It was really good? Nice. At the moment, we're doing the last Starship, and we are working on a gradually changing our ship while we're knocking out objectives. And it's been a lot of fun going on there. Yeah, so wait till all this is done. Do you have any more contracts for me yet? Nope. Got the automation going on all this side, which is lovely. They're just loading that up as best they can. Oh, we also finished that research. Advanced tracks. Alright, track speed 2. Just keep on researching all the automation stuff. That way I can make it all myself. But we are doing a reconfiguration, which is just taking a little bit of time. Because I've got copious amounts of money from doing the objectives. And this game just believes in giving you copious amounts of money. Alright, then we can open this up. Yeah, so right now we're like, it's an ugly box. We're going to get that all fixed. I'm trying to cannibalize our old systems and slowly move them over. Alright, so with this, what I'm going to go ahead and do is unload all the oxygen. We're going to move all of this over here. And we're going to reset it up. We're also going to want to take out those thrusters. And while we're at it, I'm going to take these thrusters out as well with intent on moving them later. So right now I'll put one over there. One back here. One down here. And one over there. Just run a power cable through the wall. Now have that all done. But yeah, no, I'm not sure if you've played the last Starship yet, or if that's something that interests you. It's been a lot of fun. It's not... You'll have people that's like, oh, it's Space RimWorld. It's like, no. No, really a lot of the things that I would associate with RimWorld, it doesn't have. Like, it doesn't have people having, like, mood breaks or anything like that. You don't have, like, the escalating attacks against you or any of that kind of stuff. 8 without table. Yeah, we have yet to build a table. It doesn't have any of that kind of stuff going on. It is definitely a really good game, but, like, I wouldn't say RimWorld's a good comparison for it. So we turn these this way, I should be able to shove them here. Versus I would say if you're playing on the normal mode, it reminds me more of something like X3 or X4 or whatever, except you build your ship tile by tile versus having, like, it's this hull, what guns are you putting in it, what level are you putting in it, and that's it. You can customize your ship far more. It's also not quite as like, it's not quite as, like, grand strategy as the, not grand strategy. It's not quite as, like, large scale, exploration, combat, conquer as X3. But you do have some of that. It's got some, like, factory automation. It's part of the thing that makes it difficult to classify, is it just does a lot of things. Feels more like Oni in space with some combat. Yeah, except for, like, when I think of Oni, my big thing I think is like all the chemical reactions and processing and air pressure and all these kind of mechanics. And I would argue that this game really doesn't have almost any of that. So it is one of those things that like it doesn't really align with any of those games. I will say if you play the survival mode, their survival mode very, very much is faster than light, but you customize your ship square by square versus, you know, slapping in your weapon modules and all that. So there's where we're moving our science thing and our supercomputer for right now, so that they're not in the way back there. Because I'm trying to, like, cannibalize all of this out of the way, so that I can get another area of, like, solar panels and all that. But one of the things I'm going to run into is I got to put my engine somewhere. And I am thinking that I want to kind of like make a engine to sell kind of thing there where I can have a bunch of engines in it over time. Right now, I can get away with 2 engines. Let's actually go ahead and we're going to dismantle the engines. Get those out of the way. They are continuing to empty the oxygen out of this container. I'm also going to pull the vent. Because I want to get all the air moved over here. And I'm just trying to get this because we're going to just yank out this entire section. Well, not the middle part. I'm going to yank out these sections of the hull to be aligned with that. I'm going to probably leave the one reactor and that just in the middle hallway there. Then we'll connect... Actually, I'm going to connect all this up right now. Have you really been enjoying X4 Foundation's playthrough? I need to get back to that. I messed with it when it first came out, and I really enjoyed the game. One thing the developers behind the X series are notorious for is when they first release their games, they can be pretty buggy. And that's pretty consistent. Like, they're good games, and they get better as time goes on, but they're definitely one of those companies that when they first drop the game, they're not in their best shape. You understate it greatly. Like, they're still enjoyable at that stage, but there's definitely a lot of love and care the game hasn't quite gotten yet. So I can yoink out all that really quick. We'll slap down the struts, connect solar panels to later. That still needs to come in a step farther. So let's go ahead and remove that spot. They've got those out there. I wish the game was more difficult late game, but there's mods to make that happen. Yep. Alright, so with that... Okay, these are done. Which is good, because right now I'm running with no oxygen production online. I'm sure it's fine. We definitely want to get away from the Borg cube we've got going on. But with at least this core system set up, I feel pretty good about being able to, like, really, you know, go through, add like a little area off here that's going to have a bunch of our weapons and all that. You know, extend this out as we want to make more manufacturing and all that. Okay, so we're going to need the huge tank here. And then from here, which will want the oxygen loader to be connected up there so we can refill it. There's the air duct. So we can go ahead and get our pipes. So boom. You go over here, connect up there. That's the oxygen loader. Power cable. Slam that sucker in right there. That should bring that all online. And now you're set to load oxygen. So that should get our oxygen to not be in dire straits. And now I can go in here and erase hull. Oh, I got a problem I gotta fix first. So all of you, this storage is gonna go away. So I need to move those spacesuits someplace else, which is fine because really I want those near our docks. Let's go ahead Put the spacesuit storage right there by the dock there. And then once they move it, we'll collapse that in. And then these will become available for solar panels. And then at that point we can start expanding some of the other stuff we got going on. Alright, so I need you to not be mining that anymore. It's actually a little late. Alright. So, how are we doing on our stuff? Pretty good on everything. We are doing relatively good on the gas. So right now, just to keep us working on something. So I do not have enough capacity for that mission. That's fine. So you go up here, go habitat. And the planet skip to. I believe you're 5 wide. All right. Keep up with that radiator aesthetic. Okay, so that... Oh, I don't have engines attached to my ship. That's what it's actually complaining about, if I'm paying attention to its complaints. It's like, hey man, you know, got the go things. So let's go here, hull. Erase. Okay. So I've got that all set up where I'll have room for this. Now we can connect the scaffolding here. Because that'll give me the grid I need to put all the solar panels on. Because for solar panels in this game, you have to have girdering to attach them to. You can't just daisy chain them off of each other. Okay, so this, we can go here. Engines. I go to cables. Gotta clean up this mess. Pipes. Okay, obviously we're going to want more engines and more everything than that. We're just working with what we got for the moment. Drop off that solar panel. It'll get to the point that we're producing our own solar panels on board. Okay. And now with that, we should be able to pass that inspection. Alright, so you want me to go to N3 and N14. Doesn't really make a difference. We're going to accept one. And let's just get out of here. Because I'm just overwhelming my ship's capacity. Why are you outside my ship? Oh, you're installing the solar panel. That's absolutely fair. So start moving the ship. The drones are all coming on board. And as soon as that gets installed and he gets back inside, he'll be ready to move. Okay. And we got another big trade coming in, so we'll just have to deal with that. Cube? Yeah, no, I usually don't do the cube. It just ended up being this way because it's trying to just get the manufacturing floor set up and then, you know, get all the solar in there. But I think the intent will be to get ourselves like some defensive outer areas here to put all like our defensive weapons and whatnot. And I found for me personally, I really like the cannons the most because they do AoE damage and they punch armor pretty good. The railguns hit individual spots way harder, but at the same, and they have a little bit more range and accuracy, but at the same time, to get them to do an effective amount of damage, you just need a whole bunch of them. Alright, so we can work on that. Turn in our contract. And you're still researching more automation stuff, that's fine. Those are not supposed to get on that belt. Which is a little bit of a problem. So what I can do to fix that, though, is I can get some of the smart inserters or whatever, the smart garms. We can just use the smart arms to pull anything I ever like see get contaminated on there. I'll just add a new arm for that. And then what we can do is we can just add a track to just, you know, chuck it back up here. Trying to decide how I want to deal with it. Okay, so I need a normal arm aimed up this way. I would have like a set of smart arms here that again would just grab whatever and just go like that and then bring it over. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. They could just sit there for the time being, circle around. I'll wait till it starts to become an actual problem. Okay, so we've got that mission done. We've got urgent cargo and all that. We can turn in that one to help unclog some stuff. Okay, so you want to go to N14, and 10, and 9, and 10, and 10. So N10 it is. Start loading all that up. And this will help declog some of that. Meanwhile, let's go smart arm and regular arm. Okay, we got those set up. Because then I can just set this for one material and just not even bother adding more until we end up with an extra material here. And I can go back to you, turn you back on to making track. I wonder if I could get a bunch of inserters to move stuff out of there. If that would be a viable strategy. Yeah, so we're almost done with the actuators. Let's check on this. So we know this phase we're going to have that. The next phase, I'm going to have a bunch of the crystals. So I will still need Stargate actuators. So we don't want to stop production of the Stargate actuators, because next phase I'll just need more of them. So right now we're going to set you to grab the Thallium ore off. That's not what I'm looking for, the Thallium ore. So it should just grab those off. And then one more piece of track will make it so this will automatically clean off the Thallium ore off those belts for the future. Alright. And then for the moment, we'll set you to not produce anything for a while. And that'll be that self-cleaning of Thallium ore. We've got our quest items. I don't... Oh, you must be docked to trade stuff out of here. That's fair. So we're going to be delivering up there, so we'll align to it. We got $1.5 million bucks. So it will be a thing that when we get back to, when we get back to a shipyard, I think we expand back here. I'll probably want to set up production for fuel so we make our own. Start adding some more engines, that kind of thing on here. Okay, so turn in all those contracts. Alright, so if I wanted to start making solar panels, that's precious metals, frames, and copper ingots. Oh, that's... Yeah, we can make that. We'll just queue that up to start being made until we get this filled in. Because then we'll start building that out. We'll plan to expand this back a little bit. Have like fuel production back here, and then we'll have like our big engine to cells in the back here, I guess. So that they're not just tucked in the middle like I've got these. Yeah, so it's precious metals, frames, and copper ingots. Which it should have plenty of. Alright, and that's all the contracts for here done. So you want to go to N0 and 3. That's a manufacturing one. And 3. And we can rescue someone in N13. Let's start working on a couple of rescue missions, maybe. So get all that sorted. Okay, we declogged this. It's still just going to take time to process. That's fine. If these start getting low, we are working on emptying things out. I'm really surprised you're not getting anything done. I should have plenty of precious metals laying around here, right? Yeah, I got 46 stacks. Oh, I've also got a bunch of water sitting here. I mean, I got the water tanks there. That'll sort itself out. I don't need to sweat about that one. Yeah, because as they consume the water, it should end up ultimately back into this. The other thing we could do is have the ice crushing thing. Might want to pick one of those up, so it's at least an option at some point. So we can pop a cable up here. And go storage. And we'll get the chunks of ice added on here. That could be another thing we work on is... Where's the comet in this system? It's down here where, like, nothing else is. Alright, so we're going to rescue the people over here. And then meanwhile, we're pretty close to finishing with the Stargate actuator. The Stargate resin and the isotopes are still just trucking along. They've been going constantly, which is good news. But I just don't have much working on it. That's probably something I should fix. Alright, so we're going to skip that tutorial. We did go to a system where there is going to be a meteor shower, so we're probably going to take some hits. That is just the way it is. Where is your docking port? There it is. I did not fully armor my ship yet, which is not great. This might surprise you. We're not very fast. And there is a possibility if this ship's moving, I might not be fast enough to catch it. So when I'll start docking, it'll just like drift away kind of thing. That's weird. Okay, so definitely when we go to station next, priority is going to be getting ourselves some engines. First hit. There we go. Hey, DRX Abyss, if you could, like, cover me, that'd be amazing. Don't go anywhere. Just stay here, buddy. Nah, it's not going to cover me anymore. Probably prevented one hit. This is the slowest rescue of all time. One thing I'm noticing is our battery is struggling. Oh, there's another hit. Our drones are going to go out and patch up the armor part of it. Well, not the armor. That's a lie. It will patch up the hull part of it. Armor, I have to go back to station for. Specifically a shipyard. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna start working getting our engines and fuel and all that stuff figured out. That'll be kind of one of our next projects. Because I'm gonna do rescues like this or anything of that nature. That's gonna be, and also if I get into a fight, I'm gonna need to be able to turn and at least move to defend myself. Stop it. Alright. And we got them all here. They'll just quickly separate. Alright. So when we get back over here, we're just gonna need to take a hot minute to, stop it. A hot minute to get some engines on this thing. The pushing ourselves with two tiny little engines is not working. In the meantime, we're a little bit low on the copper. So what we can do is while we're working on the ship, let's just align with some copper. Yeah, so you can just align over there and work on getting all that stuff sorted out. So the good news is I don't have a bunch of systems I need to move around to accommodate this time. We could just go and then add all the stuff on the back of the ship, because that's just going to be good up until the stage that I need to expand my air, water, or anything like that. Now the bad news is currently I have a bunch of telium on my conveyor belt that is blocking up where the copper goes in. The buffer is full. And I also need to remember I moved my mining drills back onto my left side. They were on the front at the beginning. Okay. Let's go fix our positioning here. Alright, so with that, let's first of all, we've got a bunch of armor damage. There's the armor. I got 2 million to work with here, which is way more than enough for anything I might want. We're going to ultimately run out of systems in system. So once we get into position, I'm going to uninstall the engines. We're going to open this area up for setting up for fuel production. That way I can scale up the engines a lot. Okay, we can go ahead and wire all this up while we're waiting. And I'm not going to use exclusively solar panels, but this should be enough solar panels that all the normal stuff I might be doing, if all of my power fails, I'll at least be able to limp along. That's fine. And you're still working on that. We're about to finish entirely with the Stargate actuators for now. We're going to keep making those, because those are a requirement for our next step. I still got plenty of the gas and all that to make more stuff. And we're almost in position here. And like I said, once we get over here, I'm going to peel these engines off, get a little spot here that'll be our fuel refining area. And then honestly, probably off of that, I'm going to make like two engine nacelles. So kind of a Star Trek style ship where they have like the big pods off the side, except instead of having it just come out the back just the way the game works, there's going to be a ton of engines inside like every so often. Maybe I'll make it 4 engines wide per length or whatever. And then we could also put all of our thrusters along both of the sides of there for the most part. Alright, so you're still not in position yet. We can fix that, so go ahead and kill the engine. Then just rotate a bit. That should bring that copper into range. Does the amount of engines matter? Yes. This doesn't use Newtonian physics. You want to go faster? You need more engine. Ship get bigger? Need more engine. It uses a lot of games don't use like Newtonian physics or anything like that. A lot of games, so in real life, you can just keep adding engines onto something and it'll work. All right, so that's blocked up. So let's go ahead and turn this on to smelting. So realistically, to get what you want to happen out there, it's gonna take a minute. But to get what you want to happen, like they just have a, to move X amount of weight, you need X amount of thrust, or you get diminishing returns on your top speed. Now, in real world, that's not how it works. It would impact your acceleration because you have the same amount of thrust trying to push more mass, and the more mass, the harder it is to change its acceleration. But in the video game, it also affects top speed because making a near infinite top speed wouldn't work. And in real life, you also can't hit a near infinite top speed because there's just practicalities around. Whatever speed you're going to get, that little bit more speed takes that much more, and there is matter in space. Even deep space is just extremely like spread out. But eventually you would effectively have, wind resistance in space from those tiny little particles that would keep you from reaching like faster than light speeds. And the amount of energy you would need to expend to get that tiny little extra speed would be beyond absurd. Okay, so we're mining that, and I'm just trying to unscuff this. I gotta keep an eye on that so it doesn't overfill. Alright, in the meantime, we'll go here. I'm going to go to this spot. You are going to be the refinery area. Let's do it like this. That'll be the refinery area back there. And then off of that, let's not put it right there, because I want to de-scuff this to be a little bit more rounded out. I'll go ahead and do that. Okay. I didn't know there was the symmetry thing. I should have done it on this one. We've been avoiding it earlier on because it wasn't making the ship symmetrical. Alright, so not the most elegant looking thing, but there's a little bit going on there. I should actually use those to smooth it out as well. Okay, so that helps a little bit. It looks like a spatula right now. But we'll get there. Okay, and like I said, this room is going to be for refining fuel. I'll widen this out a little bit. I'm not going to try and maximize all that space. So this will be all for refining the fuel. And then from here, We'll have that. I will turn on symmetry. See how that ends up looking. Alright, so let's see. So it'd be wall, 1 2-piece of engine, 1 2-piece of engine, 1 2-piece of engine, there, wall. So that's the width. So when I mentioned very, very Star Trek-esque, we are ending up very Star Trek-esque. That wasn't the original design intent or anything like that, but it is where we are. And we're actually going to start it not that long, though. Clean up the edges a little bit. Okay. These are such narrow segments for this. We're not going to be opening this up, but we'll start here. All right, so now we're going to install... Oh, right, these do actually need an area. And I also realized these aren't 2 wide, they're 4 wide, so those are half the size I want them. All right, well, let's fix that. So erase that spot. Go here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 1 engine. 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 2 engines. I'll just need to add 4 and 4. I just misremembered the size of the engines, it's all. I should do it like this. I'm also going to go here and widen that a little bit more since I actually have to have them walk through it. Okay, so that's a little less cursed, I think. But I am going to need to go in here because I did forget that I actually do have to have them access that. So that'll be where the engines are. Okay, so now with this, I should be able to go in here and say engines. There's one there. And one here. I'm gonna go shop. Engines. Give me the other 4. There's our power cables. Now I'll need to bring the pipes through. And then we can go up here. Let's bring that pipe straight back. That cable straight back. And that at least gets that online. But now I want to actually manufacture that stuff. And how are we doing here? I need precious ore, And I need regular old iron. And you're still making solar panels, which is good. Alright, so for manufacturing a bunch of fuel, I'm going to need to go here. It's almost like it read my mind as like, hey, your fuel's low. So we're going to need 3 of those. We get 3 of those. 3 of these. We will need... Right now I only have 2 large fuel tanks. We'll start with this. So, gas collectors. They can only be facing this way, apparently, which is fine by me. There's my gas collectors. Put a huge tank here. Actually, not that way. If I turn it this way, you can have them run like in ribbons. So I'll have that. Then a huge tank here. Then the chemical labs. Okay, so hook you up. You'll get connected there. And the other ones will just have to wait and see. And then I can hook the main thing up to the fuel line. We'll want to get, like, large containers for the fuel line. I don't have them yet. But that'll be fine. This is going to be something that's going to hit our power grid really hard. But part of it is to make it so I don't have to worry about nonsense of the power grid. Okay, so you make fuel. You process the gas. And yeah, the low fuel is because all of these engines are using fuel, and I do not... Actually, the thing is, I do not actually have the fuel capacity there at all. Alright, so pipes-wise, so that's going to be my fuel line. No problem. I'm going to have it tuck out here and plug in there. And then this will be my gas line here. This is a little inconvenient dealing with it. So I'll run you up this way, you go that way, and then over. And you'll run this way, up over this way, and run over. So none of that's going to do anything for me here. And the reason it's not going to do anything for me here is I need more of the red gas that we get from the nebula systems. And how are we doing on our copper? So our copper is very, very full. So let's reposition. Actually, I don't need to reposition. Let's change our lasers over to the precious ore. And start collecting that. And then we'll be able to get this de-scuffed. You're full, so stop processing that. Is there any manufacturing stuff here? No. You want to go to N14, N5, and N3. Which none of those are going to be in nebula systems, so we're not going to worry about it. So you let that run for a minute, get some of the precious ore. Curious that that doesn't run more than it is. Okay, and we're getting all that sorted. Because once we get all this gas, this will start being a thing. We'll start expanding all that. I'm going to also want to go up here and make this less cursed looking on its own right as well. Oh, I was also going to move the thrusters. Let's dismantle the thrusters for now. And let's see if there's more thrusters we can get. So I have 10 thrusters, which is actually a pretty good amount. So this will be 6 of them. Okay, we can go up here. And the fuel shouldn't keep going down much. We are consuming the fuel to power our one reactor, but it's barely running right now because of all the solar we've got installed. And it is a thing that eventually that solar is just not going to be remotely adequate. Alright, how are we doing on our objectives? We have completed the Stargate actuators. The resin we're over halfway, and the stable isotopes are over halfway. The stable isotopes, I'm going to have to jump again before we can get more. Let's go ahead and see if we can't get more of the scoops. That way when we jump, we just get more fuel for the canister. And then the other thing let's go ahead and get is batteries. I don't remember which way I have those facing. Okay, so they have the connection on the outside. Yep, so I'm just trying to give us a bunch of power storage so when we're doing stuff like jumping and we just go on a huge power deficit, we'll be fine. Alright, how are you doing now? So this is collecting the precious metals. Why are you not grabbing... Oh, there's no more copper left in there. That's totally fair. I'm kind of wishing they'd give me a telium contract so I can grab the telium and just get rid of it. I grabbed too much. That's fine. We'll let it pick up that. The next thing I'm going to need is I do need some regular old metallic ore. This is way down there. Okay. So let the precious metals go for a little while longer. And then we'll make our way towards the metallic ore to top that off. Did I armor up my ship? I don't think we did we? Let me guess, way more than I could afford. That'll do for now. And honestly, we can also probably go in here. Oh, there's another research done. So that's the splitter. That's the short arm. Let's not worry about that. We can go and try and get some of these other things done. So let's get the survey scanner and all that. You know what we might actually do here? Did you know you can change the ship name in the ship edit screen by clicking at the top of the page? Yeah. We named one of our other ships, and then I haven't gone back and done it again. Alright. So basically, because they're just getting past, I'm going to put extra arms on there and see if we can just make it go faster. Yeah, and you're already all connected along. Because then if I can do that, then I can potentially justify putting more mining drills on here. Because I think if I just put more mining drills now, they'll just overwhelm that conveyor. Okay, so that's precious ore. Select. Precious ore. Precious ore. Copper minerals. Copper minerals. Metallic minerals. Metallic minerals. Okay. Yeah, so now you can see they can clean off that belt way faster. Alright, so I'm feeling like they've got that pretty good shape now. So let's reposition. Unfortunately, I'm going to end up grabbing a bunch more of the telium on the way by. I don't really have a way to avoid that. Okay, the mining laser's on my right. And the other good news is the telium we've almost got sorted. They've almost, like, decontaminated the whole belt. I say as we immediately start dumping a whole bunch of it in smaller quantities on here, completely going to be gumming up the works on that one. Alright, so now our top speed is 7. It was 3. So we've doubled our speed and then just a little bit more. Oh, they actually do have 2 more engines available. So if we do make more sales, we can do that. Meanwhile, let's also go to our sales. We are going to go to... Where are you at? We'll do the auto trade. So... We've got those all removed. That's all fine for right now. That's all fine for right now. Don't do that. And don't do that for now. We are way off from where I was aiming for. Let's rotate around. And once we're all rotated, we can deal with that. We definitely need more maneuvering thrusters. And we're just straight up engines. Okay. Gonna restock some of the metallic ore. Unfortunately, we got a bunch of telium on the belt. Their telium is full. I'm going to tell the smelter to go ahead and run anyways. Hey, Italics, thank you so much for the raid. I do really appreciate that. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Italics, by the way? I'd really appreciate that. But, what were we raiding today? Was it more Vintage Story to get something else going on for the time being? Let me go ahead. News Tower. Oh, News Tower. News Tower is excellent. I really liked News Tower. Is it your first time playing it, or is, like, you just revisiting? Because News Tower is very good. For those who don't know, Italics, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. 100% recommend checking him out and all that good stuff. Plays a whole range of games. Has done like Vintage Story, RimWorld, a whole bunch of that stuff. Very cool game. It is too big for your brain. Was a bit overwhelmed. Yeah, no, it's one of those times you're like, it's gonna be this fun tycoon game that we're gonna like run a newspaper thing, like very Sim Tower-esque, but newspaper. You're like, well, there's factions. Okay. And then you have to like organize your newspaper. Okay. Well, then there's editing. Okay. And you're just like, why is there so many systems? It's really good though. But it's definitely one of those ones like, I was not prepared for the depth of this. But thank you for that follow. Welcome to the stream. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games on the channel. A lot of similar stuff to Italics, as mentioned. We're playing some of the last Starship, which is by the same developers as Prison Architect. So if some of it seems familiar, that's why. But it's kind of a hard game. I keep having people be like, it's RimWorld in space. Like, it's not, though. Like, you don't have moods, you don't have people actively, like, the game is not actively trying to punch you in the mouth as you get more and more wealthy and all that. It's a lot more like X3, X4-esque, but instead of you have a ship and you have like 10 weapon slots and you shove your weapons in, you build it block by block. And then there's a second mode called Survival Mode, which is very, very faster than light FTL-esque and all that stuff. But yeah, but we play a whole range of games on the channel and all that good stuff and all that stuff. But yeah, no, I hope you end up, I mean, assuming you're enjoying it. I would definitely, News Tower as well as ones, I did a whole playthrough on the channel because I got into it. It's definitely one of those games that they introduce a new thing and like, wait, there's another layer? What do you mean there's another layer? You're not allowed to have another layer. How dare you? But absolutely, it is just one of those games you play, and it is good. Oh, that's not gonna work. Let's rotate you so that our connection lines up. Oh no, 1 second. I got a mistake that I have made so that none of this aligns. Don't look at it. If we don't acknowledge it, it can't hurt us. Am I in a ship system with a start stage? Cool. We are in a system that has a shipyard, so we can go like this. Confirm that. And then go here. And there. Okay. Crisis averted. It is no longer utterly scuffed. I wasn't going for a Star Trek style ship. It was more, I wanted to have the array of solar panels in here, and then we moved the manufacturing to the front, and ended up with Cube, and opted to be like, okay, well, I've got Cube, let's try and decube it a little bit by putting the engines in the back, and starting to work on that, but it's still very box ship with engines, pretty much. It is very box ship with engines. Okay, so we do want to get the money for more engine, because ship is slow. Our stuff is getting a little stuck here because I got too much tellurium blocking up the works for our automation. And I'm trying to de-stick it, which should sort itself out as we process the tellurium into tellurium crystals. Oh, also, you need to be turned off. You need to be turned off, because those are fully backed up. Because they're just dumping all the ingots over there, and that's not useful. You want to give me a quest for ingots? No, you want a quest for oxygen. I'm sorry. I don't actually make oxygen on my ship. We just ask people to breathe efficiently. I'm sure that's sustainable. Every once in a while, it's scooching forward, and that's all we need. As soon as it scooches forward where this isn't 100% Tellium, then things will unscuff. Now we'll start getting all the metallic minerals on here to replenish our stuff. You're still making solar panels, which I'm using to fill that in. And I know it's the screaming low fuel this whole time. I actually have fuel manufacturing over here that we built while we were in system. We haven't had a chance to go to a system where I can get what I need to put that to use. So we're just trying to get the metallic ore replenished, because if I get the metallic ore topped off, then I'm going to be able to go through and just go to the next system, start collecting the gas for making our own fuel, so we stop having to pay people for it. But yeah, we got a pretty slick setup here. I've got a pair of mining drills. They mine. It's pretty self-explanatory. Then we got our little drones that go out there, they grab their little bits. And we got a little arms here, and they pull it from those drone bays onto this conveyor belt. And that just feeds over here, and it does a little loop. And in each of these containers is a different mineral with arms that are smart enough to grab only the appropriate materials off of it. And then for the robots that occasionally get brought in, we have an arm to grab them to feed it here, which goes into that belt, which then feeds them back into the drone bay. So we got like a full automated smelting thing that the only thing I have to intervene is the game isn't smart enough to give me an option to be like, hey, when you're full, stop smelting. I do have to manually go in here and tell it to stop. So when these containers fill up, I have to like manually shut those down. We are working on making our Stargate. It's going pretty well. We already got all our actuators, and we're now just waiting on the Stargate resin and the stable isotopes. I am producing the resin, not very fast. It would be good to scale that up. But the isotopes, I only get the materials for it when I warp. So I need to kind of stay still to mine, and I need to warp to get the isotopes, so I can't do both at the same time. But the plan when I'm done here is to warp to the next system, replenish our fuel tanks, or replenish these tanks with the materials I need to make fuel and more of the resin, so that I don't have to stare at this gauge forever. What I really want is another huge one. Can I make the huge containers yet? No. That's fine. Just keep doing your thing, I guess. Alright, so we thinned out this belt enough that now we're just getting the ore collected off of it nice and easy. So that's good news. I also now have enough that we can add 2 more engines into our system. So we could fully utilize these nacelles. Let's have to wire in the power and the fuel. Then go to the other side. I saw that I have a thruster I haven't plugged in. There we go, which means I probably didn't do the other side. No, I got both. I got one side. Okay. So I had a thruster that wasn't working as well. Yes, I just want to give this a moment to start filling up. I do see that we've got our solar panel being made. Yeah, my plan is just to fill up this area with solar panels, and then we're not going to go solar after that. But this gives me a very strong basis for solar, where if I goof up and I run out of fuel, I'm not suddenly just not doing anything. I still have some solar panels to limp along with. Versus otherwise, we would be in really bad shape. Carbon dioxide is good. Oxygen is not in my favorite place. Water is also not doing amazingly. Both of those are concerning. So both the oxygen and the water I solve the same way, which is to go to a comet, which is down there. So again, we're kind of at the problem is I can work on the comet, or I can work on getting the gas from the nebula, or I can work on jumping between stuff. But all 3 of these are mutually exclusive beyond the arriving in the system, giving me a little bit of fuel. Oh, did I run out of iron on that one? That's not part of the plan. Okay, so we can go ahead and grab our mining lasers. I think that's the metallic ore. And most likely, I need to shift a little ways away to get the arc on those. Yeah, so we exhausted all the metallic mineral on that node. Okay, so we're looking at going to NG-15. So let's take a quick peek and see if any of these contracts are for NG-15. That is not. NG-15 courier mission. Alright, so we can go ahead and grab the NG-15 courier mission. So that while we're traveling there to get our fuel sorted out anyways, we can also get paid for going there. But yeah, you can do a pretty cool amount of... pretty cool amount of stuff in this game so far as, like, you can go into automation. If you want to just make yourself, like, you are just Space Trucker, that's fine too. If you want to be Space School Bus, you can do that. If you just want to get into lots of fights and destroy enemies, you have that option as well. The game does really kind of open up. It can be a little much that it kind of feels like they didn't really decide on, hey, I'm going to work on this so much as what if everything. But it's a pretty good game. It does have some pretty glaring flaws, though, as a warning. Like, one of those flaws is, as I accept the contracts, the UI over here gets really rough in the sense that it will just cover up everything so you can't see your resources or anything, and managing it is a little not great. It's also a thing that you run into when you get late game. I did the survival mode, which is a mode that's very faster than light. We got to the point I was carrying over 5,000 passengers because part of that goal is to save as many people as possible, so obviously I wanted as many people as possible. And it's not that we were struggling to feed them because of lack of food. If you notice down here where you have all these containers, what happens is the shuttle pulls up, and it very rapidly dumps those containers out. But we were hitting a thing that I think was like just an engine limitation computation kind of thing, where it would dock, and one container would appear, and we would wait like 15-20 seconds, and then the next container would appear. And it was just doing that kind of thing for everything. That you'd have all your people standing around working on doing nothing, while it had to kind of figure out it was supposed to be doing something. And so I think what happens with this game is when you start running up against the limitations on CPU load, is it just doesn't assign things for a while. Which means since I had to have stuff managing food and water and air and fuel and all that, the instructions weren't occurring. So everyone would just stand around, like, I really need you to put the water in there. The water's right here. Just put it over there. We're all gonna die if you don't do it. And we had a lot of that kind of thing going on. So I eventually just had to get the people off. And the moment I got the people off, suddenly everything started running smoothly again. But yeah, it's unfortunate that that ends up being a limitation there. Now granted, in this mode you're probably not going to be running around with literal thousands of people on your ship. Not likely, at least. We're going to go ahead and get 2 more mining drills on there. We're getting to the point where I could probably get away with that. And that'll just speed things up. Because I want to top this off. And then we're going to go ahead and head over to a system that has the a nebula system, so that way we can start pulling in the nebula gas to make our fuel back here. And our stuff there. Okay, so before those start firing, do not auto-aim. I do not need mortelium. Are you not cabled in? Oh, you are not cabled in. There we go. Yeah, and our power grid's in good enough shape that, with all the solar panels, the reactor just barely kicks up a notch when we start firing all of those. And the mining lasers are very, very power hungry. Yeah, so with that, it should start feeding more and more of the drones out there, I would think. Because there's the capacity for it. That's okay. We'll end up researching the faster drones and all that. Alright, we're getting pretty close to this reaching capacity. We do use enough of the metal that I'm perfectly content, even if this hits capacity, just letting this jam up for a second, because we will use that material. And then we'll be on our way. Because then I'll still have, like, I'm not going to worry about topping off the precious and the copper. I've got a full thing of ingots. And pretty good there. Oh, also, turn that off. I no longer need that running. Yeah, so you're getting pretty close to being maxed out. Yeah, I'm finding it curious that this does grab the bots off of there and chuck them in here. And they haven't been doing that. Which is curious. There's only so much a port can handle. So it might be something related to that. But still. Alright, so you're just about to top off. Maybe not enough ports? I mean, I've definitely had more out there than that. That's maybe 8, 9, 10 of them out there. And I've definitely had with only like 2 ports, like 20 or something. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom again, so I'm going to quickly do that. So thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. But then we'll get right back to it. Actually, you know what? I'll leave this running at the slower speed, so it is just getting done. But I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and I figured I was going to take a break right then, because I delayed the ads as much as possible, but we ran out of delays available. Okay, so with that, we are dealing with this. I don't want to rearrange the ship more now, or don't have the money. So let's go ahead, and we are going to start moving on to that system. So what's going to end up happening is we're going to finish this trade mission. All the drones are going to start getting back on board. I didn't think about the fact that the drones... Oh, no, it's going okay. It's getting a little jammed up, but that's all right. Meanwhile, if we check in the status, we have a little bit, about 90 more resin to go, and about 50 more isotopes. We got to jump to get the isotopes, and then the resin, we are literally heading there to do the thing that'll help me get more. Which is I just have to go into a nebula system, and then I got all of these will collect nebula gas. You see them all spinning up. And then that nebula gas will feed into these containers, which then gets processed into this. In this case, this area is making fuel. But over here, you know, we're taking the nebula gas, we put it in this container and that container. Then we have the refinery here who processes it into the refined stuff, which then gets processed into the resin. I could probably get away with getting a second chemical lab and helping boost the speed of this. I'll probably want to go ahead and work on that. And meanwhile, you'll notice the fuel count is just rocketing up. Oh, hey, can we get a shout out for Bloody Drongo? It's good to have you here. Because that should be... Yeah, so we're just producing our fuel now. There's a couple things I will want. Give me those huge containers. Let's go over here and check out Bloody Drongo, an absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly, highly, highly recommend. You misspelled it, Luxray. I was like, why didn't I see anything? You love Drango? I'm not sure if you've seen Feastopia yet, Drongo. But in Feastopia, the guardian, whatever the thing that's like your friend slash enemy, is called Dango, and I must have said Drongo so many times because your eyes just do that to it. But yeah, and if you haven't done that, that's it's a fun game. It's very Against the Storm coded. So if you liked Against the Storm, very, yeah, the urge. I must have said it wrong like a dozen times, and it's like that's not what its name is. All right, so we're getting the containers. Right, the chem lab. That's the other thing, is I needed a chem lab. So increase my capacity. So check out Bloody Drongo, absolutely fantastic content creator. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I'm on. We play a lot of similar games, playing some Humanit Z recently, for those who don't know that. It's very 3D Project Zomboid. It's about the best I could put it. It's very 3D Project Zomboid. It's a bit more arcadey than Project Zomboid. Not quite as precise with a lot of stuff. But, you know, that's not necessarily good, bad, or otherwise. Okay, so you got a fuel tank there, a fuel tank there. So I'm basically just massively increasing the capacity of our fuel system. And then the next thing I want to do is over here where we got this chem lab, I'm not going to have an elegant place to put this with a lot more work that I'm not willing to do. So when an elegant solution is unavailable, you can do an unelegant solution. Just let your boss know I gave you the thumbs up on that one. They'll understand. And it's inelegant, not unelegant, but we don't need to worry about that. Stargate resin. I also just remembered that what I could do up here is we could get the assembly stuff set up to work on the next stage, even though we're not on the next stage yet. Yeah. It has ponies and a functioning UI. It's nice, faster-paced alternative Project Zomboid that scratches a similar itch. Yeah, now for me, I haven't played it where it's at. I played it when it very, very, very first dropped into early access. And I know at that point, I ended up bouncing off of it, mostly because it was pretty buggy. You'd go inside a building and the roof wouldn't disappear, and you'd hear zombies and go, what the hell am I supposed to do? And I understand that kind of stuff is in really good shape now. I wasn't as big a fan of the more arcadey style, but I don't think it's bad. What I'm waiting for is the new State of Decay whenever that happens, because I enjoyed State of Decay a lot. I'm also suddenly realizing I don't have room to walk around these engines, so I'm curious how that's going to work when we go to expand farther back. I might have to widen this slightly just so you have just one tile wide. That's what we can do. I think this actually is a shipyard system. Yeah, so what I could do to make this less cursed, I can go here. And then just erase that tile. And then with that, all these thrusters just became non-functional because they're internal to the ship, so they don't work so well. That's it. Yeah, they've improved a lot through EA. The camera, though, still does need a bit of work. And anything in the You didn't encounter anything game breaking. You really like that the NPC survivors interact with both the trade and fight against. Feels fairly realistic. Nice. And also go check out Treacle. I didn't catch what the game you're playing most recently was, but definitely go check out Treacle as well. Another fantastic content creator. Also plays a lot of overlap so far as the games we play, like RimWorld, all that. Has been doing some like Hightail and a bunch of other stuff. So definitely worth checking out. All good stuff. You're a big Treacle fan? Treacle is fantastic. Alright, so we got room for 3 more solar panels. And then what I think we're going to do is I'm going to try and flip this over to working on the next stage. Because I'm still making the Stargate actuators. Because I did peek ahead at the next stage here. And it was... yeah, the Stargate capacitors require actuators. The tellurium crystals I've just got. That part's no problem. The stable isotopes we're going to get, the energy coils are just copper and iron. The frame is iron. The lens is precious materials, I believe. So these are all like tier 1 components. This is a tier 1 component, a tier 2 component, and then like whatever the heck this thing is, like tier 5. And then that's just, again, thing there. And then level 5... that is just made out of 4 tier 1 components. That shouldn't even be that bad to do. And meanwhile, these are just churning away, maxing out the storage on these. When the storage does get maxed, let's move on to the next system because I have no reason to stay here. Oh, you can't reach those. Alright, we can fix that. I already mentioned I was going to be going in here. So for right now, we just open that up. Our people can go in and yoink those thrusters. We'll shove them outside then, and then I'm going to fill in this part, because I don't actually want anything up there. But basically, I wanted to have enough of a hollow spot that when we extend this out, I can... oh, it'll have to be another tile wider. Alright, before we get caught up in when we reinstall, it has to be one more tile wider, because when I get over here, I'm going to have tiles on both sides of it. We're just giving it a little teeny tiny hallway. And I'll explain why I needed to do that in a second. So let's fill that back in. So the reason I needed to do that, like I just did there, is ultimately when we get down here, because I'm going to be extending it like this, I need walls on both sides to be functional. So in order to have that, I needed to have it be 3 wide so I can run that over, and then we would put like the next line of engines wherever I can, that kind of nonsense. Meanwhile, we can go ahead and put our thrusters back in their new positions. Oh, they're turned around still. And wire them up so they have power. And how are you doing? You are full. And you're very quickly getting full. And that's where, like I said, we're just producing fuel. This whole thing back here just produces fuel. That's just all it does. This area up here, it's producing our resin, which is that objective here. So I need about 70 more of it. We'll need more stable isotopes, which is fine. You're making more solar panels. All right, so one more solar panel, and then our solar panel grid is completed. And then we're going to go and switch this over to making one of our later materials. At which point, I'm not selling the actuators anymore, right? Cool. Yeah, so we're just stockpiling the actuators right now. It's interesting that says I have 18. I'm really only seeing the 2 there. Yeah, so all of you got your materials here. Right. Oh, you know what I need to do after we're here? So once that's full, which is getting pretty close, we need to go to a comet. Sector surveying. We are going to learn how to survey the area around your ship. First, the step is to scan the local area using the sector surrounding your ship using this. So you do the sector scan button. I'm not going to worry about that tutorial. So you're changing because you are now going to be making the Stargate receiver. So that's frame, energy coil, and lenses. So we are making the frames, and I'm going to need 2 more fabricators to make the energy coil and the lens. So let's go ahead and get those. Boom, boom. We're just going to shove those right on up here and plug them in. So that way we're getting ahead of the next objective. Now what it's going to tell me to do is that I can go here and I can scan, but I don't actually have the scanning device. Did the last run go south? If it's the survival run, we won in the sense that I finished all the immediate objectives, and the game engine couldn't handle how many people we had in the ship anymore. That instructions just weren't happening anymore because that's just, it seems like when this game runs up to a CPU limit, instead of like the game stuttering or whatever, it's people just don't do things. They just stand there and it takes a long time for the instruction to queue. So we hit a hard limit on that one. As far as like the actual previous story mode, it had been like a week, so I figured I was just gonna start a new story mode. We're already farther along in the gate production than we were before. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the energy coil. And then you needed to be lenses. I wonder if you need multiple ships to be able to hold that many people. Well, no, because it's still a loss of instructions. Like, they weren't doing the things. I think it is just, you know, it's the same thing with, like, RimWorld, where you start getting, like, upper 20s, 30 people, and then the game can get kind of chunky. Before, they've actually had some updates to make it better, but back in the day, like, you hit, like, 25, 30 people, and the game would start to kind of get a little dicey, especially if you had animals or whatever going on. Or, you know, with a lot of city builders, you get too big and you start watching the frame rate die. Or if you get Factorio, you start getting really big and it starts doing the whole thing where it starts... Factorio handles it the best, in my opinion. Instead of the game, like, stuttering and all that, they actually kind of, like, dilate time to make it so time effectively goes slower, so there's more time to process the instructions. Okay, there's the last solar panel being installed. So you're all working on your stuff. Right, so what I was saying is the next thing I need to work on, so those are all full. So we can go ahead and queue up. So the Comet is in NG6. Let's see if there's any missions in NG6 they would like to do. Go ahead and take that. You are in NG6. So we will rescue people in NG6. We can turn in that contract real fast while we're sitting here. But this will be good because we can hit up the Comet and get that stuff done. Also, do you have more refineries by chance? Which way do they have those turned, by the way? They're turned sideways to the right. Because I am noticing things are backing up at this point, not that point, which means this is not processing as fast as those are. So there's a good enough reason for me to expand. And that'll help unstick some of these resources that are getting backlogged. Oh, also, we'll go to the storage. Grab the Stargate receiver. split the storage to have that there as well. Because that's what you're making, right? Yeah, you're making Stargate receivers. Alright. And as I mentioned before, at this stage, if I want more power, I'm going to start using refinery or reactors and all that. Just because we've already got a huge amount of space taken up with solar. That seems like a good baseline where if everything goes wrong, it can limp along on the solar. We need more water. Which is where we're going right now, is to acquire the materials I need for water. In hindsight, do you happen to have cargo containers? Storage container, give me one of those. There. That way, when we get the ice in here, we can fill up a whole thing of that. And get you making the gas, and get you making the gas. Alright, so we've got all them. So we're going to go down here where the common is. Oh, I misread it. That's NG8 versus 6. That's fine. We're going to go to NG8, get the comet, because I need the water. Because I'm going to need that to produce more oxygen and to produce water, since this whole thing is getting backed up. Or this whole thing is basically depleted. So let's go ahead and jump over here. There is a meteor shower in this system. Never mind. Screw that system. We'll just buy our water. Because we get hammered on by meteors. Oop, that one missed. Getting lucky on some of these close misses. Alright, that was a hit. Luckily, it just hit armor, so no real damage, all superficial. Also have to go and get the armor replaced the next time we're at a shipyard. Alright. Okay. So it is another nebula system, which is fine. And there's the ship we're here to rescue. It is moving. So hopefully with our new engines we'll have better speed than last time. The last time our top speed was only 3. Which was not great. It was pretty aggravating to try and catch a ship that's adrift at 3 velocity. Alright, so it looks like we can get to about 9. I could still afford to go faster, but that's at least something. Oh, I don't have the power to run it all. That's what's happening here, is the whole thing is stuttering because I got all my engines going full bore and things are just turning on and off trying to maintain the engines. Let's try going here. Snippy snip the cable. Snippy snip the cable. That wasn't enough. Snip that cable. Snip that cable. I'm trying to stabilize it because it'll probably be better to... Okay, we are ever so slightly stabilizing our power right on the edge here where a couple things are turning on and off. But we are more stable. That is not amazing. So we can probably turn this off right now. Give ourselves a little bit more power here. Yeah, so the lesson we're learning right now is that I can't run that many engines. That's fine. I already knew I needed more reactors and everything. We've been putting it off for a while, and this is the game letting us know it's been too long a while. I don't want to shut down all these or have to reconfigure them. We're not going to catch it like this. I think it's faster than I am with that many engines turned off. Alright, so we are going to simply go, you know what? I'm sorry, but I cannot help you right now. Yeah, because where the ship was, we just reached where it was in that time. It is just a thing there. So in the meantime, I am going to reconnect these engines, because I will forget that they're disconnected. I'll just let that sit there for right now. We're going to let our batteries recover, and then when we go to the next system, we are going to, yeah, we just come back to this later. There's no time limit. We are going to go and get some reactors, probably put them in this area, and wire that up, and use that to build out our power more. Now it'll just be a thing that, as we add more and more of those, we'll have to expand our power grid back here. Oh, I also finished researching that. Let's go ahead and start working on some of all this habitat stuff, because we build all that out, that'll just save us power. Because it won't have to scale up nearly as much. So unfortunately, I'm going to be jumping down to this system. It really sucks that the Comet system happens to be a meteor shower system. You can get the Gatling guns to protect yourself. They're not great at it. Oh, my FTL charges are low. That's right. Once this is done, I want to get that going. I don't need... Well, we can use a little mining. So we needed... What are we short on for mining? Everything except thallium. The metal being the most important. Yes, it's not updated. So we can go there to start working on the copper and the thallium. Sorry, the copper and the precious. Then I could circle back for the other ingots. In the meantime, I don't need those. Let's get the huge tank. And let's get some reactors. Alright, so I'll expand that a little bit. And I'm also going to go here and just pick up the batteries because I can. Do your individuals have do your people have individual needs? No, this isn't like RimWorld. They're just kind of crew that have like they do have air, water, and food as needs. But you don't have to, like, go and make sure they're entertained. They don't have mood breaks. They don't have relationships amongst each other or anything like that. It's just not that kind of game. Okay, we've got those. Have doors now. Alright, so with the extra generators here, that should help out. When I'm not flying around, they're basically just short of idling. But then once they start flying around, it starts gobbling up a bunch. In the meantime, let's grab our lasers, and for right now, just open up. Oh, good, you split 50-50? That's perfect. Alright, so we've got all that. So where else did I want the large container? Because I did grab a huge container. Oh, right, it's going to be water. Was where I was going to do that. Yeah, I was really planning on having all the ice brought in so we could start using that to resupply our water. What we can do in the meantime is then go water. Where I've got that set to keep me in stock with, like, that. We're going to tell it to keep 20 in stock. That's a pretty good amount of water. But that should keep that going. And then I'll be able to go over here and probably put a, do a couple of things. Probably already have a loader, don't I? Yeah. So put a loader here. To feed water into that setup. And then we could also go in here, even though this isn't really an elegant way of doing it, I'm just going to pipe this in back here. Because I want to get rid of those smaller containers as well, but that'll fix that for right now. And then finally, we get an oxygen maker. We can cable that into power. And pipe that in. They can pipe that in. So that way we are both bringing water back in, and we're going to start generating, generating air off of that. Yeah, we need more compost, which we're not getting because I don't have that much crew, so they don't need a lot of food and don't make a lot of waste. That's all fine. Because if we use the long arm here, it misses my drone port. Now, it could be a thing if I scooched the wall, like I made it zigzag a little. I could make it so the drone ports were set up so that they would kind of go back and forth and be able to be more accessible, but Yeah, the rate this thing is processing fuel is pretty absurd. That it is just sucking down this gas and immediately converting it into fuel, which is good for scalability, but also it's like, all right, I'm gonna have to do a lot more here. Wait. Oh, right, this chemical lab is turned off because we need the stable isotopes, not the other stuff. Meanwhile, you need... Yeah, so you're making the Stargate receivers, which is good. We're getting really close. We're about to finish with the stable isotopes, which is good. And the Stargate resin is trucking away. You don't seem to be making any. Your pipe's not hooked up right? That's exactly what happened, because you're rotating the other way around. That's fine. I'll get us the Stargate resin. So we'll improve the throughput there. Okay, you already don't need precious ore. Okay, so we're going to consider those done. So, turn off those mining lasers. I need you to be targeting... metallic minerals. Because we've already filled up on the precious ore. I didn't realize it's filling up quite that fast. So hopefully we get away from there before this backs up too much. Meanwhile, I have more stuff here. And it just barely hit saturation. And just barely hitting saturation is enough to be a problem. So we're going to go ahead and say precious ore, yep. Thallium ore, yep. Or give it a second to try and clear off this belt enough that we can get the, get this all sorted. That's partly because when we're flying by, we're scooping up all this junk. Make sure they're all shooting the correct thing. They are. Throttle off completely. We did get a little bit of copper in there as well. I'm just letting those churn for a minute. Meanwhile, you need to be turned back on as well. So these are basically to run until people empty them out. And all that. And then they should unjam, be available for this. Alright. So you're out of that. So yeah, so for more stable isotopes, we just gotta jump more. And the oxygen's going up. The water's going up. Yeah, because I'm just manually loading the water from containers we're buying. And we're already making our next stage. What else do we have in the next stage that we can work on? So we're making the... Well, we're not making the capacitor. So the capacitor would be energy coil, Stargate actuator, and stable isotopes. So I do want to work on those as well, but that's going to be another problem. In the meantime, we can get ourselves another assembly table. And it's also a curiosity because the stable isotopes are a liquid, so I will have to actually hook up for the first time an assembly table to a liquid. I might just plunk it down here. It's not the most convenient place for the rest of our materials, but I don't want to have to run the liquids through everything just to deal with it. That's actually not where I need that. Hang on, don't do that. Over here, I mean. We'll plunk it over here, because then we can go and take the stable isotopes, route it around here. They won't turn the table on yet, because we're already working on stuff. But as soon as the stable isotopes are sorted, which should be just a couple more jumps, we'll have the stable isotope start going to that, and no longer be unloaded for sale. Wifey,
I love you.
I love you too.
Lots?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good, because I love you lots.
Yeah.
You have a good night. I'm heading to bed, you guys.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
I know.
He's like, it is what it is.
Yeah.
One thing I might do to help this out. So I've got all this over here. Well, do I want to wire that into the back? No, I'm going to leave that alone. And just keep it doing its thing. Alright, so we got our research for habitation. And I'm just going to keep going through and just research all of these things that make the general, air processing and all that more efficient. Because that'll just save me materials. Do we have more huge tanks? Yep. That way we can increase the capacity of some of these things. So when I go into a nebula system, we're good. Alright, so with that, we've de-scuffed this. I'm also noticing we're not getting more ore. So where's the next nearest chunk of metallic? Because that's only about half full, and that's only about half full, and that's the material I use the absolute most. Yes, we got 30 resin on board. Oh, I think that's stacks, so that's fine. We'll definitely need to jump to get more. This is producing a lot of fuel, but it burns through its tanks way too fast. So what I'm debating doing is I'm debating running a cable back here for the raw material, which wouldn't be a bad idea, but it would just straight up drain this tank. And I feel like for this, I would rather keep that one exclusively focused on our main mission objective. And the other stuff can kind of just wait. Yes, they are getting that resin together relatively quick. The other one's not going to get any progress until we jump again. That's okay. I'm just trying to top off our metal while we're here. In the meantime, oh, we can grab you, because you'll just take the stuff I've got. I don't have a particular system in mind to go to. That's a lie. Ideally, I want to go to NG-15, because it's a nebula system, so we can replenish our fuel production. So NG-15. Alright, we could also have a rescue in NG-13 is a nebula system, and NG-6 I think was a nebula system as well. It's NG-4. It's NG-7. None of those are good. Battle Square Galactica. So we can turn that into declog some of that. Okay, so you're still collecting, it's just you're going full bore. I do need to give the ship a name. Alright. Acid tank and water tanks are looking good. Alright, once we finish this contract, I'm just going to head over to the other system again. Yeah, because you're about to be full. Let's go ahead and head back over to there. So the drones will get recovered. And then with this, we should start having our fuel production pick back up. Yeah, it's all fine, so you're getting all that sorted out. Considering, is that, like, not hooked? Oh, that's why. Okay, I was sitting there, I was like, how on earth is this not getting ahead? It wasn't hooked up the whole time. I was sitting there just like, I don't understand how I don't have this huge buffer chest or buffer thing just full of fuel. Or the precursor to fuel. That container wasn't hooked up where the other ones were. Okay, because I was like, man, I did not need that many the last time. Let's go ahead, and in the meantime, we'll go ahead and grab 2 more of the gas extractor thing, gas collectors. That's just basically so they go faster. So that they can top off these containers really rapidly. Alright, that's an interesting one. Make sure real fast that you aren't messing up. We're already running ourselves low on isotopes. So what I'm probably going to do for this jump is not actually specifically go with any destination in mind. Let's just probably take some regular old contracts for a minute. So let's see. NG14, 10, 10, 14, 14. 14 wins just because there's one extra one of those. So 14, 14, 14. Wait, was that 14 the last one I grabbed? Yeah, all those are 14. So you gotta load all those passengers on board. And that should actually help us with water, because all those people are gonna get on our ship. And they're gonna use a bathroom. It's gonna fill up that sewage pipe, which is then in turn going to allow us to process that sewage into drinkable water. Things that are upsetting to think about, but, you know, it is what it is. Yes, the fuel tank is slowly climbing. These are slowly climbing. We'll just give it a moment to start topping that off. We're pretty close on all that. Yeah, you can't do anything till we jump again. Once those ingots are gone, we're going to jump again, get ourselves some more isotopes. Really, I should be getting way more of those to help out. Oh, right, I meant to, under science, grab a hyperspace sensor. Because to sector scan, you need one of those. They need to fix that sector scan tutorial. It doesn't tell you how to do anything. It's like, you can scan the system. And you're like, cool. More information? No? Okay. That's fine. Maybe I didn't want to know how to work with it. And I also believe the sector scanning thing is irrelevant in the first system, whereas later systems, they don't chart everything out for you. You have to chart it yourself, which is part of the reason I wanted to, like, circle back to the story, is it looks like there was a lot I missed just because we hadn't gone to that point. The main story tells you have to, like, leave your mouse over it. Yeah, we got the tutorial unlocked because I unlocked the tech. I'm blanking on where it was now. Because it was just something like down here or whatever, you just right-click on it or whatever. And it would start scanning. I think they might have fixed it so you couldn't use it on the system because it served no purpose. Alright, so just need 4 more. And I have more than enough for that. And then that'll be done, and we need 18 more of those, and then that'll be done. We have the 4 more there, so I'm going to go ahead and we're going to stop using that. Just let it sit there. Because we should sell those 4. That'll accomplish that goal. And then we can keep the rest of the isotope in here. Because then what I'm going to need to do is go in here and do Stargate capacitors. And that's for like the next stage. But I want to make sure we sell these first. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's when you go through the gate. So it's because we got a little ways into the gate production, but we didn't get farther than that just because we were just working on other things. You docked on this side for once. I've actually never had them use my other docking ports in any ships until this time, unless I got rid of the first one. Do you pay X? If you're asking me if you do, you play X. I have played the X series in the past. I have all but I think like one of the achievements in X3, I believe it was, which the only one I was missing was the finish the game in permadeath. No, the quest in this game. No, the quest in this game. Do you pay X? I am so confused. The quest in this game where I'm producing stuff, I am paid to make the thing. Oh, yeah. No, the very first time we played through, we did the Stargate, we followed the quest. I'm deliberately dodging the quest for the first Stargate because there's an achievement for doing it without doing the quest. And so I figured if I was going to replay this, I'm deliberately avoiding. Because normally what happens is you go to a system and they give you, like, a starting station that's got industry and all that set up to build on, and instead we're using our own ship for that same purpose. Okay, so with this, we're going to get the Stargate capacitors made. So it's going to use the actuators, energy coils, and that. And so we can go down here and go to storage. Stargate capacitors. Just chuck them over there. Now we got the... Alright, so we only need 11 more Stargate resin. And the rest of this is all going fine. We can just let it keep churning away. We can grab that quest. That'll get me some ore out of my inventory. You want to go back to... We got two things going back to NG0. We could choose to do. We also have that one to get rid of materials. Thing of the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's fine. We won't need to mine or anything, but we can just pop over there. You can take those raw materials. I'm definitely ending up with more drones as time is going on. Which can happen. If I go near a wreck or something like that and they happen to have drones out there in space, you can just snag them to increase your number of drones. Especially when you're doing the combat stuff, you can get a lot of good materials very quickly doing the combat stuff. You'll just straight up find reactors and all that kind of thing. You're only now running out of your stuff there. Get more scoops. Now, probably also need a big container if they've got one. Okay. That way I can scoop up a bunch of materials at once. But yeah, so this time I haven't been following the quest lines as closely. I want to get that one achievement where we build that, and then I'll probably circle back and start knocking out a bunch of quest lines. The next time we go to a Stargate, or a normal system, or not a normal system, that's the right word, a shipyard system, it'd probably be worth getting some weapons put on our ship finally. We're overdue, and it's not like I don't have the space in this middle area here to put a bunch of cannons or whatever on there. I mean, actually, do I really need to go back to the system? All right. Weapons terminal, 4 cannons. Just give me all the cannon shells you got. And a weapons officer. And let's plan to have space for a deflector in the middle of each of those. There goes storage. Okay. And so that gives me a bunch of guns here. And like I said, I'll probably plan to put a deflector in the middle of those and see if we actually start stacking deflectors, how well they work. Okay, so just 2 more Stargate resin, and then we're done with the phase. We're just going to kind of chill here for a minute. Those will be done anytime now. We probably already have them sitting over here. Yeah, so we already have those sitting here. So let's quickly turn those off for a minute. I've got my 2 resin, and I want to turn those off just because I don't think with what we've seen on the later phases I have more need for Stargate resin. Yeah, at least of the phases I'm aware of, we don't have more need for Stargate resin. So I don't want to... Well, actually... Yeah, it's fine. I could switch those over to making fuel if I really wanted to. I could genuinely see, like, not caring, just yoinking this out, moving it back there, and having it go into fuel production till I need it for something else. Yeah, we did get a bit more resin. So yeah, once we sell that, that should be this whole stage done. Which is already queued, we just have to physically wait for them to load it up, but because I bought all the ammo and everything, it's gonna take a minute. Because we're carrying all the ammunition and everything where it needs to go and all that nonsense. Plus the mission objectives for going back to the initial system. Alright, you're about to back up. So let's go ahead and turn that one off for a minute. Yeah, so you need stable isotopes. You drain that back in here. And then you need energy coils. We can just figure that all out as we go. Right. Meanwhile, we can go ahead and deliver. Because then I'll just unload back at this system. We'll be good. I don't really need any, or I mean, actually, I could still use more metallic. Man, the speed we burn through that metallic ore is certainly something. Okay, so while we're working on other stuff, I'm going to pop back over and do that. We got our first array of weapons built on here. Complete Phase 3 of the Stargate. Heck yeah. So that brings us to Phase 4, so that's the Tellurium Crystal, Stargate Capacitor, and Stargate Receivers. So let's go into our list of auto trade and start getting all the old stuff out of here. So Stargate Resin. You're gone. Stargate Actuators, we've already got pulled. Stable Isotopes. Don't. And so now we need the Stargate receivers, which I should have. There you go. There you go. There you go. So we're working on all that. We have a new manufacturing mission. We'll leave that. Don't turn that one in yet. We are dropping this off. So I need 250 of the tellurium crystals. So you are now on full time. This is your life now. Well, let's actually also turn you all to auto. Because we got the receivers being made and the capacitors being made. So you require the actuators, you require the frames. Let's double check. So there's a receiver, there's the actuator, that's the Stargate frame that's required for the actuator. So we're good with all that. We're no longer going through and doing a bunch of the other stuff. We do have the Stargate capacitors also being made. That's going to require a lot of isotopes. And I'm honestly curious, because at that point I don't have research to do the higher tier one, nor do we see the next thing. So my assumption of what's going to happen here, story-wise, we're going to be led to, like, use the Stargate or something like that. And don't spoil it, because I haven't done it, so I want to find out. What am I grabbing that you're mining? Oh, nothing. You're just stealing my ore. Because you're a punk. I understand. And I'm not quite at a good angle. Let's give a little smidge here. Alright. So let's see what I can do to improve some of this. I'm going to dismantle those mining drills. I'm going to move them up here to give me room for more drone ports. I'm also going to dismantle that as well. But we're going to see if we can't get some more drone ports in here where I can wiggle the belts around and do some stuff. So we'll do this where you go drone. There's 2 drone bays. With turning these things in, I am getting so freaking much money so fast. So docking port, I'm going to shove you way back here. And let's put a generic storage by it. Oh, we can go over here for right now. And let's buy what track you've got. I know I will need 2 smart, 2 regular robot arms. Yeah, that'll be right. What I could do is just space these out, and that'd be one way to solve it. So instead of putting them right against each other, I put drone bay here, another one there, connect those up, and then I'd be able to go in here and be short robot arm. We can turn around that way. Smart robot arm. And put there. And then what we'd be able to do is snake the conveyor belt up and through, and then that one would just go wider there. So we could do then is dismantle you. And it'd put all these over here, and then it'd shift that one over and we'd start snaking the belt. Now the problem I'm gonna run in here is that's gonna be another thing I'm gonna work on, so get another assembly table. Meanwhile, you should get back to making ore. Back to getting to work. No one else says do your job. For the moment, I'll just put an assembly table right there. And that's going to just start making track. Because we get a lot of track. And the goal here is to get all of these online and automated. Let's dismantle those two arms and that. Because I want to scooch it over. Meanwhile, the mining lasers can just go right here. I have to clean up a bunch of wires and all that. We'll worry about that when we get there. And how are we doing in this? We've already got really good progress in the tellurium crystals. That's not shocking. It's literally just smelted ore. Okay, switch you to... Oh, those don't need to be smart. Hang on. The only reason I want them to not be smart in that case is I can always fix them later. Like it doesn't need to be a whole thing. Okay, so we ran that out of ore. That's all running. We're just gonna chill here for a minute while all that processes. So honestly, we're done with the resin, so I'm gonna yoink all of that and just make space. It's gonna be a waste of some materials that are in there, but I don't really care, honestly. Install track. We're working getting the track all wired up for each of these. Okay, you're maxed out. Honestly, just keep running. Or no, that's fine. Yeah, no, you keep running. We'll end up producing more and more. It's fine. We're just stuck waiting at a bunch of production things. In the meantime, is there a contract worth doing right here? Let's see, we got rescue, eradicate, urgent transport. Oh, I still have a bunch of money. Let's continue to build out our defense more. So there's 3 cannons. Grab one of those. Grab you. Buy all the ammo. Go to here. Armor the last of my ship that I've missed armoring. Wait, I remember now. The deflector, I want to say, is 4 tiles wide. I don't remember. If I have to move them all around later, that's fine. Can we add the cables? Because I'm adding defenses so that we're ready for a fight when it comes down to it. Okay, so you've got all that hooked up. Now you got this. Let's get the other drone port up here. They skipped a tile there. So then you'll have another one of these ones where it's short out. And then, like I said, it's going to be one of these ones where I'm going to be wiggling the belt all over the place. And I do not have the belt, what I need to wiggle the belt there. But that's the plan, is just wiggle the belt the whole way, bring this belt out wider. You are now producing track. Which will be yet more of something drawing on the ingots there. Okay, and so you've got all that pulled up. So in the meantime, since I had that there,
Thank you Sylvain for subscribing for 4 months.
thank you, Soul Wayne, for the Prime Gaming sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 4 months, and I do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that continued support. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. In the meantime, I'm just hooking all this up. But yeah, thank you so much for that. So we got all that hooked up. You're going to be all hooked up there. We can add the refinery here. Chemical pipes. That's fine. It'll wire up the way it is. Wait, no, it won't. Don't do that. Okay, so hook you up over here. Which way were you turned? The right. Because I'm figuring I already have these things. Let's just add them to our fuel production. Cool. And meanwhile, everything else is just continuing to work. I honestly probably need more crew. Let's go ahead and get more crew in here. Grab another 5. So you can start hauling stuff around, working on all that. You're not hooked up to power. There you go. Yeah, and they're working on all that stuff. So I don't think we need more ore. So what we could do in the meantime is we do have the ability for like contracts and all that, but also just hang at the nebula. So let's see. So NG 15, 13, or maybe 6. That's 10. 2. 13. Did I say 14? I think it did. No. Alright, so we'll start with you for the rescue. We're working on that. Let's say, sell. Get rid of those while we're here. Okay. So we're continuing to empty all this out because I bought way too much, which is totally fine by me. The rest is all working fine here. Yeah, and this, as we add more conveyor belt to that, that'll also start working better. Yeah, so next thing I'm going to do is get the next set of these to work around that way. Alright, got wastewater processing. And as I mentioned before, I'm just kind of going through all the environmental stuff to continue to, like, feed the system. Okay, so first of all, you can be turned off right now. So let's go ahead to this pipe, flip the pipe, because the oxygen is basically full, so I don't need to be draining water on that. Those are all just churning away as fast as they possibly can. And we're still emptying all this out. Oh, they're still just moving all the crystals out. We're already halfway through the crystals. Because we had most of those already smelted. I still have 11 stacks of them. Which is the holdup here is we're just getting all those goods they won. It's just taking time to load them. Good problems to have. We're slowly getting this all emptied out. Oh, there, we got it. Okay. So now I gotta rescue. This time I should actually have enough power to do said rescue. That's at least what I'm saying on paper. In practice, we'll see. Okay, so with just the thrusters, we're kind of power stable to maybe slightly draining power. With the engines going full kit, now we're at a power deficit. But I can probably fix that. So right now, all of this is running. I say as I turn on more, which is not what I should be doing. So what I'm going to do here, though, I'm going to go to cable, I'm going to snip that cable, shutting down all that production. And that should give my batteries way more time running. We're going to need to do better than that. Alright, so what can I trim off a lot of power with pretty easily? Because I turned off our fuel production for now. I don't want to turn off this yet. I need to do something. So what I will do is I'll connect you from this side, and I'll trim from here and here. So I'll turn off all our refineries. Alright, that's made it a bit better. The weapons aren't doing anything, so that won't help. We're turning off research and the water production, which puts us on an energy positive. Mostly. So, we definitely need more engines. We definitely need more of a lot of stuff. I'll probably want to pick up another reactor or two, so that we can keep things going there. Alright, so you need to go right, down. Pick those two up. Track up. Then robot arm that way. That way and that way. So it goes right. Oh, I put 2 space between that, and that's fine. Okay, so that'll have all of the path that is the receiving side. Yeah, we're definitely catching up. Not as fast as I'd like to be catching up, but we're definitely catching up. We're only getting 1 per second for some reason. That's interesting. And that's water production. That could just stay the way it is right now. That could just stay offline. Yes, I definitely could use more power. I could definitely use a lot of things. Alright, so I need to connect that. And I'll start with working those over, and then I'll work the cables the other way around. Or track, not cables. You're backing up, so stop doing that. Okay, so that should make us in much better shape for the next round. We're getting pretty close here. I'm going to speed time up a little bit. Let's get the weapons thing off of here. We're very quickly maxing out our level on industry. Yeah, so with our power, we're still at the point when I go full burn that I do not quite have the power grid to support a full burn. Okay, so I'm having to keep my thrusters on a bit, or engines on, a bit to hold speed with this thing. And then we're using our thrusters to maneuver into position to actually dock. I'm definitely going to need way more thrusters. Alright, we're all docked. We got a rescue going on. Like, scooch away just so it doesn't try and redock up. Alright, so now we can go and reconnect all the stuff I just unplugged quickly. It's interesting to me that those are only going at 1 per second. When the last time we were here, they're going at like 16 per second. It's not implying that these are blocked up or anything. I wonder what the rules around that are. Because at 1 per second, it's not worth me sitting here trying to use that. Like, it is making enough that we're getting fuel in. And you're doing fine there. That's the first one done. We got another rescue in System 13. So we'll go ahead and do that rescue. And if we're lucky, that system will have a higher number on it. Okay, we got a meteor shower happening here. So as well as ones, if I can catch up quickly, great, we do it. If I can't catch up quickly, we don't do it. Yeah, it's 5.4. Yeah, so definitely get there in time. We're gonna try and beeline it straight for this thing. Power those down again. Power those down again. Alright, that's 2 back-to-back hits. So that got through our armor. We haven't got like a breached hull or anything yet, but we did take a beating there. Hull damage my drones can repair. Armor damage, we just don't get the armor back. Until such point that we are back at a shipyard and able to get repairs there. Alright, more armor peeled off. You need to move back a little on that throttle just a skosh. For the day is ablative. Yep. Ooh. Actually broke one of my solar panels. Alright, another hit on the armor. Another hit on the armor. On dock. Hey, crew member. I appreciate the enthusiasm of you going outside in the meteor shower to fix that solar panel. I really need you to be inside, though. If you could just get inside the ship, that'd be great. Alright, 1 second. Orders. Do not do exterior work. Get inside. Alright. Okay. Alright, so this is a really good system for that. So we rescued the crew. We rescued more crew. We are low on FTL charges. Let's go ahead and, because we have, like, copious amounts of money, make sure we keep a bit more FTL charges on us. Alright, so there's a lot of repairs we need to do and all that. We also want to go in here, repair all the damaged armor. That's 200,000 worth of damage on the armor alone. Which means we did not make the money we should have made. We spent more in repairs than we got from it, but that's fine. We did do 2 of those missions, so ultimately we did make out in the end. In the meantime, let's go ahead and get our cables reattached for all this stuff. Before sewage becomes a problem. Alright, and let's also look in here. Let's get another 2 reactors. It's not about the money, it's about the message. What's the message? That I'm willing to burn a lot of money? I mean, to be fair, money is really not a problem. There's 2 more reactors online. And at this stage, probably getting to the point where I don't really need to be making much more track. Alright, so I just need 2 more units of track, so we're going to deconstruct that one segment of track there, because it's facing the wrong way now. So I just need to make 1 more piece of track. We can turn it this way, then the drones will start circling around here. All of these should then be lined up to be able to pop on all 4 drone ports at the same time, and empty them all at the same time. That's from Dark Knight, where Joker burns the money. Sometimes the message is expending expensive ammo. I haven't thought of that in forever. I didn't end up seeing too much of the Harley Quinn when I heard the cartoon. Like, I really liked what I saw. I just really liked there was a scene where, you know, surprise, surprise, Batman's really, really bad at keeping his secret identity secret. And just, you know, Joker find out, just be like, you know, I put a down payment on a Wayne car, and where's my electric car? Like, the thing he's getting upset about is the fact that Wayne Enterprises hasn't delivered his electric car yet, versus everything Batman related. It's such a throwaway thing that's very Joker coded. You know, of all the things to be bent out of shape about, some just random unrelated thing. It was a fun show. It had Mothman. Alright, Luxray, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. And I'll avoid more, like, spoilers around that. That'd be great. Joker runs the office against billionaire Wayne. Like, not even that anyone's like, Joker's a good candidate. It's like, hey, have you seen this guy? Like, he keeps promising all this technology and it's not happening. You know, he's off being, you know, a playboy with a whole bunch of this other stuff. Like, you know, is this really who you want in charge? Alright, so we're just waiting for one last person to run over here, make 1 more track. Then we can shut down that table. We'll get that all set up, and then this automation will be fixed to work much better next time. It'll also ungum up this part of the works where this is all backtracked. So we've got drones just taking up parts of the belt. Alright, how are we doing? So Telium crystals were already about 4/5 done. The other ones we got ways to go, which makes sense. I'm gonna need to scale this up realistically. It is curious, the speed run of finishing the Stargate in under 6 hours. It definitely seems plausible, but it definitely feels like one of those ones where you start like the station making the things, and you just need to run around and just print money as aggressively as possible and buy any and all resources that can be used towards that end, and then just stamp out more and more and just scale up as aggressively as you can. Which we certainly have not done. Like, it definitely feels plausible, but it also feels like that. And another thing is you probably run at, like, the max speed at all times. Alright, so with that, turn this off for the time being. And once that belt goes in, then that automation gets all fixed. Well, the drones will fill back in there. Okay. These are just our generic middle storage. The fuel's all going well. That's all topping off. We could just chill here for right now. I don't really have a reason to leave system until we need to mine more. That's perfect. I could technically fit one more drone on this track. Right, and this was my I got something on this belt that doesn't belong arm. Because then I can change it to whatever that is on the belt. It'll circle around, yoink it off, and then put it back on, switch it from this belt to that belt to send it over here. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I'm going to take 2 seconds to step away. I need to get myself more to drink. If I need to use a restroom, I've been drinking entirely too much fluids or something today because I have had to use a restroom constantly. But I must have been dehydrated when I started the day, and just with all the fluids I've drank, it just happens. That just happens in Florida. It's hot. Dehydration happens. Alright, so we're doing... Ooh, I don't have any water in storage, but that's fine. I've got 11,000 water here. That's okay. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Alright, and I am back. I left the game running in the meantime. That way I could just keep filling up the reserves and all that. We're still doing fine on ore. We got that going. We're right about to get the last of the tellurium crystals. Music? Okay. Just like weirdly the music stopped right as I started talking. It's like, okay, music. So we're just gonna go ahead and like fast forward. We're about to top off our fuel canisters to be literally maxed out, which point this will back up and this will back up. Because I'm just kind of sitting here letting this get done while we're replenishing these. Pretty soon I'm gonna have to go back to do another round of mining to get more tellurium ore and more metallic. Literally, I need pretty much everything but precious. I'm actually surprised. Because we are making the lenses. It's fine. It's probably just not nearly the same volumes as the others. Alright, tellurium completed. So now we're down to Stargate capacitors, which are about 1/3 through, and the Stargate receivers are about 25%. Needless to say, I am going to want to scale that up. So let's try and figure out what the holdup there is, and see if we can't get that sorted. Like, what building do I need more of to make more of that happen quicker? In the meantime, you're doing pretty good. Yeah, so we're basically out of tellurium ore. So I think that's good enough a reason for us to be like, all right, let's go back here. Because with that, we have literally maxed out our gas cans. Our refined material is pretty good off. The unrefined is pretty good off. We got a nice strong buffer there. Oh, I need isotopes. I need lots of isotopes. That's right. So what we're going to do here is we're going to quickly top off this ore here. And then we're going to do some runarounds to just get, basically just warp. I just need to warp to get some more isotopes. Alright, so you need everything except precious. And I'm getting concerned by, I'm looking here where it says metallic ore, and almost all of it is being like, good luck. Well, I'm down to steal your copper. I mean, let me help you carry that. Alright, so now once I get 16 of these... Oh, here, we need to go here and say... Auto trade... Don't do that anymore. So we'll have to wait till it says 16 again. Alright, so let's try and figure out where our slowdown is. So we've got the fabricator making the motors. That's copper and iron ingots, or metal ingots, we're good there. That's frames going to the Stargate, that's fine there. The frames are here. You need frame, energy coil, and lens. Oh, that's one thing. I see one thing we got as a problem. So the lenses and the coils don't have a designated spot there. So they're having to run that way elsewhere. So I've set those. We can kind of monitor to see which ones get slow there. So it's looking like the Stargate frames are one thing that's a pain. Oh yeah, we could just roll in with the drones now. That was not part of the plan. So, because we're salvage random junk, so I'm going to need to put a smart arm here. Because, yeah, so what's happened is there was some, like, wreck or something in the area. And so we snagged debris from that, which is cool because it's an FTL charge, which saves me buying one. But I don't have a way to, like, clear that off yet, so we'll deal with that. Alright, so grab the FTL charge. Alright, so... Copper. Helium ore. Start moving because you're about to fill up. The speed of which we are able to grab that ore now. Already mostly full. Yeah, we're gonna hover right around there. By the time it pulls all that stuff with the belt, it's probably alright at the 70. That's fine. If I have to turn this on to unclog the belt, it is what it is. Okay, meanwhile, before I forget, let's go down here and... Four more thrusters. Give yourself a little bit more maneuverability. We'll definitely want more of those, though. Where are my telium crystals getting to? Because we're not selling them anymore, right? Yeah, we're not selling them anymore. I keep seeing that we don't have any. Okay, so you're full, so we're going to turn this back on. Hopefully unstick that. I thought about how to remove ice from the conveyor belt. Oh yeah, all we'll have to do when we get ice is I'll just go down here and add like another container for the ice. But I didn't have that set up before, you're right. Because ultimately the ice is going to go way down there, but it could honestly be I switch that to ice and just literally put a conveyor belt that's down here into the container for it. Yeah, because that's... This is meant for the ice to be brought in. But because this system's comets and a really crappy system where just the meteor shower is a problem, that's just going to be what it is. Alright, so it's going to take a minute to declog the belt, processing the copper. What are you grabbing? No! You're making my copper problem worse. There's no more regular metallic ore in the system. But none of these look like they're also systems of the belt. It looks like this is the only one that has a belt in it. Which is an interesting problem I've not run into before. Though we might actually have to turn to combat as a means of supplying metal. Because when we destroy a ship, then we can pick up all the scrap. Which would be another thing to put down here. Oh, we got a partial resin here that'll never get filled. Okay, so this we can get rid of you. Okay, so it's slowly unjamming. Because for each time we get another chunk of copper off that belt, then it's got another tile for something that's not copper to be on it, so we can start grabbing it with this stuff. And once we get the 16, we can process that. We'll let the tellurium build up for a little while. But yeah, the metallic is going to be an issue. You should not be selling that. Yeah, it's unset. You should not be selling that. All right. Yes, I've got the lenses. It looks like the frames are a little ways behind. It looks like it's mostly the Stargate frames and the regular frames. And the regular frames take a bunch of metal ingots. So it's looking like I might need to expand the amount of smelting we can do on the metal ingots, which I do think is going to be a matter of the scrap. So let's go ahead and get the stuff set up for dealing with scrap. The crew selling on the black market? How dare they? That's my job. They can't take my thing. I also just realized that's been just sitting there. Hey, honestly, I've shift you up and shift you down. I mean, that's got the ingots in there. I think I just need to go here and get Fabricator. We'll get a second one of those producing frames. And that one I'm going to pipe in directly. See if we can speed stuff up a little. Okay, and we still have a smart arm. A short robot arm. Let's just do this. Alright, and I'll need to turn this back on to making track. Dismantle that. Because then we'll extend this out with the purposes of set you to scrap. And set you to metallic ingot. Question. How do the lightning rods work? I have no idea. My assumption is as you get into later systems, more threats get added. And so my guess is those have to do with later threats that I haven't gone to yet. Not until after we get the gate. That's my guess. We don't happen to have... Alright, slight change of plan. Let's go to the smelter efficiency. Because that should immediately speed things up for us. Okay, so set you to frames. Yeah, so probably what I also need to do is on the other side here, where we just have this. Most likely, I need to start having like conveyor belt that takes the metallic ingots out, and then another one that takes the copper ingots out, and we put the machines in between and let them feed into each other. We haven't really done that side of the automation, and I do think that's where we're losing time because of the people running around here. Now, granted, luckily on this one, we haven't seen our workers standing around doing nothing much. We haven't run into that. I am going to get 5 more. But I do think as well as times where I need to be going in here and expanding. Now, the Stargate capacitors are coming along much better. The Stargate receivers are improving as well. And that's the receiver, so I can literally go over here and just start conveying these up. But that also, because then I don't need to manually move them. Let's start to get that plan going. That I'll start working and getting some tracks down here, pulling from the track to make our stuff. Know that. Yep, so we did have some contamination of ore getting on the belt. This will also give me a little bit more buffer, even if we don't have scrap available yet. Okay, so let's plan for this part. I'm at a station with a shipyard. I'm just going to chuck a bunch more ship on front of this. Gonna rip all this out. Deconstruct all you. And you. And I'll move it all forward, and then we'll start working on trying to lay this out in a way that makes sense. So I'll probably need to set this up in a bus format, because we don't have like over and under belts and all that kind of stuff. We just have the arms, which you can use the arms to skip across stuff, but it is one of those things that it's a pretty limited option. So we'll move our cables up here, run them that way, pick them up from there. Okay, so let's start prioritizing. So the Stargate receiver is the one behind, and that's the frame, the energy coil, and the lens. So that's this one. Since I have like limitless money because of how much money I'm making, how fast, I am going to set up a brand new setup here. Where we're going to do that. And we can worry about that when we get there. I also just realized you are way beyond overfilled. And you're still overfilled. Did we get any metallic ore anywhere here? We did not. So in the interim, let's go and just leave the system immediately without a specific goal in mind there. And the reason I want to just leave the system is to stop mining and stop filling everything up. They have a bunch of stuff. Why are you selling this? I've told you to stop selling it. I don't understand. We even aborted the sale. We have our... We look at our sale here. We have the telium here. If we go to the auto trade for the telium, it doesn't have... Here, we'll try this another way. You know what? This'll work. We could do it this way. If we have more than 70, you're allowed to sell it. Because once we're above 70, that means our reserve is full. So if you pass 70, go for it. And actually, you have 2 containers, so I probably should make it higher. Because I need you to stop selling that ore. I don't know why you're selling it all. Like, it's getting me money, which is fine, but it's not helping. I also need to work on fixing a lot of things. Meanwhile, I don't actually know how far back the engines need to be. Before we can put in our set. We'll go ahead and do that real fast. Armor it up. Let's stop that. Nope. Nope. Okay. So hopefully that'll put a stop for that for right now. Okay, so you are going to ultimately be producing the receiver. So that's frames, energy, coils, and lens. So that's metallic copper, and precious or whatever. Which is going to be an interesting thing to do. Oh, we'll need to research the splitters is how we'll have to do this. But I'll deal with that in a minute. So you could just sit over there and do nothing for a moment. I'll run a cable. Just in the off chance we end up with the extra capacity, they could just work on it. But we are making the track. That's good news. So we'll want to start by bringing the ingots over. So we can get a short arm here. And cables to connect that. And that'll be our metallic. And this is the receiver. Okay, so when this one is done working, we're going to shut down this assembly bench and get it out of the way. And I'll just chuck it over here for right now. Okay, so you're done. Get out of the way. I need you to move. Because then I'll just put it over here for right now so it can at least work. And then the idea is going to be straightforward, that we get the metal ingots on here, and I get the fabricators to make our frames, and we send the frames down one of the lines as well. Because like I said, there's not an idea of an underground, there's not an idea of like an overpass thing. The closest we got is I could use an arm to pick up a package and like throw it from one side to the other, which is how we're going to have to bypass things. Okay. Right now, just chuck you over here. Because I'll have it producing as well just because it can. That's the Stargate capacitors. And the Stargate capacitor is primarily waiting on the isotopes, which we've got. Alright. So with you, what I'll do is I'll decommission that and that. And you go and clear that little spot of storage there. You'll go into here. And think of the follow. Welcome to the stream. And grab you. It'll have a short robot arm. Put that into the capacitor. Or the capacitor, put it into there. Which then will give me a frame to be on here. What I can actually do here... Oh no, I won't be able to skip over there. That's fine. Because there's not an underground. So I'm going to need another short arm. You can put this here. Because that gets me the frame. So I need frame, energy coil, and lens. So the next thing I need is I need the lens. Or the energy coil, that's fine. So we can dismantle this. Because it's not going to help me there. And I'm going to need a normal robot arm. Let's buy a bunch of those. Okay, you're making frames. So then we're going to want to go here. We'll need a normal robot arm to move those down here to get that in there. That means next I need to get stuff out of this one, which I've obviously got a lot of crap in the way. Let's go ahead and dismantle these two. Those can just get out of the way for now. All right. And so you're supposed to make the energy coil. So for this, I'm going to need another short arm over here. Meanwhile, let's move some of the storage over. So lens, there you go. Energy coil, there you go. Frames, there you go. And then we had motors over here somewhere. Motors, there you are. There you go. Get rid of this storage. So it's out of the way. Alright. And we'll deal with the motors in a moment. Let's work on one thing at a time. Alright, so what we're going to need to do is probably something a little cursed. So you're making the Stargate frames, which is frames... Oh, that's just literally frames. Okay, that's very workable. Yeah, so you need motors and frames. Okay, so I'm going to probably put that in the middle here. I could definitely do this. So let's go ahead, and all of this is getting yoinked up. We're just shutting this all down. So the next move is going to be going install short arm, do this, track, start working on that. And I'll bring that on over here. We will go here, install, I believe it'll be assembly table. And then one of these will be for one frame and one will be for the other. Oh, right. That's fine. I understand. So you'll be for that frame. And then you'll be for Stargate actuator. We can start working and getting all that sorted. I will need to adjust the track to make room. Alright, so with that, this will get its frames delivered directly to it, and directly there. We'll still need to make the motors, and the motors were the iron and the copper, but that should be workable. As I move these up, I can bring that around over here, and just lift, grab it off of the other side of the belt or whatever. So you need the copper ingots, which I'm working on right now. Yeah, because I could do the motor here. It's possible I could just lift it past there, and that would be a kind of inelegant way of doing it, but certainly workable. Yeah, because feeding in like that, they should be able to just stand there, and it would just work. Oh, we can turn that in now. We can grab the ore. No one for grabbing ore. Can turn those in. Yeah, so basically I'm stuck waiting on this to process. We could probably move this table and put it over here. We could take the spare table out of here too. Because just as a stopgap, I could put a table right here for making the track. Okay, so you got that. Install assembler. Do this, short robot arm. And we do that, then we won't need people to run around and manually fill that in. There's the track. So hopefully speed this up so I can wire that up really quick. And then that'll get the coils going. And then I'll need to put the coils on another belt to bring them over there. And I'll only leave the lens, which you can get the lens going pretty quickly over here in a moment as well. In this case, you could probably do this. Short robot are right there. Cable. Bring it across. We can set that to the lens. Dismantle you. And then put that on a conveyor belt to just bring over here directly. But first, get that thing going. Because then the plan is to pass it over here. Most likely, I'll put the fabricator here for the motors. Because then I can put a robot arm on this. For the ingots there. I will need more robot arms. Because then that'll give that. You are going to be for motors. Alright. And I should have done this a while ago. And that's just where we're at. Because I delayed it, now this is a little bit more painful to deal with. But it's fine. So you'll come over here, go up. That'll feed the motors. You're going to go over here. Yeah, you can go over here past that. Yeah, you just go over here straight to that. You're going to go up one and grab here to be pulled into the motor. The lens is here. I'm just going to conveyor straight over as well. And with all that, we will have the assembly table here will be good. The assembly table there will be good. Which leaves the only one not put on that whole process is the one down here that requires the isotopes. This one. Which requires Stargate actuators and energy coils as well. I could potentially... Honestly, this would be an easy one to move, because the stable isotopes is a liquid. I could just put it up here where we can get at this stuff. Because you need the energy coil in this. Yeah, so I could literally put it right up here, grab those two off the belt, and then just shove the liquid into it. But we'll worry about that once this is all wired up. Which is waiting on that. Yeah, so I don't need this separate storage anymore. I kind of wish you could be like, hey, don't put this over here. You got a bunch of meandering down there. I wonder, and this is something I've been meaning to test. Let's grab a table. Let's grab some chairs. And I'm curious, if I put the table here, and the chairs over there, if when they don't have something going else on, will they stay there? Let's see, use the spare assembly table you have to make more tracks. Well, the problem isn't the thing there, it's the workers going to it. It's making the tracks. What I probably could do to help this is put a short robot arm. Oh no, that's right, I need an actual worker to stand here and use the assembly table. Like, that's the issue, as you look at it. It's already got the material loaded. Oh wait, no it doesn't. You don't need ingots, you need frames. That's the problem. I'm just doing this wrong. And I also didn't leave myself a good place to work on that. Yeah, so that just needed frames. So that was me messing up right from the get-go. So that takes care of that. Start working you over. Because of that, I'll be getting the coil. And then we'll want to take this track over. Yeah, the problem is, for whatever reason, I wanted to think that uses the metal ingots. It uses the frames. And the frames are here. And we are going to bring those over to reach that. So I could probably pick something up off there. Yeah, so it looks like when they're not working, they will sit up here. So you can kind of control where they're going to rest. Yeah, so I've got the coils. So this is where I would need a robot arm. A full robot arm. Because then we can start bringing that up over here. All that stuff. Is there going to be an easy way to correct that? I could just straight up... Do we have another fabricator? Yeah, we could just do it this way. Cables, do that. Next up, melt faster. Okay, so this, if I set you to frames, now it should go over there. We need to get iron. That's what needs to happen. And meanwhile, that's going pretty well. Yeah, so with those in place, it should just be the person can just stand there, and they're just going to get one after the other of those. I won't need to babysit it. So that'll be for... Gonna need the arms over there. But yeah, so that's gonna come across. They'll bring the frames in here. This one will bring across, and that'll be for the coils. And the lenses are way down there, which is gonna take some time to map over. This already has everything it needs once I get the copper and the metal there. Alright, well, let's keep moving around, because at this stage I have no reason to just stay right here. I am hoping one of these systems will prove to, Man, is it really just that one system is the only one that has the belts? Because that feels like it's definitely non-range. Because that's what we're running into. There's no belts for me to get more metal from. Alright, well, I guess we're moving on to a different plan for dealing with that problem, which is violence. There's another way I can get metal from the husks of my enemies. Oh, nope, 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 not bullets. Cannon shells. Oh, and I need a weapons expert. Alright, we'll have all that. Cables, plug it in. Storage. And let's grab the cannon shells again. Alright. I don't really care which guns are operating which turrets. I actually don't think it matters at all. Okay, so I've got all that going on. We are getting dangerously low on the iron, and I don't have a good path for getting more of it. Alright. So let's see if we go to NG9. If I can clear out the hostiles there. Because I can clear out the hostile. But I just wonder if there's an upgrade to the assemblers to not require workers? Or are we still unsure? I don't think there is. I've done all the research of the early game. Now granted, it could be we get through the gate and new research I'm unaware of unlocks. Alright. All guns are coming online. Made a couple of hits. So this is what I figured, is there's no belt here. We can go and start grabbing all that. Oh, I never finished the track over here. Because this is the scrap line. Okay. That's a mess. So you grab scrap. And once we install those two, I need to just start telling it, like, grab the precious metal, grab whatever. Hostile inbound in 84 seconds. Unfortunately, the whole thing is gummed up until we get these people to move this stuff. Get the deuterium out of here. Where is it at? Please, for the love of everything, get that sorted so I can get the drones in. Okay, so the important aspect of this was we're just trying to determine if there was asteroid belt over there. Does it matter when the guns reload? Oh, does it matter when the guns need to reload? Just that they need to reload at some point. So we're trying to unscuff all this. Okay, so select type. I wish you could be like shift click a whole bunch of these. Alright, so let's start off here. So I see there are multiple suits of a lot of things. So not copper. Precious metals. There's got to be a way to, like, get stuff off the belts better. I wish I could say, like, if it's not, or grab it off here. Or have like, more conditions to it. That's just gonna stay jammed up for a while. It is what it is. So, short arm here. That'll deliver the copper ingots. Then we need to get that tracked over here. We can sell you. So we want 18 stacks of bullets. I wish I knew how many stacks of bullets I had in here. We could start working on all that. Okay. You're making really good progress in all that. I just remembered the Stargate actuators for these things. So I am going to need to go here, put a robot arm. Alright, 1 second. Am I doing something really dumb? So this is make Stargate actuator, which is needed over there. Okay, no, we're fine. So I need the robot arm here. That's needed up here. Those need lots of track. Because this actuator goes there, this goes here, and that goes there. And that's everything I need to make... Sorry, that's not true. No, that needs to go to you. You're the one who needs the actuator. So I've got the coil here, that goes there, and then the lens is down here. So it just got so much manufacturing to do. Like I said, the problem I'm running into is I need metallic ore. Oh, good. Oh, no. Yeah, the metallic ore, all of them are saying metallic ore question mark. And how are we doing at this? Yeah, it's literally I'm just running out of metallic ore, which, if we can get this blocked up, I can get more going. Let's try and expand this, so I'm pulling more stuff off at a time. Because we're at least getting some of this done. Okay, and you'll start grabbing the bullets off of there. Meanwhile, you're going to grab... That's CO2? That's oxygen, right? Grab the oxygen off of there. Grab the scrap. Yeah, we definitely need some kind of filter system on there. Like, yeah, we can grab one thing off there, but I need something that's got a little bit more to it than that. Because while we can do the automation, it is rather inelegant. Okay, so that takes care of that need. So let's go and plan to get this one figured out, which is to move the iron here. Or, no, it's over there. I keep calling iron. The metal over here so that this thing's automated as well. Because every bit of this sort of smoothing out is just going to help. Okay, so there's no more precious metal on there. So let's now switch you over to spacesuits. One thing I can also do, bullets, sell them all. The fuel, sell it all. Spacesuits. Sell if above 10. And that should mean they should run over here and start grabbing stuff off of that to sell as well. Alright, so at least it's getting the frames directly there now. And then with that, we'll have it where the Stargate actuators will begin their stuff directly. We'll bring you out and around and up. Like this way. Then I can bring this out and around and up. And let's have it carry the actuators over that. And by then I should get this up here, because then we'll have the actuator and the coils up here. And we can just pipe the rest in. I'm going to get this set up just in time for it to be, like, done. We did not get hardly any scrap for that, which is the whole reason I was like, alright, let's do this so at least I'm getting some metal. Oh, one more thing we can do while we're waiting. Let's go here. Armor. Patch up the armor. Let's see if I go up to asteroids that don't have any markings. If, like, I've missed that there's a way to check them, mine them, whatever. They don't have much else I can do about it. Alright, and that'll have the motors hooked up. I'll want to go here and robot. And how are you doing? Okay, there's no more spacesuits. So I'll put explosives on there. Alright, and we can go here and say oxygen. Now the robot arm here. So again, I'll chuck that farther down. This can just come across. Yeah, so we've got nothing going on with that. It's not looking very encouraging. Yeah, in those systems, it looks like the hostiles are just going to respawn again and again. So that's not going to help us. There's another system in here that could... So we checked that one. We've checked those two. I haven't checked the derelict. I might go to the derelict and literally murder it. So we can go that. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is I might go to the derelict and literally murder the derelict ship if it's still alive. In hopes of claiming a bunch of scrap. Okay, so it's just gonna have scrap. That's fine. And there's no asteroids? Nope. The downside about that is this is where the one shows up from the scrap. Okay, so you have CO2, and you have compost. So I can grab those off. And all the rest of that's fine. Okay, so you can go like this. So that's about to be out. So let's set you to none. We change you to accepting scrap. Change you to processing scrap. If we're turning on that, we might as well send it up on this path where we don't have to run a whole new line. And now it just pours the drones out. Maximum speed. Send everything. So this is going to get its works all gummed up by getting a whole variety of stuff. Okay, so there's the bullets. I see fuel in there. There's so much junk. There's straight up ingots. That's actually a little helpful in its own right. Getting the ingots themselves is also good. So we can go here and set you to pull the ingots off. Not seeing more fuel. Pull boxes off. Okay, and you are processing some, so it's at least some good news. And with that, we've already claimed everything there was out there. We are also trading, and basically every time we stop, I'm telling them to buy the scrap, buy the... Let's double check it, I actually don't remember if the scrap was on the list. Buy all scrap, buy all the, like, regular metal ingots, anything you can find of use. Buy it all. Does the Stargate completion win the game? No. The Stargate does not win the game. It is part of the main story progression of the game, but is not the actual, like, win condition of the game. Alright. So... I'm gonna need a much better way of dealing with this, and I don't know what it is. Because there's no, like... You did sell it all, I think? On which? Oh, thank you for catching that. There we go. We buy it all. Now, speaking of selling it all, we found a box scouting gun. Sell that. We found a boxed medium container. Sell that. Bum. Where'd the bullets go, or did you already deal with it? That's fine. Check for CO2. Yeah, no, I accidentally had the scrapper, so luckily we did pull it off. Luckily they aren't doing a good job of grabbing stuff off the belt. For better or worse. Oh, those are cannon shells. We did find a thing of bullets. We can grab that. We're working on that, getting that wired up. The worst thing is I'm getting all that wired up. It'll be like, okay, new materials. None of the old materials matter. It doesn't look like there's any more boxes. Grab the copper ingots off of there. Grab the... You've got all of that off of there. Grab the explosives off of there. Okay, you've got this. Grab the food off of there. Grab the FTL charges off of there. Oh, you're not set to scrap metal. I need to reset them all. We'll just reset that one. Alright, grab the railguns. Grab the water. There's also motors and other junk on there. Okay, we got the water, so grab the oxygen. It almost feels like when I'm collecting wrecks, I almost need a different drone setup. So like to snip the belt and then just chuck stuff someplace or something. I don't know. There's not really an easy way for me to undo and redo this. Like this is the reality if it wasn't trying to do just one ship. This would be where we would turn in and be like, okay, we have our scavenger ship and then the other ship. We've got lenses on here, so let's grab those off. Okay, now we got that. Let's get the motors pulled off of here. And now the frames. Okay, so that's that one done. So then the only thing I have left for you is the lens, which is unfortunately way over here. Okay. We're looking pretty good there. Is there anything else here? So we have the cannon balls, or cannon shells, then the precious metals. And with that, that's all cleared off. Yes, I think I'm just going to have to fight, unfortunately, for a lot of this. And I'm getting an overabundance in all these other materials, which would be nice if I needed them. But I really just need metallic. We could try instead taking the approach of just jumping from system to system and just letting them load up whatever they load up. I'm assuming at some point these reset. Because otherwise, if you could run out of ore, you could literally soft lock your... Well, I mean, you could still fight stuff. But you're pretty close to soft lock your game. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go ahead and remove this storage. We're just going to move it elsewhere. So for right now, there's the coils. There's the lenses. And we'll get that fully automated. And then with that, I just have to move... Once these are over, I just have to move... Actually, we can move you now. So dismantle... Was it you? Yeah, dismantle you. Install the assembly table. And I can put the assembly table right here. It's got a cable and power. So that's going to automatically drop that directly onto the assembly table. We could go and pull this wire up. That gets you your isotopes. Clean all this garbage up. Just leftover pipe from I don't know what. That gets you your isotopes. And then we can just work on getting the coils to be through here. Which I could be, I finagle it down and just grab it. Or actually, I could finagle it up and just grab it. If we put the regular robot arm here, and I take the track and instead go this way, it'll go up here and that'll cross. You keep all that going. But the big problem is going to be getting more metal. Let's go back the way we came. Alright, just move that one. And then that'll be that hooked up again. That'll be hooked up again. Then it's just the lenses is the only thing I gotta get hooked up. Oh, meanwhile, you need to be set to... what was the thing? The capacitors. How are we doing in all this? So the capacitors are getting close to done. I honestly probably could have just left it. And meanwhile, since I've got this that we've looted, just add it there. Alright, so we've got all that handled. I'll go back the way we came. Yeah, it's really sad that we're buying ore just to get the materials we need. Because I need that to have it. Okay, as soon as we get this stack out of here, okay, you're switching back over to Metallic. Metallic. And you're already set to scrap. And yeah, that won't feed into those automatically, but that is what it is. Alright. Okay, we got a coil on there. So you can yoink that off. Almost got you over there. I'm sitting at $5 million and all that. But unfortunately, because I have to buy materials, it's just really holding us up. And I am going to eventually need to have, like, a filter system where you can go down here and just pull off all the different materials down here. I'll get the smart arms. Be able to do that. That's not going to happen for a while just due to lack of track. But I think that's ultimately what I'm going to have to do is we'll have to just fight. Is ultimately what's going to be, is I'm just going to have to fight NPCs to use them as my source of iron, which makes me really worried if we can't get to, like, another system from here. We will ultimately have a really rough spot. Yep, so you're good with all that. Yeah, so you're fully all hooked up. So you only got 14 more of that. This is going faster. I've just got a little bit more track here. Then we'll shut down the track production to preserve what material I can. Meanwhile, we can go ahead and jump one more time. So the issue was when I destroyed that ship, it didn't give me crap for metal. How are we doing on this? Alright. Let's make sure we hop over here, because then I can start replenishing my reserves of the gas for making fuel. And we can also hopefully trade to get more metal. I should actually, before we do that, what system am I going to? 15. Anyone going to system 15? Nope. You are on your own. Okay, and 2 more track. Then that'll be fully hooked up. So it's just a matter of people working on those 2 tables. Okay, with that in place, shut this down. I know I'm going to want to hook that back up later, but we'll shut that down for the time being, so it stops drawing in any of the minerals. There's luckily a little bit of a backlog on both of these, so we should be okay. And we have phase 5. That'll be motors, energy coil, frame, and lens. So at that stage, what I would do is I would turn this off, get rid of all of this here. I'd have the motor there. This would be sitting here, and we'd just have to, like, finagle this along to... What I'd probably do is something like this, where I'd have, like, the long robot arm go here. This would wrap around, then another long robot arm go over there, and then just feed it in. And then these 2 could be just completely decommissioned. Alright. Let's also do a manual save, because I haven't done one in a while. So create new save. gate jumper on stream so I don't forget about saving. Because I'm also going to do is, what's your danger? Your danger 4. Let's pick a fight I shouldn't pick in hopes that they give me lots of goodies. I forgot I'm missing a cannon. Or you're giving them a lot of goodies? Basically, we'll definitely... Oh, I don't have research going. We'll start researching the deflector shields. Okay, so let's get you hooked up to here. Let's also, just because for some reason we didn't have people get to those guns the entire fight last time, so we've got that set up. We're gonna go here, and for right now, no crew will do exterior work. Do not repair the hull right now. Do not gather salvage or materials. That's fine. So we're going to go ahead and let that run. We're going to go over there. And the reason I turned all that stuff off is so the drones just don't fly out there and get shot a whole lot. We need to set you to pull the FTL off of there. Alright, so you got one energy ship at that level threat is a little worrisome. You have tons and tons and tons of maneuvering thrusters. I don't understand. That's supposed to be a threat for ship. Okay. Exterior work on. And get to work. Okay, so we got precious metals popping on here. We got copper. It's honestly the big problem I'm going to run into here is that this is just filling up with the junk they have. It's going to take time to clean it up. So that's just how fast we collected. We just jumped in and almost instantly fully cleaned it up. Then hop right back over. You're not seeing any more precious metals. Then grab the crystals off of there. So I think I'm going to have to tell it when we have more than 70 of the telium. Just get rid of it. Oh, you're still smelting. Stop that. So new plan. So sell telium. If you have more than 70, get rid of them. Because that'll start getting that out of here. We're also going to do that with the precious metals, I think. So we also never have where We don't want the precious metals. Yeah, so we're going to start doing that with a bunch of these. Precious metals. And then we have copper. So basically those start to get backed up. Start chucking them. We've got the spacesuits here. Start pulling those off the line. Alright, so the capacitors were done. So with that, dismantle that bench, you're not needed. These two, you're not needed. You're not needed. That also means you, and you are not needed. Alright, so with that said though, chat, I really need to be getting to calling it a night and all that stuff. But if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way we can find you back in the future. And thank you for everyone who hopped on and downloaded the Opera GX and all that. I missed that the number jumped up that far. I really do appreciate the support. It does genuinely support the channel and all that stuff. That's the link at the top of the browser. Getting even more drones. Yeah, so I'm also gonna have to tell them after a certain number of drones, start getting them out of here. That's kind of the thing. I really wish we had a smart robot arm that we could have, like, grab any of these things, or don't grab this thing, or some type of, like, generic chest, or something I could manage these kind of things. Where, when I destroy a ship, I just get all the crap on here, and it's just a whole big process to clear the crap off of it. Yeah, you're impressed I'm still streaming. Yeah, no, I've been honestly doing it a lot lately, but I'm going later than I should have. But thank you again so much for for viewing and all that stuff. Again, don't forget to drop the follow. If you're watching over on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly on the YouTube side because I don't have a host ready. For those over here on Twitch, I am going to put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on. So let's see who we got around today.